Chapter 19. What once was shall never be. The harrowing murder of the minister had shaken Harry more than he would care to admit. It wasn't the act itself that stirred him so. He was no stranger to death after all, but the nature and subsequent revelations that followed. The wrath of Tom was something he had become accustomed to throughout his years in the wizarding world, and he had always freely accepted that the man desired his end, a reciprocal feeling. But he had never experienced the fear of his family, and loved one being directly threatened by the man to such a degree. He'd never had family that he held affection for, thus, such thoughts never surfaced. This threat, however, was different, and the unfamiliar fear plagued him in the days following the battle. It spurred him into action. In lieu of allowing his fear to fester within him, leaving him lost and aimless, he immediately sought to eliminate the threat. Meticulously, he planned with as much care and haste as he could manage, took steps he never thought he'd have to, and implemented his contingencies just as efficiently. During these days, he was seldom seen within the walls of Hogwarts. He had no desire to be looked upon in either awe or questioning as he went about his own necessities, but he could not escape the whispers as he prowled the castle corridors under his cloak, avoiding all and any until his work was done. He heard himself described as Dragon Slayer and other terms he felt compelled to ignore. The battle may have been won, but the venture was a failure. Millicent Bagnold had been murdered in the most demeaning and grotesque way, and although she was much loved and respected by her peers and public alike, those vying for her position struck with the same due haste that Harry had in his own actions. Her body had barely begun to cool when the first report by the Dolly Prophet was published only hours after her death had been confirmed. Of course, there was much speculation of what had occurred, but much of what had been written was unnervingly accurate and taken as gospel by the public who demanded justice be carried out accordingly. Shock and anger were reactions that Harry had expected, but not the cries for blood from the population who were usually reticent at best when it came to such things, though he knew he shouldn't have been as surprised as he was. Even he, a once timid boy that cowered before others, had reached a point of intolerance, so when he pondered the lust further, he found that his own surprise was no longer warranted. He only wished that what followed the outcry had not come to pass. In true political fashion, one man seized the advantage of volatility, and Bartemius Crouch found himself as the new interim minister of magic after a brief gathering of the Wisengamot. In that same meeting, he petitioned for the Aurors to be given the means to fight back with lethal spells, the Unforgivables also if necessary, a petition that was approved just shy of unanimously. Dumbledore had spoken out strongly against the decision, but even his usually wide influence was unable to deter the lords and ladies. It was then that Harry decided to cut his ties with the ministry, for the most part, and pursue the end without them. He held very little respect for Crouch nor his method to gain power, moves that left a bitter taste in his mouth. The man was no enemy, yet he was not an ally either, and Harry doubted that he would be able to hold the man in such esteem. The development was not a welcome one, and he knew he had to move quickly to prevent a catastrophic spiral into chaos. His aim from the start had been to bring Tom's ambition to an end with as little collateral damage as possible, something that only grew in desperation with each passing day. When he wasn't safeguarding those that mattered as best he could, he sought the company of both Charles and Arcturus, who had remained steadfast in their efforts to aid him. And with their input, his plan began to bear the fruit of his labor, though their agreement was not absent of reluctance to some of his intended implementations. Seemingly, most of his efforts were not in vain, but the same could not be said for his other endeavor, something that became more than a habitual inclination born of curiosity. Some would consider his vigils a dangerous obsession, a fact that he would not dispute, though such an observation would do little to deter him. Night after night, he would watch them from afar, though he saw nothing. Some of the buildings he sought were not visible, hidden beneath wards and other obscure enchantments, and although Harry knew they were there, they would not be revealed. The Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire was absent from where he knew it resided, just as the Riddle lands in Little Hangleton maintained its elusiveness. Still, he watched for anything salient, anything that would betray what he was soon to confront. He was consciously aware that his hours here were for naught, but it offered him some comfort that he was doing all he could to prepare and to prevent further disaster, comfort that could not be found either in his bed or the arms of Bellatrix, the latter only fueling his desire to persevere tenfold. His efforts left him exhausted, his already messy hair disheveled further and his eyes heavy with fatigue. He had little doubt that he would simply keel over if he did not force rest upon himself, and his aching limbs agreed as he entered the room of requirement after his latest watch, the time of day long lost to him. Without undressing, he fell upon the bed provided, his final thoughts a frustrating reminder that Tom was still out there, bidding his time before he would carry out his threat towards the ones he held most dear. Break. A plethora of emotions had plagued him in the days that followed the battle, not unlike his first foray into such a thing. For the most part, he was able to ignore the sudden jolts of adrenaline when a sudden movement caught his eye or a loud noise would pull him from his thoughts. But for the briefest of moments, he would feel he was there all over again, and his body would tense in anticipation. His youthful notions of glory had been shattered. The dream that he would one day seek out a life in which this would be a common occurrence, now long forgotten, only the memory remaining to remind him of his once foolish ignorance. He was not alone in this, he knew. There had been none of the expected boasting from Sirius for his own heroics, no arrogant swagger as they roamed the halls of the castle. He too had been given a harsh lesson in the reality of battle. His ego, instead of being brushed, had been humbled, much like his own. There was little glory to be had in war when the coppery scent of blood and the screams of dying men followed you long after the fighting had ceased, haunting even the precious hours of sleep that should grant you respite from your deeds. Alas, instead of a peaceful slumber, he had relived those moments every night since. But despite this, here he stood, readying himself for the next inevitable confrontation to come. He finished animating the conjured wolf and watched as it tore the throat out of the training dummy with its steel teeth in morbid fascination, when the rest of his friends entered the room to continue with their own preparations. "Early start?" Remus questioned. James only nodded in response as he vanished his creature. It had been this way since his sleep had become so broken. "What's wrong with you?" he asked Sirius, noting the confused expression he wore. The other young man seemingly shook himself from thoughts of his own as he grimaced. "Snape," he muttered, his tone lacking the disdain when the boy was discussed. "What's Snivellus done now?" James sighed, ignoring the narrowed eyes of Lily as he used the hated moniker. "Nothing. He just asked my permission to write to Regulus." "They are friends," Peter pointed out. Sirius nodded. It was just weird speaking to him without insults or wands being drawn. He couldn't have been more respectful, the slimy git, he finished under his breath. Peter chuckled and shook his head. "Snape knows he can't do anything anymore, or he'll lose his apprenticeship with Slughorn." "Has little Wormy got a crush on the resident greaseball?" Sirius mocked. Peter snorted. "Hardly, but I have got to work with him for the next 5 years. I'd rather not have to look over my shoulder the whole time," he explained. Sirius simply shrugged in response. "It seems quite stupid now. All of the crap with him since we started here," James mused aloud. "Yeah, but it doesn't mean we have to like the git," Sirius bit back. James laughed. He would never hold Severus in any esteem, not after the boy had nearly killed him, but he couldn't help but think that their childhood rivalry had been little more than pathetic for the most part. "So, what shall we work on today?" Peter inquired as he shook his robes off and drew his wand. "I have a few spells I want to try from my family grimoire," Sirius announced as he too removed his robes. "The rest of us can work on some dueling," James offered, keen to put some of the newer transfiguration spells he had been working on into practice. Without preamble, the group settled into their chosen tasks, each in their own way conscious of the absence of Harry, whom they had seen only a half-dozen times in the past weeks. They were aware that he was doing what he felt he needed to, but there was no denying the sense of abandonment within them. It had been him that had justified their actions in Hogsmeade, made them see that what they had done had been necessary to protect not only themselves, but the other students and villagers. It had been Harry that had held them together through the trying days that followed, the confrontation with the minister and her cohorts, and the guilt that they had felt at taking a life, no matter how deserving the Death Eaters had been of such a fate. But not this time. This time could not have differed any more. Each of them had seen it, witnessed something in his eyes as he looked upon the body of Minister Bagnold and absorbed the words that had been scribed in her blood, something that none had associated him with. Fear. For the first time that any could remember, Harry was truly scared, and for a moment, even James thought that he would crumble, allow that fear to bring him to his knees. The relief he felt when it had been replaced with determination had been nothing short of indescribable, for he knew that if Harry were to allow it to consume him, then all would be lost. For days after he had sought him out, to alleviate his own worries as much to support the other Potter, but it was not to be. Harry had seemingly vanished and appeared days later, informing them that he had been with the patriarchs of Potter and Black, formulating a plan to bring the hostilities to an end, something they all knew could not be achieved without further bloodshed. He had done little more than assure them that he was fine, and instructed them to continue training without him as he went about doing whatever it was he had been. None had been made privy to his plans, but he again assured them that they would be informed when the time was right, and had departed shortly after telling them to be ready at a moment's notice. They had heeded his words, and each of the teens carried with them what they deemed necessary, along with a heavy anticipation of another impending fight. Any other time that he had graced them with his presence had been brief. A few moments of hurried conversation here, a little instruction there, and some dueling when he could. It did little to assuage their concerns, but they were grateful for whatever time he could give them, and could only hope that, when all was said and done, Harry would be able to finally relax for the first time in his 17 short years of life, and that they would all live to see it. They had, of course, speculated amongst themselves, cast aspersions at what it was that he could possibly be doing that required them to be so uninformed, yet they could substantiate nothing, and had opted to cease doing so quickly, at least vocally. As the thoughts of Harry and what he was doing continued, the door opened unexpectedly, admitting said young man and Bellatrix, the former looking considerably less pale and exhausted the last time they had laid eyes upon him. "Harry!" Lily near shrieked as she abandoned her duel with Remus to wrap him tightly in her arms. He smiled warmly as he returned the gesture and nodded in greeting to the others, the mood within the room brightening upon his entrance. "So, the Dragon Slayer has decided to grace us all with his company," Sirius mocked as he bowed deeply. Harry cringed as the rest of the group laughed at his discomfort. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly as he gave them a wan smile. "I am sorry," he offered sincerely. "There are things that had to be done." It was James that addressed him next, his lips curled downwards in an understanding grimace. "It's okay, Harry," he placated. "We do understand with everything that happened." The others voiced their agreement with James' words, relaxing the other Potter considerably. "So, what have you been doing?" Peter piped up. Harry sighed tiredly. "I can't say much," he began, eliciting a look of frustration from most. "Only because it's not safe to speak of it here, but I have been putting things in place to move things more in our favor and to make sure we are ready for when Tom attacks." "Is there anything you can tell us?" Marlene questioned. Harry nodded slowly, clearly contemplating how much he should reveal. "I've been spending some time at the homes of known Death Eaters and some time in Nocturne Alley. All the houses I visited were empty, so they are more than likely holed up together with Tom. Not much is being said in the alley, so I can only assume that they are lying low and not risking much." "You should have had one of us with you," Lily chided. Harry shook his head. "It would have been much riskier, but I always told Bellatrix and your father where I would be," he explained, nodding towards James. "That's something at least," Lily mumbled. "What's next?" Alice asked with a slight frown. "The worst part," Harry huffed. "We wait, but if I know Tom, it won't be long." "I'm tired of waiting," Sirius near whispered. "I just want this over with." Harry gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. "It will be done soon," he assured the restless teen. But for now, we keep preparing because it will come suddenly, he said confidently. Well, then let us get back to it, James suggested. It's been a while since I've dueled either of you, he finished with a challenging smirk towards Harry and Bellatrix. The latter drew her wand and twirled it. If you're so keen on spending the day in the hospital wing, little Jamie, then go ahead, she cooed. James swallowed deeply, a frown of irritation marring his features at her blasé attitude towards his prowess. Don't worry, Harry. I'll make sure she has some hair left, although being bald may well suit you, he added with a wink to the girl. Bellatrix rolled her eyes and fired a series of stinging hexes towards the boy who yelped as one found its mark on his upper thigh, causing the others to guffaw at the girlish whine that had escaped him. The group settled into their own activities as had become their custom, the woes of the outside world put to the back of theirs minds as Hay simply spent time together, preparing for what was to come. It was a loud cough that eventually interrupted them as they were intruded upon by an amused-looking headmaster, who took the chaos he had found in his stride and addressed them as though the room they had commandeered was not in a state of shocking disarray. Very nice work, Miss Black. 10 points to Slytherin, he complimented as he spied a very colorful, dour James leaning against a wall, most of his hair having been sheared away and a myriad of colored spots on his face and head. Bellatrix grinned in triumph as the headmaster chuckled. Now, the man continued with a clap of his hand, I do need to have a brief word with Harry, he announced. The others took the cue and exited the room, not before Bellatrix hit James with another spell that left him grumbling under his breath. How are you, my boy? The old man questioned with genuine concern. Much better, Harry replied sincerely. Thank you for all of the help these last few weeks. It has been my pleasure, Dumbledore returned warmly, his eyes twinkling prominently behind his half-moon spectacles. Alas, it is not only your well-being that brings me here. What's happened? Harry asked worriedly. Dumbledore shook his head and held up his hands placatingly. Nothing yet, but Alastor has called a meeting for this evening and has requested your presence. Things are not well at the Ministry, and he has raised some concerns with me that I believe would be prudent for us all to discuss. The entire order will be there. Harry nodded. I'll be there, Harry confirmed, his moment of peace now well and truly fled. Thank you, my boy. I shall leave you to the rest of your day, the headmaster offered with a grateful smile. Harry dragged a hand through his hair as the man exited, both frustrated and apprehensive that the end was drawing closer. He knew not what he would do when all was said and done. He had not afforded himself the freedom to consider such a thing, not with what was hanging over his head. All he did know was that there would be someone waiting close by for him, the one thing he was certain he wanted to remain if he were to survive his next meeting with the man that had haunted every waking moment of his life. But for that to continue, he knew he had to live, something he would admit was not even close to being certain. Break. Harry released a deep breath as he ran his fingers through her ebony locks, taking solace in the one respite he had sought in the weeks past, though not as often as he would have liked. Bellatrix herself was wrapped in his arms, draped across his chest, seemingly content to be where she was as she nuzzled deeper into his embrace. I wish we could just stay here, she mumbled. Harry grinned at the thought, desiring that very thing. Me too, he concurred as he tightened his grip around her briefly. Soon, she promised. He swallowed deeply and nodded, not willing to disagree with her vocally, though he knew he could not offer the same sentiment in return. Sensing his unease, she extracted herself from her comfort and gave him a pointed, yet imploring look from beneath her heavy lids. Soon, she reaffirmed. He closed his eyes for but a moment to compose himself before meeting her gaze once more. You know I can't promise that, he said, his voice uncharacteristically hoarse. It was as though the weight of the world had fallen upon her shoulders as she slumped and gave a teary nod, a gentle sob racking her lithe frame. I know, Harry, but I can't even consider the alternative. He immediately sat and pulled her close to him, allowing her the time she needed to compose herself as he gave what he knew was a feeble attempt at consoling her. "I wish more than anything to be able to promise you that," he muttered. "But Tom is a very dangerous man." "So are you," she chuckled humorlessly. Harry snorted slightly as he shook his head. "Not in the same way he is," he whispered. "I am what I am because that's what I needed to become." She gave him a weak smile as she nodded her understanding. "I know," she offered sincerely, "but you are a much better man than he could ever be." A smile tugged at his lips as he pondered her words, those spoken to him several years ago by the very man they were discussing coming to the forefront of his mind. She frowned at his demeanor as he shook his head once more. "What is it?" He sobered immediately, his amusement dying as the bitter taste of the veracity of his words set in. "We're not so different, he said so himself." Her frown deepened. "You are nothing like him," she denied vehemently. "Both orphans raised by people who despised our very existence, neither knowing anything of the magical world before we came into it, both Parselmouths. We even look similar," he reeled off. "He is a megalomaniac that enjoys nothing more than to murder and torture people to get what he wants," she huffed irritably. "And you have the most beautiful soul," she continued as she cupped his cheek gently. "You fight for those who can't do it themselves, and have done more than anyone to put an end to him, so don't you dare even compare yourself to him, Harry." She took a deep breath before she continued. "There may be some similarities between you," she admitted grudgingly, "but you are everything that he isn't too. It is those differences that matter." Harry laughed and held up a hand as her nostrils flared in anger. "Dumbledore said the same thing to me before I came here," he explained. Bellatrix looked positively affronted by the thought of echoing the words of the man she had long thought of as a ridiculous human being, but nodded firmly, nonetheless. "That is something that we do agree on," she conceded reluctantly. Harry raised an eyebrow at her in disbelief. "He said that my capability to love is the reason that I can beat him." She frowned as she tilted her head, worrying her lip in thought. "There might be something in that," she mused aloud. Harry sputtered slightly, but she gestured for him to allow her to elaborate. "I don't think he meant that you should give him a kiss and expect him to melt," she sighed, "but you do have something worth much more to fight for." It was Harry's turn to frown as he shook his head. "What are you fighting for?" she questioned a little more harshly than he expected. He sighed tiredly before answering. "I'm fighting so that everybody I care about can live without him plaguing their existence, and so that the same things that happened before won't happen again." Bellatrix nodded and gave him a smile as she shook her own head gently. She kissed him gently as she cupped his cheek once again and met his emerald orbs with her own violet ones. "And what about you, Harry? What do you want when this is all over? Think about it," she urged. "Be selfish for once in your life." He broke their eye contact as he visibly deflated. "I want to be free," he whispered. His gaze found its way back to hers, a fire smoldering within. "Other than that, the only other thing I want is you. For us to grow old together and just have some peace, maybe a half-dozen children or so," he added whimsically with a mischievous grin. She felt her eyes begin to brim with joyous tears as she smiled. "Then you remember that when you're doing what it is you need to," she pleaded. "I believe in you, Harry. You just need to believe that all of those things you want can be yours." "I will," he vowed. "That's all I ask," she sighed. "And I will be right there with you so you don't forget," she finished with a challenging glare. For a second, his mouth opened to oppose her, but he thought better of it knowing that his words would fall on deaf ears. She would be there with him just as he would for her if their roles were reversed. He eventually nodded in defeat, not having the heart to voice his protest. "Then there is something I need you to do for me," he requested as he drew the wand from his left sleeve, rolling the bone-white wood in his fingers reverently. The hours of practice with it had been nothing short of spectacular, the wand itself teaching him more about his own magic than he could have learnt in several lifetimes without it. More than anything, it had allowed much to become little more than instinctual. The spells he had garnered were a boon indeed, But it was the ease in which he wielded his magic whilst it was in his hand that made the substantial difference, even when he used his own wands. Bellatrix looked upon the wand with curiosity, aware that it was not the same one she had seen him with originally. "Whose is that?" Harry smiled at it fondly. "This is a family heirloom, something that I acquired a while ago now," he explained cryptically. "Have you heard the tale of the three brothers?" "The children's story," she scoffed. "Not so much a story," Harry corrected. "It's not exactly accurate, but the artifacts do exist." Bellatrix swallowed deeply, as her eyes widened comically. "The Elder Wand," she whispered. Harry nodded as he grinned. "The Elder Wand," he confirmed as he offered it to her. She took it between two trembling fingers carefully, looking upon the simple slither of wood as though it were the most precious of treasures. "How?" she choked. "As I said, it's a family heirloom," Harry replied. "The Potters are directly descended from the Peverills." She handed the wand back as she shook her head. "It's supposed to be unbeatable," she mumbled. Harry shook his head. "No," he denied. "It is a very powerful wand, but the real magic is in the Peveril blood. It won't work the way it should unless it is held by a Peveril." Bellatrix nodded her understanding. "That's why I need you to promise me something," he requested. Bellatrix nodded, not comfortable with the direction the conversation was going. "If I fall," he held up a hand to prevent her outrage, "you must not let Tom get this. He comes from the Peveril line too, and even though I doubt he could even use it because of what he has done to himself, it's not a risk I want to take. I need you to get it away if the worst happens." She did not want to dwell on such a thing, but he was adamant. Instead of voicing any objections, she nodded her agreement, praying that it would not come to pass. He breathed a sigh of relief as he placed a kiss on her forehead. "Thank you," he whispered gratefully. She allowed herself to melt into as she breathed in his scent, not willing to believe that this would ever be taken from her. Herself vowing that she would do all she could to ensure that they both walked away from this and into the future each of them craved. "I have to get ready to meet with Moody and Dumbledore," he grumbled after an inordinate amount of time of silent bliss. Bellatrix nodded and gave him a smile. "Come to the room when you are done. I'm not ready to be away from you," she demanded after placing a kiss on his jawbone. "As my lady wishes," he agreed with an elaborate bow, eliciting a satisfied grin from the girl as she readied herself and exited the room, leaving Harry to do the same. Break. It was a mere few hours later that he ascended the stairs leading towards the headmaster's office, having first eaten with the rest of the Marauders and squeezing in some revision for his fast-approaching NEWTS. He entered the room to find it almost full to capacity, an array of both familiar and not-so-familiar faces greeting him, some much more welcoming than others. "Potter," Benji Fenwick acknowledged him with a respectful bow. Harry would certainly never like the man, but he was grateful that the man held him in much higher regard now than when they had encountered each other the first time in this very place. The greeting was returned with a nod as he found an empty seat by Dumbledore. "Lemon drop," the man offered as he discreetly removed a white paper bag from his sleeve, attempting to entice the teen by shaking invitingly. Harry shrugged as he took one, immediately regretting the decision as the initial bitterness of the treat washed over his tongue, causing him to grimace at the almost burning sour taste. "How much sugar is in these?" he questioned. Dumbledore chuckled in mirth. "These are a recipe of my own," he revealed with a conspiratorial wink. "After many years of indulgence, I find my former brand and longer brings me the same joy," he explained sadly. Harry shook his head. "You'll have no teeth if you keep eating those," he deadpanned. "One of the benefits of being a wizard, Harry, is that we are able to grow as many sets as needed. I myself am on my third," he announced proudly. Harry snorted as Aleister Moody stepped out of the flaring fireplace and brushed the ash from his cloak, looking more tired than Harry had ever seen him. He took no time to exchange pleasantries with anyone, opting immediately to place himself behind the headmaster's desk and address those gathered. Is everyone here? He growled. Good, he declared without allowing anyone the opportunity to speak. There is much to discuss, and I don't have time to repeat myself, so keep your traps shut unless I ask you a question, he demanded. He plotted himself into Dumbledore's chair and groaned. The ministry is going to shit, he grumbled. Kingsley, explain, he commanded, gesturing the dark-skinned man impatiently. The man nodded as he rose, the attention of the room shifting towards him as he did so. Minister Crouch has decided to not name a replacement of his former post, insisting that he can manage both of the positions himself. Sit down, Kingsley, Moody barked. The short story is, we are buggered. He is leading raids himself and refusing to see reason, and because of his actions, 9 Aurors have lost their lives in the last 2 weeks alone. It's Crouch's prerogative to name his successor in the DMLE, Arthur Weasley interjected. Aye, Moody agreed. He was supposed to a week after he was elected, but changed his mind. I'm sorry, Alistair, but there is little we can do. We cannot interfere in ministry matters, and the Wisengamot can do nothing unless his ineptitude can be proven, Dumbledore pointed out apologetically. Moody cursed under his breath. Then the only thing left to say is that we now have solid proof that Voldemort is successfully recruiting from overseas. Robards and his team brought a bunch in, all marked, and in his service, he informed the room, resulting in concerned whispers being shared. That is grave news indeed, Dumbledore sighed. It could certainly sway things in his favor. Harry simply shook his head. Although his efforts had little impact on the rest of the world before, he had employed a similar tactic of bringing in foreign forces to bolster his own. Do we know where these people are from? Daedalus Diggle asked. Moody scratched his chin in thought before answering. Some Bulgarians, Russians, and Serbs, I think. Crouch himself interviewed them and had them carted off to Azkaban, except for one, he explained with a scowl. He apparently bought his freedom with some valuable information, he snorted. The only thing that has happened since are mostly failed raids, and we have only arrested some very minor players, most of them barely boys who don't know their arses from their wands. What information did the man give? Fenwick questioned. Moody shrugged. Be damned if I know, but Crouch left straight after and didn't even mention it when he came back, he shrugged. Harry frowned and thought. He knew Crouch could exercise leniency if the information was worthy. He had seen it in the pensive memory during his 4th year when he intruded upon it in this very room. He stood suddenly, paling at the impossible implications. The prisoner's name, what was it? He asked urgently. Huh, Moody asked dumbly, perturbed by Potter interrupting. The prisoner, the foreigner he let go, Harry replied. I don't know, Moody sighed. Igor Kar something or other. Igor Karkaroff, Harry probed desperately. Moody nodded. Yeah, that's it, he confirmed, his voice trailing off and frown deepening as Harry slammed his hand on the desk. Shit, the teen cursed. It's worse than you think. What are you blathering on about, Potter? Moody demanded, his own voice profoundly more worried. Harry shook his head. The less people that know about it, the better, he sighed. I can't explain it without mentioning other things, he added to Dumbledore. The headmaster nodded his understanding as he rose from his own seat. We will meet again in 2 days' time, he announced, unless of course it becomes prudent to do so beforehand. What is going on, Albus? Fenwick questioned in confusion as the rest of the order began to disperse. I fear I do not know, Benji, Dumbledore admitted. But if Harry believes that it is necessary to exercise caution, then we should trust his judgment. It appeared that Benji would protest at first, but any argument he had died on his tongue as he nodded his agreement, eyeing the youngest man in the room. He's been right so fey, he admitted. I am, however, available if needed. Thank you, my friend, the headmaster offered genuinely. Benji was the last to exit, leaving Harry alone, with Dumbledore and Moody. What's got you so rattled? The Auror asked. Harry released a deep sigh. Karkaroff was caught before, he answered, looking directly at Dumbledore. During his trial, he announced to the entire Wisengamot that Crouch's son was a Death Eater. During my 4th year, he impersonated a member of staff and played a part in delivering me to the graveyard, he explained. Dumbledore was positively disturbed by that, but was distracted by the barking laugh of his friend. Little Barty, Moody questioned in disbelief. I've known that boy for years. He's as much a Death Eater as Dumbledore, he exclaimed. Then that explains how he impersonated you so well, Harry muttered, causing the Auror's eyes to bulge comically. Emmy, Moody sputtered. Harry nodded. So well that even Dumbledore didn't suspect him. Moody shook his head. It can't be, not little Barty. He's such a lovely boy. So lovely that he handed me to Tom to be slaughtered, Harry bit back angrily. Moody grumbled under his breath as he narrowed his eyes at Harry. You are finally admitting that you are a time traveler. I'm admitting nothing, Harry returned heatedly. I'm just telling you what happened to me. Moody released a deep breath. You had better be right about this, Potter, he warned. It's the only thing that makes sense, Harry replied quietly. Alistair sighed dejectedly. So, what do we do about this? It's not as though we can just waltz in and accuse him. He's refusing any requests for meetings from almost everyone. He wouldn't deny a request from me, Harry surmised. The real Crouch would have questions about what I was doing with the Department of Mysteries, and any agent of Tom will want to see what weaknesses they can exploit, and being the Minister of Magic gives them the best chance for that, he explained. Moody shook his head. Too risky, he stated. He could either kill you or take you straight to him. No, he won't kill me, Harry countered confidently. Tom will want to kill me himself, and if he takes me to him, then that plays into my hands. And what about all of the plans we have put into place? Moody reminded him. I know they are not perfect, but it is the best we can do. Then I can use the opportunity to plant a few seeds of my own, manipulate the situation for our own benefit, Harry offered. Moody sighed as he scratched his chin. I don't like it, he mumbled, but the idea has merit. I'll know within minutes if it is an imposter, the teen assured them. I know it is risky, but the potential outweighs that. Moody agreed reluctantly. Albus. Dumbledore tugged his beard unhappily and nodded his consent. I too do not like putting you in such a position, Harry, but I believe it is necessary. Then it looks like I have a letter to write, the younger man declared, only to be interrupted by the appearance of a very familiar patroness, causing both Moody and Dumbledore to draw their wands cautiously. Andromeda has had the baby. Meet me at my parents', the voice of Bellatrix announced gleefully. A smile found its way onto Harry's lips as he faced the headmaster excitedly. Go on, Dumbledore chuckled, but please do ensure that both Professors Slughorn and McGonagall are aware of both of your absences. Harry hurried from the room, firing off a couple of patroni of his own, and leaving behind a still chuckling headmaster and bemused Auror. I forget that he is really still a boy, Alistair growled. A boy that has faced much more than many of us, Alistair. Moody nodded. When did it become common for Hogwarts students to use the Patronus charm so casually? Only since Harry has been here, Dumbledore answered, his eyes twinkling merrily. Break. Bellatrix dragged her younger sister towards the exit of the Hogwarts ground, eager to see the newest addition of the Black family. Narcissa's protests were ignored as she complained about the way she was being handled. Not only had she been dragged away from her studies with a hurried explanation as to why, she had not even been allowed even a moment to pack away her things. The baby isn't going anywhere, she muttered, surprised by how keen her older sibling was to meet their niece. Bellatrix had never shown any type of affectionate inclination towards children, and Narcissa had certainly been taken aback by her insistence. Her mutterings were ignored as she submitted to the treatment, she herself starting to lose herself in the moment of merriment and the prospect of seeing Andromeda's addition to the family line. Why couldn't we just flew? She grumbled. Bellatrix continued her efforts as she huffed. Because the flue has been turned off, she explained. Grandfather deactivated it a few weeks ago. Narcissa frowned and shook her head, releasing a shriek of surprise as they exited the gates and her sister sidelong apparated her without warning. "Don't ever do that again," she wheezed, doubled over to alleviate the sudden sickness that had befallen her. Bellatrix again ignored her younger sister and sent off a patroness, alerting those within the house she could not see to their presence, and began to pace restlessly back and forth, paying no heed to the plight of the platinum-haired girl she had unceremoniously brought along. It took a few minutes, but their father eventually made an appearance with a gentle crack of apparition, his usually kempt appearance absent, his hair and clothing disheveled, befitting a man whom had experienced quite the spectacle. "She's okay," he assured the duo. "Tired, but both her and the baby are doing well." Bellatrix smiled as he removed a slip of parchment from his pocket and urged each of them to read it before he burnt it to ashes with a simple flick of his wand. The family home shimmered into existence shortly afterwards, and Pollux led the way inside, gestured towards the stairs as he closed the front door. "Your mother, grandfather, and Theodore are with her," he informed them, the last name uttered with more than a little disdain. It had been decided during the prior weeks that the newly wedded couple should move in where it was safer, and where Drula could be readily available to assist her eldest daughter with the remaining days of her pregnancy. The decision had not been a popular one, but it had been Arcturus that had insisted upon it, and all knew it would be unwise to refuse his suggestion. Ignoring the bitterness displayed by her father, Bellatrix again took the arm of Narcissa and pulled her along, causing the girl to huff in frustration. As they reached the door to the bedroom, she motioned for her to be quiet as she knocked gently. They were ushered in by a teary-eyed, smiling Drula and were greeted by the sight of an exhausted, pale Andromeda propped up in her bed, beaming towards the bundle of white cloth she had clutched to her chest. Their grandfather was off to the side of the bed, looking on proudly, whilst a clearly traumatized Ted Tonks was perched on a chair, a dumbfounded, almost blank expression marring his features. "Andy," Bellatrix whispered loudly as she approached the woman. Andromeda gave her a weak smile as she nodded towards the babe she held, her own eyes understandably wet, her hair in disarray. "It's a girl," she croaked happily. Bellatrix grinned as she spied a tuft of brown hair protruding from within the blanket and held her arms up expectantly. "Can I?" she questioned nervously. Andromeda nodded as she adjusted herself and tentatively handed her sister her niece, her own lips quirking upwards as the usually brash girl gently cradled the baby in the crook of her arm. "She's so tiny," Bellatrix exclaimed as she ran a finger along the pudgy hand. "She's a few weeks early, but the healer said she is well," Andromeda replied happily. "Did father hold her?" Andromeda nodded. "I imagine he's comforting himself with a glass of whiskey by now," Drula interjected with a wicked grin. "He missed Narcissa's birth, so I made him stay for this one to make up for it." Bellatrix smirked as she remembered her father's appearance as they arrived. "Can I hold her?" Narcissa piped up, eyeing the baby curiously. Bellatrix nodded and helped situate the bundle in her arms, ensuring it was secure before taking a step back. "Awa, she's so cute," the blonde gushed. "Your Aunt Sissy is going to spoil you." "How are you holding up, Ted?" Bellatrix questioned amusedly. The young man startled as he became aware that he was being addressed and shook his head. "I've never been so terrified in my life," he mumbled. "I think your sister broke my fingers," he added with a frown, holding up the two swollen digits. "Ah, poor Theodore, it's not like you just had to squeeze her out of your—" "Andromeda," Drula chided, "I would appreciate it if you did not finish that sentence." The eldest black daughter stifled a chuckle as she patted Ted's knee comfortingly. "I thought Potter would have arrived with you," Arcturus stated questioningly. "He's been more excited than any of us about this little one." "I sent a patroness to him. I imagine he'll be here soon," Bellatrix answered confidently. His confidence was not unfounded, as the young man in question entered the room only a few moments later, his eyes alight in anticipation as he spied the babe in the arms of the youngest black sister. "It's a girl," Bellatrix confirmed with a smile. Harry smirked, unsurprised by the revelation as he held out his arms expectantly. Narcissa frowned lightly as she handed her niece over, gently placing her in his cradled appendages. "Awa," he cooed uncharacteristically, his eyes bright and suspiciously watered. After his slight outburst, he became pensive as a myriad of memories of the woman, the babe, would become surfaced within his mind, and he found himself smiling as thoughts of the clumsy, colorful Auror played out. "What have you named her?" he questioned somewhat nervously. "We haven't." "Nymphadora," Andromeda answered, cutting her husband off with a pointed look. Ted's smile was almost as wide as Harry's as he nodded his agreement. Bellatrix grimaced. "She won't forgive you for that," she mumbled. "Well, I think it's a lovely name," Narcissa interjected. "It suits her." Having heard her chosen name, the rest of the conversation had washed over Harry as he continued to look upon the bundle, a pair of light blue eyes meeting his own as she began to wake from her slumber. For a tense moment, her stare burned into his, and she scrunched her face in apparent concentration. "Oh no," Harry moaned worriedly, fearing that he was soon to be the recipient of a wet, warm arm. Bellatrix snickered at his predicament and shook her head, refusing to come to his aid despite his pleading expression. "You wanted to hold her. You deal with the consequences," she all but demanded as she turned her nose in the air dramatically. "Traitor," Harry muttered as he looked back towards the baby, preparing himself to tackle the mess he would be faced with, only to find her eyes were no longer the light blue, but a reflection of his own emerald orbs. He startled in surprise as he chuckled, and looked on with pride before turning his attention to a narrow-eyed Bellatrix. "False alarm," he declared as he angled the child for her to see. Her eyes bugged as she looked between the boy and the babe in shock, a cacophony of different thoughts and scenarios plaguing her of how such a thing could be. Her nostrils flared as she looked towards her sister in righteous fury and disgust, seething uncontrollably at the implications. Her attention was pulled back towards Harry, who was shaking in mirth, as the other occupants in the room looked on in confusion. "No," he denied firmly, "not what you think." "Then you had better explain, Potter," she heaved. It took a moment to compose himself, finding her reaction both terrifying but also sweet in a way. "What is going on?" Andromeda questioned, meekly, having wilted under the unwarranted glare of her younger sister. "She's a metamorph," Harry announced. Bellatrix deflated and shot Andromeda an apologetic look as Arcturus barged his way past to get a look at his great-granddaughter, his mouth opening in awe. Andromeda seemingly snapped out of a daze that had took hold at the declaration and spotted the now green eyes of her daughter, very reminiscent of the boy that still held her. You thought that me and him?" she questioned with disgust. Bellatrix looked sheepish as she shrugged whilst Harry choked. "What's wrong with me?" he spluttered indignantly. Andromeda blushed as she shook her head. "Nothing," she denied, "but I'm sure I'd remember if we had," she added with a wink causing her sister to narrow her gaze on her once more. Harry wisely closed his mouth and looked towards a still gaping Arcturus. "I told you it would be a good thing," he muttered in the older man's ear. Arcturus did not seem pleased by this, as his own steely glare bored into the teen. "I think she might be hungry," he commented offhandedly. "We should let Andromeda and Theodore rest too." Without any further word, Harry returned Nymphadora to her mother and gave Ted a firm handshake of congratulations before exiting the room with Bellatrix, Drusilla, Narcissa, and Arcturus in tow. "Narcissa," the older man addressed the girl, "take your mother and check on your father whilst I have a word with these two," he instructed. Narcissa nodded and followed her mother in search of her father, offering a final look towards the trio as she made her way down the stairs and disappeared from sight. "You knew," Arcturus accused. Harry shrugged. "I had my suspicions," he corrected. "Just because it happened before, it didn't mean it would again, but I knew it might." Arcturus sighed and nodded. "Did you know her well?" he questioned. "I met her a few times," Harry confirmed. "Nymphadora Tonks," he sighed wistfully. Merlin forbid you actually call her by her first name, he added ruefully. She's going to hate Andy for that, Bellatrix added. Harry nodded and grinned. You have no idea, he concurred. What was she like? Arcturus broke in. Rebellious, clumsy, quick-witted, and even quicker with her wand, he reeled off. Being a black, I thought she would have taken after her father, but it's easy to see where she got it from, he finished with a whisper. There's not been a metamorph born in Britain in recent history, and one to the black line in a half a millennia, Arcturus mused aloud, ignoring Harry's last comment. She will be a brilliant witch, Harry declared. She's a black, Arcturus stated as though that was all that mattered. Anyway, you should be off, you're supposed to be at school, he reminded them. Harry sighed. I do have a letter to write, he reminded himself. His visage became grave as he spoke his next words. Avoid the ministry also if you can, he implored. Something is wrong with Crouch, and we are almost certain that it is someone else posing as him. Arcturus frowned. He has requested a meeting with me tomorrow, he informed them. Then make an excuse not to go. I'm working on it, he assured the man. The older man huffed and nodded. When will this damn madness end? He grumbled. Fine, I can use the little one's birth to delay it. Best check with Charles too, just in case, he finished as he bid them farewell. I'd best get Narcissa, Bellatrix muttered. She doesn't have her license yet. Harry took her arm before she could leave and squeezed it gently. You didn't actually think that your sister and me. Bellatrix shook her head and gave him a sad smile. Just me jumping to the worst conclusion, she sighed. I know you would never do that to me. Good, he mumbled as he pulled her into his arms. There never will be anyone else, I promise. She smiled as she nuzzled into him and gripped him tightly between the legs. There had better not be, she warned, or I will take these as a memento after all. With that said, she released him and swayed her hips purposefully as she went to fetch her sister and smirking as she watched him grimace at the thought of what her retribution would entail if even the thought crossed his mind. Break. For 3 long days, Harry waited impatiently to see his plans pay dividends, filling the hours with some light training and snatched moments with Bellatrix. When he was not indulging in these, his time was spent within the pensive, revisiting all of the memories he had of the imposter Alastor Moody, studying the man for any quirks or notable habits the man expressed. The missive he had sent had been little more than a formal, brief offering of pleasantries, and a request for a private audience at the convenience of the new minister to discuss things pertaining to the Dark Lord. Without revealing too much, he alluded to the fact that he had been working with a department associated with the ministry with the hope that it would pique the curiosity further and prompt the man to act with haste. It was on the morning of the 4th day that he received the awaited reply whilst enjoying breakfast in the great hall. He had watched the rafters intently for the arrival of the morning post, picking haphazardly at his eggs and toast. He sighed in relief as he spied Hedwig swooping circles around the hall amongst the other post owls. After she had been relieved of her burden, she helped herself to some bacon from Sirius' plate, much to his irritation before she took her leave and headed back to the owlery. Harry broke the wax seal of the minister and frowned slightly as he absorbed its contents, now both apprehensive yet pleased at the prospect of making significant progress. Much could be determined by the impending interaction, but he would have to employ all the cunning and guile he possessed to bring anything to fruition. He read the letter again to ensure that he had not overlooked anything and to give himself the peace of mind that nothing outwardly nefarious was afoot. Dear Mr. Potter, you have my apologies for the delay in replying to yourself. As I am sure you are aware, my current duties leave very little time to allow for meetings such as the one you have requested. However, I believe that a meeting between ourselves is both necessary and prudent, so I would be much obliged if you could join me at your convenience this afternoon to discuss that of which you mentioned in your previous correspondence. It is imperative that we have all information pertaining to the self-styled Dark Lord, so that we may experience success in bringing an end to the threat he poses upon our world. If the time offered is inconvenient, then please do respond in a timely manner, and I will endeavor to offer an alternative. I look forward to conversing with you in person. Bartemius Crouch, Minister of Magic, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. As expected, the reply he received was both short and blunt, everything that Barty Crouch himself was. There was little to be gleaned from the note itself, but it did provide the opportunity he had sought, something he took comfort in. One step closer, he sighed as he waved the letter to the other teens. He had briefly explained his plan without revealing the suspicions he held of the true identity of the minister. He was certain that the others knew he was withholding much in comparison to what he had told them, but it was necessary to give him the best chance of a desirable outcome. Bellatrix, Dumbledore, Arcturus, Charles, and Moody were aware of everything, and with their assistance, he had put into place several contingencies in the event that he was walking into a trap, or if he found himself in a situation in which he needed to escape quickly. Dumbledore himself had demonstrated his own genius by creating a unique portkey for the teen. For over an hour, Harry had been subjected to the discomfort of having a tooth removed and replaced with the implement. Now, embedded in his gum was a password-activated portkey that would bring him directly the office of the man. A perk of being a rather powerful warlock and the headmaster, he had chuckled as Harry rubbed his jaw irritably. If all had gone as intended, then there should be no wards that could negate it. Harry, however, was taking no chances. He would also take the cloak, the Elder Wand, one of his own wands, and several other items that would assist him if he did indeed find himself in the direst of situations. Though he was confident that it would not be the case. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Bellatrix whispered worriedly. Harry shrugged. "It is the best we have and worth the risk," he replied with certainty. "I still don't like it," she sighed. "Just don't do anything stupid." Harry snorted as he shook his head. "I won't," he promised. "In and out as quickly as possible," he added with a reassuring smile. He waited until after lunch before he made his departure, his own nervousness mounting as he apparated away from Hogsmeade and arrived at the main entrance to the ministry. By chance, he ended up in the same stall he found himself in the day he had arrived and took a moment to reflect on how much his life had changed. He had come here, both terrified of what he had to face, yet confident that his task had been made exponentially easier with the foresight he had, a foresight that was now null and void. Things had changed rapidly, and he had become more involved with the conflict than he had previously planned to be, and events that had come to pass prior no longer had, and he could not be certain if such a thing was positive. Shaking himself from his reverie, he flushed himself into the atrium and quickly found himself amongst the busy throngs of the workers, each going about their day, paying little heed to his sudden appearance. He made his way to the security desk with little issue and handed over one of his own wands to the inspector. Purply Heart and Ebony with a Thistral and Ukrainian Ironbelly core. The man grunted disinterestedly as he handed it back. Harry slotted it back in the holster on his right arm and took the nearby golden-gated elevator the required floor. "Minister Crouch is indisposed today," the young secretary announced as he approached her, her gaze not leaving the parchment she was scribbling on. "I think you'll find he is expecting me." The woman huffed in agitation as she slammed her quill down and finally met his stare. She shot to her feet and began frantically apologizing, and Harry simply waved her off. "He is expecting you, Mr. Potter. I will inform him of your arrival." She hurriedly left to carry out her duty and returned a few short moments later, again offering her apologies as she led him to the familiar office, this one guarded by a grim-looking auror. "For security purposes, you are to leave your wand in my possession whilst meeting with the minister," the man announced gruffly. Harry had anticipated that this would happen and surrendered his wand without quarrel. The auror stowed it within his robes and removed a secrecy sensor and began probing the teen from the neck down without prompt. He swallowed nervously as the device ran over his left forearm, praying that the Elder Wand would prove elusive. He almost sighed in relief as there was no reaction to that or the shrunken box. he had stashed upon his person also, layered with every privacy and secrecy charm that himself and Dumbledore could lay upon it. "Do you have any other item to declare?" the Auror questioned monotonously. Harry simply shook his head, and the Auror nodded. "Then have a nice day, sir. Your wand will be returned to you after your appointment is concluded." Harry gave the man a nod of gratitude as he stepped past and entered the office, finding it much less welcoming than it had been when its previous user had occupied it. "Mr. Potter, do take a seat," Crouch offered from his own. Taking in his appearance, Harry noted the fatigue lining his eyes, the dark circles caused by lack of sleep, and the pallid skin of a man carrying a heavy burden. He had aged considerably since the last time he had seen him within the Great Hall all those months ago, to the point that even his mustache had lost most of its luster. "Thank you, Minister," the teen offered with a bow, "and thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to see." Barty merely nodded as he leaned forward, his visage as steely as ever. "It is of no consequence, Mr. Potter," he dismissed. "I myself had intended on approaching you in the same vein. You merely acted before I could. Can I offer you some refreshment?" he finished cordially, gesturing to a pitcher of water. Harry accepted a goblet and only drank after the minister had, not trusting the man to have not tampered with the liquid in some way. It would have been a very bold move, but one that Voldemort would certainly employ if given the opportunity. "I really only wanted to clear the air, Minister," Harry began after a minute of awkward silence. "Our last experience of one another was not exactly positive," he reminded the man. A ghost of a frown marred his features, but disappeared as quickly as it formed. "Not to worry, it is all in the past," he stated diplomatically. For many, the slip would have gone unnoticed, but the discomfort of the man shone and the suspicions of him only grew stronger. Instead of commenting further, Harry decided to press on. "I imagine you wish to discuss the business I had with the previous minister," he probed, wishing to see if the man was even aware of his previous dealings. He was met with another brief expression of confusion before he cleared his throat and nodded. "I must admit I am curious," he conceded. "Though I do apologize. I am aware that you had dealings with Millicent, but I have had very little time to investigate further. I'm sure you understand." "I do," Harry returned before sighing. "In all honesty, we managed very little," he shrugged. Crouch nodded and he frowned. "What was it you were working on exactly? I can only assume it involved the current Dark Lord issue. It is, of course, well known that you have been both vocal and vital in preventing some of his efforts." Harry nodded contritely, allowing his eyes to widen boyishly. "Oh, yes," he exclaimed. "The minister asked me to help her with looking into the dark mark to see if there was any way it could be used against him." "And what did you learn?" the minister questioned hungrily, his tongue darting out quickly to moisten his lips. The man had relaxed and inadvertently played his hand. The darting tongue had all but confirmed his suspicion, and Harry felt elated, though concerned at just how right he had been. "Very little," he reiterated, not even having to feign the frustration he felt at how difficult the task had proven to be. "I managed to identify most of the magic of the mark, but could not deduce how it was all tied together. Any attempt I made to manipulate or dissect it further resulted in the carrier being stripped of their magic and the mark vanishing," he explained heatedly. This could not be further from the truth, but Crouch certainly did not need to know this. The mark had in fact become a part of his current plans and would be used to what he hoped would be great effect. "That is a shame," Crouch muttered, though his eyes held more relief than disappointment. "It is," Harry agreed, and Minister Bagnold was taken before any other progress could be made. Crouch nodded in understanding. "Not to worry, Mr. Potter," he soothed. "Although your efforts bore little fruit, I can assure you that we are doing all we can. I must, however, insist that you no longer involve yourself in our efforts. You are still a student after all and have no official authority to do so," he said warningly. Harry bowed obligingly. "Of course, Minister. There is little else I can do other than ensure the safety of my family, which will be secured, I hope, within the week." Crouch balked at the declaration, but a thought had his alight almost immediately. "You wouldn't be insinuating that you are using wards not approved to secure that, would you?" he asked, his eyes narrowed. Harry chuckled. "I assure you, Minister, that is not the case. Minister Bagnold approved them before she died. It has taken me a while, but the homes of those close to me are very secure. I have only the Fadelius to cast over Potter Manor, and then they will be complete." Crouch frowned in frustration, his hands curling into fists on the top of his desk. "And you have cast the charm over other properties?" Harry nodded. "With permission," he reaffirmed. "The secret keepers have been very carefully chosen and are to remain hidden within the properties until it is safe." The jaw of the minister clenched in anger, his eyes trying but failing to hide the worry he felt. "But not your own home?" he asked, the hint of desperation near inaudible. "Not yet," Harry confirmed. "It will be very taxing to cover the entire property, but it will be done soon. The wards there are very powerful even if the older ones are flawed and prevent some new ones being added," he finished with a frown. "Of course, that is an issue with some of the older wards you find on family manors. They are strong but outdated," he stated knowledgeably. Harry released a deep breath in agreement. "Well, I am sorry. But I do have much to attend to," Crouch sighed. "I am pleased, though, that we managed to have a discussion and reach an understanding," he said as he offered the young man his hand. Harry stood and took it, readily accepting his dismissal. "Thank you for your time, Minister. I am pleased we managed to clear the air. I did not want you to think that what I was doing was in any way done to compromise your own work." "Think nothing of it, Potter. So long as you understand that it is the responsibility of the ministry to deal with this threat, then we shall have no point of contention in the future." Harry acquiesced with a final bow and exited the office. The on-guard Auror promptly returned his wand, and he entered the elevator to make his way back to Hogwarts, a victorious grin plastered across his face as he praised his sleuthing ability. His work was done. Now all that was left was to see if Tom would take the bait, something that Harry was quite certain in, despite the discomfort he felt at welcoming the man into his own home. "Break." Tom Marvolo Riddle absent-mindedly stroked the head of his recently acquired familiar, a beautiful female boa constrictor, with a few modifications of his own genius. It would not serve him well to have a companion that could not defend itself sufficiently after all. The few weeks since his successful elimination of the former minister could scarcely have been better for the man. Not only had his ranks swelled considerably due to his efforts in recruitment from overseas, he now had a man posing as the new minister himself, none other than Barty's own son. He once again laughed in amusement at this development, a stroke of genius that he could not, however, claim as his own. It mattered not. It was an opportunity that he could not afford to pass up, despite not knowing the boy as well as he would have liked before allowing such a bold move. The ministry may have found a way to prevent his followers from being in the building, but none would ever suspect the minister. And now, he knew every move they would make and, with the help of his newest loyal member, had managed to kill some of the mudbloods that had been allowed to take up position within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, thanks to the planned raids of the minister. His ministrations ceased as the door to his private study was flung open, admitting the very young man he had been pondering, breathing heavily, no doubt from running. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Lord's wand was in his hand, and the intruder was writhing on the floor, screaming in agony. The curse was half-hearted at best, but a reminder of courtesy was still needed for the impudent boy. In truth, the Dark Lord himself was rather exhausted. For the past weeks, much of his time had been spent marking the newest members he had welcomed, a long and arduous task, and the reason he had sought out his privacy. He was tired of the prostrating, posturing, and declarations of loyalty. Most of them sickened him, were little more than a number, and would offer very little to his cause. They largely reeked of mediocrity, but young Barty had proven otherwise. He was shrewd, a remarkably gifted duelist as one would expect of the boy raised by a man like Barty Crouch SR, and had a keen mind that birthed ideas such as the one he was currently putting to use. "Is it so difficult to remember to knock on a closed door?" Voldemort hissed. Barty panted heavily and grimaced as he made his way to his knees. "My apologies, my lord. It will not happen again." Voldemort narrowed his eyes before giving a single nod and gesturing for the boy to stand. "See that it doesn't," he warned. "Now, what cause do you have to intrude on my personal time?" Barty swallowed deeply. "I had the meeting with Potter," he answered. The Dark Lord shot to his feet and approached the boy. Gripping his chin tightly, his gaze bored into his own fearfully as he perused the meeting that had taken place between his subordinate and the enigma that was the green-eyed teen. Once he was satisfied, he smirked and pushed Crouch away roughly before packing thoughtfully back and forth. He knew that infiltrating Hogwarts to get to the boy was not an option. The wards, although not impossible to break, would be far too taxing to risk. He had considered luring the boy by attacking the Black properties, but again dismissed the idea. Not only were the wards amongst that most dangerous to even attempt breaching, he had had no luck locating the places, and now he knew why. He gritted his teeth as the conversation between Barty and Potter again played in his mind. He was not keen on attacking Potter Manor. It was an unknown, but may now be his only option in the very limited window he now had. Harry had been forthcoming with what he had revealed, and it was impossible for him to know of the imposter minister. Only Barty and the Dark Lord had been made privy to anything involving the plan. Not even his most trusted men knew of it. He shook his head. There was no conceivable way the boy could know. He turned sharply to Barty, his lips twisting into a sinister grin. "You have done very well," he praised. "You will continue to play your role as you were and keep me informed of any developments. I also need you to gather any and all information you can on Potter Manor as quickly as possible. We have very little time after all," he instructed. "Of course, my lord," Barty answered before leaving promptly. The Dark Lord took his seat once more and continued petting the snake, turning the thought of his plan over in his mind, grinning once more at the prospect of finally killing the boy that had fast become an increasing irritant. "We have him, my sweet." With his next move firmly decided, he swept from the room to gather his men. It was time to inform the others, and then he could turn his attention to his loftier goals. But first, Harry Potter had to be dealt with. The threat that he possessed could not be allowed to linger any longer. "Break. What do you know of Cassiopeia Black?" Remus questioned as they entered the great hall for dinner. Harry gave the other boy a speculative smirk as he took his seat as Narcissa clicked her tongue and shook her head. Since the wedding, her presence had become more common amongst them, not that any had any objections. She was a pleasant young lady, and her wand was certainly as sharp as her wit. It was abundantly clear she harbored an affection towards the werewolf, something that James and Peter had teased him for mercilessly. Sirius, however, had glared at his friend and given him a few unveiled threats on how he expected his younger cousin to be treated, contrary to his usual attitude towards his family. "I've only met her a few times," Harry shrugged in reply. "She seems nice enough, but she is a Black, so I imagine there's that side to watch out for. Why?" Narcissa huffed. "We are not all curse-mad lunatics," she growled. Harry chuckled as he held up his hands in surrender. "I never said you were, but your family reputation precedes you all. You should all be approached with caution, that's all I'm saying." Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she smirked. "And don't you forget it, Potter. I'm still amazed that you are in one piece. You ended up with the sister with the shortest temper and tendency to cause pain if you upset her," she said gleefully as she cut into her chicken. "Why are you asking about Cassie?" he inquired once more. Remus swallowed his mouthful of food as he shot a weary glance to the blonde. "She wrote to me just after Bagnold was killed," he revealed. "She said that if I get good enough grades in my NEWTS, then she will take me on as an apprentice." Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise. "From what I know, she's a very good enchantress. I imagine Arcturus spoke to her about you." "That's what worries me," Remus muttered. "Grandfather likes you," Narcissa broke in with a bright smile. "If he didn't, then he would have killed you after your request at the wedding," she added with a mischievous smirk. Remus flinched. "He told you about that," he choked. Narcissa nodded demurely. He did, she confirmed as she leaned in towards his ear. It was very sweet of you. Remus sighed deeply. You know what I am. Her nostrils flared, and Harry could not help but notice the similarity between her and her older sister as she did so. She grabbed his cheeks firmly and chastised him with a simple look. You are an intelligent, kind, and better man than anyone could ask for, she ground out. Don't you dare belittle yourself for something you cannot help, she hissed. Remus took her hands gently as he shook his head. People will look down on you. Not only that, I am a danger to you, he replied fiercely. Narcissa's expression hardened, the defiance in her eyes becoming more prominent. Only if we are not careful. Now, shut up and eat your dinner, Remus. Harry snorted in amusement, causing Remus to glare at him. Welcome to the world where the black women reign supreme, he quipped, offering the boy a toast with his goblet. The werewolf shook his head, but couldn't hide his smile. Ever since he had been taking the wolfsbane, life had been much easier. The pain he experienced during his transformations had lessened considerably, and he was always aware and in control of the wolf, and even leading up to the full moon, he was not as prone to his bouts of weakness as he had been prior, something he was grateful for. For the most part, however, things had remained mostly the same. The other Marauders still insisted on being with him in his hours as the wolf, something that he could never hope to repay them for. And what does Sirius have to say about the two of you? Harry asked. He doesn't know much, Narcissa answered with a careless shrug. He will just have to deal with it when the time is right. He'll be fine, Harry assured them. He will rant and rave like he did with me and Bella, but he will be happy for you. If he doesn't kill me first, Remus grumbled. He nearly cursed me when he found out she likes me. He won't like it when he knows I feel the same. Harry laughed. Sirius had a very skewed morality when it came to his family. He vehemently denied holding any affection for them, but was the first to intervene at any perceived threat or slight against them. I will deal with him if necessary, Harry promised, though I think Sissy here will put him in place before he even considers reacting poorly. The girl offered a wicked grin in response, as they were joined by the rest of the group at the Gryffindor table. Your being sat here isn't going to make you popular, Bellatrix joked as she took her seat next to her sister. I'd like to see someone do something about it, the girl replied warningly. Bellatrix shook her head, not doubting the younger Black's words. Anything? She asked as she turned her attention to Harry, who gave her a barely perceptible shake of his head. Waiting was the worst part by far. Everything he could do had been done, and it was that knowledge that kept him grounded. The moment he had arrived back at Hogwarts, he had spoken to Dumbledore, and then Moody about his certainty of Couch being impersonated by his son. Moody had not been convinced entirely, but had reluctantly agreed to apprehend the man as soon as Harry gave him the signal, and had also been working with Kingsley to ensure the Aurors they knew to be loyal would be ready to arrive when needed. Not a thing, he sighed, but it's coming and soon I can feel it in my bones, he said darkly. Bellatrix gave his knee a comforting squeeze as tremor ran through her own body at his declaration, unaware that the foreboding words he spoke would be proven true only a matter of hours later. Break. The sun had yet to rise as Harry was startled from his slumber, his breath hitched and body stiffening with realization. Unconsciously, his arm tightened around the lithe form pressed against him, stirring her from her own rest. What is it? Bellatrix questioned worriedly, her sleepy expression clearing immediately. Harry swallowed deeply and closed his eyes. He's coming, he stated emotionlessly. Bellatrix squeezed her own shut as she slumped into him and nodded reluctantly, causing Harry to spring into action. The relaxed teen she had come to love was nowhere to be seen as he transformed into the warrior she knew. She could only watch as he fired off several patronesses, withdrew his trunk, and began changing into clothing suitable for battle. He paused as he pulled on a peculiar pair of leather trousers and reached into the trunk once more. She deftly caught the package he threw in her direction and looked at it, a frown marring her features. If you insist on coming, then you will wear it, he almost commanded. It's not perfect, but it will protect you from some things, he explained as he pulled on and zipped up a jacket that matched the bottoms. Is this dragon? Harry nodded. The one that I killed at Bagnolds, he answered as he slipped on a pair of boots. I had them made just after for all of us. Bellatrix smiled weakly as she too began dressing, unable to still the trembling wreaking havoc through her. Are you wearing the cloak? No, Harry replied. It's too dangerous to be invisible on a battlefield. Bellatrix sighed and nodded her agreement as she approached him and wrapped her arms around his torso. Please, don't do anything stupid. I couldn't bear to lose you, she pleaded. He placed a kiss on top of her head as he released a deep breath. You know I can't make any promises, Bella. I will do everything I can to come out of this for you, but if I have to die to keep you all safe, then I will. She sobbed, knowing that there was little she could say or do otherwise. It was not something that she could accept as readily as he seemingly had, but she would not have the final words spoken between them being something she would regret. They remained silently in the embrace of one another, until a loud knocking at the door ended the moment, and Harry gave her a final passionate kiss before he opened it, revealing the rest of their group clad in identical dress to their own. No words were exchanged as they entered, each sporting a complexion paler than usual, though their eyes were tinged with desperation. As they gathered, Harry removed the portkey that would take them to Potter Manor and looked upon each one once more. None of you have to do this. If any of you want to stay, then you can, and I will not hold anything against you, he offered sincerely. Peter was the first to step forward, standing as tall as his diminutive frame would allow, shaking his head. I didn't spend this whole year training for nothing. Where you go, we all go, Harry. I'm not the best with a wand, but I couldn't live with myself knowing that I was not there, no matter what happens, he finished resolutely. Harry was more than a little touched by the sentiment, as the others nodded their agreement. Then it is time, he announced. Everything is in place and ready to go. Each of them placed a finger on the Potter crest, and with a final, determined nod, Harry activated the portkey to lead them into what he knew would be the final confrontation. No matter what was to come, it would end today. He had assured that with his own actions over the past several weeks. Break. Alistair Moody reveled in the peace of the early morning start. For as long as he cared to remember, he had made a point to arrive at the office before sunrise so that he could simply bask in the rare, casual atmosphere of his place of work. For the most part, the room was abuzz with activity, shouted conversations, orders, and a plethora of annoying memos buffeting against him as they made their way to the person in which they were addressed to. Being here this early meant that he had none of this tolerate. The Aurors that worked overnight were in the field, leaving the office remote, the perfect place to drink his morning coffee and prepare for the hectic day ahead. He had chosen this life. It suited his personality well as he had never married, though it had almost happened in his younger years, but had never come to pass. Instead, the man had dedicated himself to his career, something that he had never once held regret for. It was both an honorable and noble choice, kept his rather pedestrian lifestyle well, and gave him purpose. Morning, Alistair, Gawain greeted as he entered, the first dregs of men to arrive following suit, though none acting as familiar. Gawain Robards, his former protégé, was one of very few men the senior Auror held in any regard. He was a damned good man, fierce with a wand, and had as sharp a mind as any. Just about the only man in the department that deserved his place here, the majority of the others lacking in some way or other. Gawain, Moody acknowledged with as much affection as any would expect. How are Adam and Lynette? Adam is 6 now and a terror, the man chuckled in response. He keeps her busy, but she dotes on him something rotten when I'm here. Moody barked in laughter. He had met the boy a handful of times and did not doubt the words of his father. I bet she does, he offered with a grin. That boy is too much like you, he added as he pointed an accusing finger. I still remember when you first arrived here fresh out of Hogwarts, bouncing off the walls. I could have murdered you some of those days. Gawain laughed. I was full of energy and dreams of glory, he deadpanned. We all grow up, Alistair. Aye, we do. You turned out all right in the end. Before the man could reply, he was interrupted by the arrival of a large serpentine patroness. It's time, it spoke in an unfamiliar voice. Moody immediately shot to his feet. Well, Gawain, there's still some time for that glory if you want it, he questioned as he tapped his wand to his badge, alerting the minister to an emergency. Why, what's happening? The Dark Lord is making his move against Potter, and we have a job to do. What job? Gawain asked skeptically. The minister is being impersonated by an agent of the Dark Lord. That was our cue to take him out. Gawain balked at the insinuation and grabbed his mentor's arm tightly. Are you certain of this? He hissed. Moody shook his head. No, but Potter is, and I've learnt to trust his instincts. He's not been wrong yet. Gawain nodded. Then let us hope this isn't the first time he is, or we both take a one-way trip to Azkaban. Aye, Moody agreed. Ready the men, I will handle the spy. Gawain hurried away and began rallying the other Aurors as instructed, whilst Moody awaited the arrival of Crouch, who arrived a few moments later. What is the emergency, Moody? He demanded as he marched towards the man, through the now chaotic office. Just one thing, Minister, Moody answered as he closed the distance between them. Before Crouch was aware, Moody felled him with a powerful, stunning spell and caught the man as he went limp. What the bloody hell are you doing, Moody, you mad bastard? Another Auror screamed. Calm yourself, Ratcliffe, Moody commanded. This man is an impostor. Now tie him up. Davis and Collier will stay with him. As soon as he wakes, arrest him. He will be marked. The two men complied immediately and dragged the minister between them towards the holding cells. The rest of you are with me. The Dark Lord is attacking, and I'd bet he's coming with force, so you'd best be on your game. I don't want to have to pay too many visits to your families when this is all over. Break. Although Potter Manor appeared to be serene, those within were preparing for the impending breach of the wards and the inevitable attack of the Dark Lord. The teens arrived in one of the main parlor rooms, as intended, and were met with the sight of a rather subdued collection of witches and wizards. Frank, Alice exclaimed as she threw herself into the man's arms. It had been a difficult task for Harry, Charles, and Arcturus to choose whom they would have assembled with them. They needed to show they were putting up a fight, but did not want to appear as though they were aware this attack would happen. Because of this, they had each chosen a handful of people they trusted implicitly to be here from the start. Father, Sirius questioned in disbelief. Orion Black smirked as he pulled his eldest son into a brief yet tight embrace. What are you doing here? Orion chuckled. I'm a Black, Sirius, he replied. When one of us go to war, we all go to war, the man declared firmly. And Mother? Orion shook his head. She tried to stop me and is currently stunned, bound, and gagged in my solar. She's not going anywhere, he explained with an amused glint in his eye. Sirius laughed as he took in the sight of his uncle greeting Bellatrix and his Aunt Cassie seemingly grilling a very flustered Remus. He had expected his grandfather to be here, but not the others, and for the first time in his life, he felt proud to carry the name Black. The reunion with his father was interrupted as Harry cleared his throat, garnering the attention of those within the room. His own visage was stony, his emerald eyes glowing with repressed power, every bit the leader he had grown to become. We all know why we are here and what is waiting for us out there, he near whispered, pointing towards the grounds of the property. Tom Riddle and his followers are coming to kill us, and they will do so by any means necessary. This is one of those times where we must fight fire with fire. If you want to live to see tomorrow, then you must do the same, he urged gravely. His gaze swept across the room and locked eyes with a few people, as though testing their worth. I will handle Tom, he informed them. He is a very dangerous man, but I know him better than any. Your job is to deal with whatever it is he brings. Those gathered nodded their heads in understanding, some reluctantly. Peter, Harry addressed the small young man, there's a strong chance he will have giants. I want those to be your main priority. You will take Remus to watch your back along with Cassiopeia. Show her how your little weapons work," he instructed. Peter swallowed nervously, but gave a firm nod as he removed a shrunken trunk from within his jacket. "Lord Black and my father will lead our main force. Pollux and Orion will be with them. The Aurors will join up with you as soon as the wards fall, as will the Order of the Phoenix," Harry continued. "James, Sirius, Lily, Marlene, and Alice will lead the defense against any Dementors. Everyone capable of casting a Patronus has been instructed to join you, so you should be fine. If needed, Bellatrix will help you also." "And where will I be?" the girl in question interjected with narrowed eyes. Harry gave her a wan smile as he took her hands. "You'll be watching my back. You will keep everyone away from myself and Tom, making sure no one interferes." Bellatrix nodded her agreement. "How long do we have?" Pollux questioned. Harry closed his eyes and focused on the wards of the property, including the ones he himself had put in place recently. "About 20 minutes, give or take," he answered seriously. "Time for a little liquid courage, then," the man announced, removing a bottle of fire whiskey from within his robes. Charles shook his head as he summoned some glasses and accepted a generous measure from the man. "To our survival," Pollux toasted, a sentiment echoed by all. Harry drained his own glass as he approached Doria. "You know what it is you have to do," he muttered. The woman nodded and gave him a motherly hug. "I know," she confirmed. "Just remember the words and you will be fine," he assured her. Doria nodded and took her leave, preparing herself for what she would be facing in the coming battle. Once the glasses had been drained, a tense silence fell upon the room as some sought comfort in the arms of their loved ones, whilst others contemplated the situation they were in. They were nervous, as they should be, but all seemed confident in what they knew of the plan. None voiced any objections as they prepared themselves mentally to face the Dark Lord and his gathering, some praying, others ensuring their wands were in order, and some taking the time to protect themselves to the best of their abilities. "He's here," Harry finally declared as he stood and made his way to the still silent grounds, the air slightly crisper than it should be this time of the year. "Where? I don't see anything," Frank whispered harshly. As if answering the man's question, a large contingency of masked individuals emerged from the distant line of trees, led by none other than the Dark Lord himself, who wore a victorious grin as he approached, his followers in his wake in disorganized ranks. Amongst them were the expected giants, armed with their usual clubs, but this time carrying large shields crafted from bronze, an unexpected development. Behind and above were a few scores of Dementors floating lazily, content to await the command of the man leading them. The oddest thing, however, was Voldemort's appearance. It was almost familiar to Harry from a time before he had arrived here. Although he was not as snake-like as he had become after his resurrection, he no longer resembled a complete human. His skin was much paler than could be considered healthy, and he was completely hairless. His eyes, however, had kept their shape, but the color was the same scarlet that had bored into him as he had been tied to the headstone of Tom Riddle SR. The familiarity only served to provoke the young man's ire, as he was assaulted by the memories of what he had endured because of him. "Ah, Harry, how nice of you to greet your guests," Voldemort spoke, his tone laced with sarcasm as the two groups halted a respectful distance away. "Tom," Harry replied stiffly, "I wish I could say the same, but just the sight of you sickens me." James snorted next to him. The cool demeanor of the Dark Lord slipped as his eyes lit with fury, and he stalked forwards fearlessly. "Lay down your wands, bow to me, and I will let you all live," he offered. When none moved to comply, he sighed in faux disappointment. "Surely you can see that your efforts are wasted. I applaud your bravery, sincerely I do, but you are outnumbered considerably." Still, no one moved. "Come now," Voldemort urged. "I am a merciful lord, and I am giving you the chance to live." "Fuck you," Sirius shouted as he gestured with a finger defiantly. The Dark Lord's face scrunched in fury at the disrespect. "Very well," he seethed, "then you will all die." He spat before turning and making his way towards his own men. As he was walking, he heard a loud ruckus, a gravelly voice shouting commands. He balked slightly as a large team of Aurors arrived on the scene with another collection of witches and wizards led by Albus Dumbledore. Voldemort frowned in confusion. Young Barty was supposed to prevent this from happening. "Why are they here?" he muttered curiously. Unless they were working independently, then Barty had clearly been caught. The Dark Lord shook his head at the impossibility. Bart had clearly been lax in his duties. It was the only viable explanation, but such laxity was unacceptable, and the foolish boy would suffer for it. He reached his men and began packing back and forth, waiting for Potter and the others to make their move. Usually, his own men were opportunists, striking at targets that were almost defenseless and unexpected. This, however, was different. He had expected to catch the Potters unaware, lure the youngest boy into a trap, and deal with him when the odds were heavily in his favor. The turn of events he now faced left him with a sense of foreboding. Before he could consider fleeing and reevaluating, he felt a fresh set of wards wash over him, causing him to shudder at the unfamiliarity of them. Such a move made him nervous, and he could not help but feel that it was he that had ambled into a trap. "Kill them all!" he screamed in anger, only for himself to have to nimbly dodge a ball of black flame as Harry Potter stalked towards him. His eyes flaring in the fiery, green hue he had unwittingly come to know more intimately than he would have liked. Break. As the first volley of spells were fired, Remus, Peter, and Cassiopeia sprang into action. They fought their way closer to the imposing forms of the giants as they began their own charge to close the gap between themselves and the collection of Aurors and members of the Order. "We need to keep them away," Cassie shouted as she felled a man attempting to curse her. Peter nodded as he bit down on his tongue from fear. He took aim with one of his vials and hurled it towards the closest of the behemoths. His aim was true, and the resulting explosion buckled the knees of the giant behind his shield, only for it to shake its head before releasing a roar of fury and continuing its approach. The bronze construct it held in flames, but seemingly undamaged. "They've been enhanced," Remus gritted out. "There's no way normal metal could stand up to that." Cassiopeia gripped his shoulder tightly as she spilled a couple dozen metal figurines on the ground. "Time to see what you can do, Lupin," she declared as she enlarged them. They were not as large or robust as the creatures, but would serve them well in keeping them occupied for a time. Following the older woman's lead, Remus began quickly enchanting the creations before sending them to attack their foes. "They won't last long, but it will give you a chance to get around and attack them from behind," Cassiopeia explained to the two teens. "What about you?" Remus asked worriedly. The woman smirked. "I'm a black," she stated arrogantly. "Now go." Remus nodded stiffly as he dragged Peter along with him, avoiding errant spells and keeping an eye on how the battle was progressing as best he could whilst focusing on the precarious task they faced. It took the duo longer than he would have liked to navigate their way through fighting parties, but they managed to reach an advantageous position without being delayed for a detrimental amount of time. With only a brief look towards the other, the two boys set about their task and began banishing their vials into the back of the creatures indiscriminately, and managed to take down most of them in quick succession. It wasn't until only two remained standing that things took a turn for the worse. Remus felt himself flung with considerable force several feet away from where he had been stood, and soon felt himself slammed into the ground painfully. His lungs burned as he struggled for breath, and his ears rung as all the sounds of fighting and screaming ceased. Everything around him appeared to be moving in slow motion as he tried to catch his bearings and urge his body to inhale. After a moment that felt like hours, he pushed himself to his knees as he managed to take in a few ragged gasps of air. What the hell was that? He winced as his aching limbs protested the effort of standing, and it took a few attempts to stand upon his shaking legs. He spotted where he had been standing previously to his impromptu journey, his heart pounding erratically as he pressed forwards. "No, no, no," he pleaded as he reached the large crater that had been blasted in the ground. "Wormy," he shouted desperately. Over the sounds of battle, he heard a racking cough, and he saw a bundle on the ground attempting to move. Recognizing the leather that adorned the form, he limped forward as quickly as his legs would carry him. "Peter," he moaned as he fell on his knees next to his friend and attempted to assist him. The other boy coughed. His leathers were torn asunder, and his face and body were littered with cuts, but the most notable injury was the missing right leg. All that remained was a stump that was oozing blood at an alarming rate. "Is it bad?" Peter winced, unable to lift his head to survey the damage for himself. "It's bad, Wormy," Remus whispered in defeat. Peter coughed as he chuckled. "I didn't expect to survive," he returned weakly. "At least I get to die here with you guys," he offered as he smiled at his friend. "I won't let you die, Wormy," Remus vowed. "I won't." It took all the strength he could muster, but the werewolf managed to hoist the fatting boy over his shoulder and clutching his wand. He began to fight his way through the grounds of Potter Manor to get the help his friend sorely needed. "Break!" The Dementors screeched in frustration as the myriad of Patroni prevented them from entering the fray. The first few minutes of the fight had been difficult for James and the other teens as they had to contend with the soul-sucking demons and an onslaught from witches and wizards alike attempting to bring them down. Switching between casting the charm and defending themselves had begun taking its toll, but relief had been found in the form of Dumbledore as he came upon them with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick in tow, and a collection of Aurors and members of the Order that could produce a corporeal guardian. This allowed him to occasionally look towards where Harry and Voldemort were battling, the spells of the two men leaving a wide-open space around them, both sides fearing to get too close to the magic each wielded. If he wasn't so concerned with his own fight, he would be in awe at what was on display by the pair. Equally exhilarating and deadly, it was a sight to behold. He was pulled from his musings by Sirius as he patted him urgently and pointed towards a stream of shabbily dressed men and women, their cloaks in tatters as they avoided the spells aimed towards them with inhuman speed. "What the hell is that?" James questioned. "Partially transformed werewolves," Dumbledore answered as he managed to lasso one with an elaborate flick of his wand. "Tom must have found a way to at least change them. We cannot let them close. I doubt they are infectious, but it is not a risk I am willing to chance." Both teens nodded and began firing spells towards the group, only to see their efforts dodged with ease. "They're too fast," Sirius ground out as once again James' efforts were avoided. He growled as he fired off another string of curses and flinched as a loud chorus of wails sounded from their right. He looked on in shock as a herd of Thestrals charged from within the trees and began attacking the werewolves, biting and stamping at them furiously. The werewolves, undeterred by their appearance, fought back savagely, clawing and biting their new enemies with reckless abandon. "We have to help them," James implored as he dragged Sirius closer. "We can't," Sirius sighed. "Anything we do could hurt them," he explained apologetically. James frowned as he gripped the forearm of his oldest friend tightly. "Well, we do have experience handling a fully transformed werewolf," he muttered, his eyes alight with mischief. Sirius' own eyes widened comically as he grinned. "It will get us in a lot of trouble," he chuckled. James nodded. "It's the best advantage we have." Sirius sighed and shook his head amusedly. "Come on then, Prongs." James smirked as he turned his attention towards Dumbledore and McGonagall, who seemed to be at a loss at what to do. "You need to cover us," he called loudly to the headmaster. "You too, Lily," he added with a sad smile. "You had better not be thinking of doing something reckless, James Potter," the redhead fired back, worrying her lip. James took her hand as he gave her a chaste kiss. "Maybe," he sighed, "but we have to stop them." Lily shook her head as he released her. "You stupid man," she huffed. "I'm coming with you." James shook his head. "I need you to cover us, please," he pleaded. Lily reluctantly nodded as she wiped away a tear. "Don't die," she all but commanded. "I mean it, James, come back." James ran a hand through his hair as he nodded before pulling Sirius away from Marlene and began charging towards the groups of fighting creatures. Lily could only shake her head as she watched, her eyes suddenly bulging in disbelief as the running forms of the two transformed into an enormous stag and dog, respectively. "What the bloody hell?" she exclaimed as she looked towards Marlene, who wore an equal look of shock. "I knew it," McGonagall shouted triumphantly. "I will have their hides when this is done." Dumbledore interrupted her tirade with a chuckle as he shook his head in amusement. "You knew about this," the Transfiguration professor accused. Dumbledore held his hands up placatingly. "I had my suspicions," the man conceded, "though I must admit I did not expect such impressive work from either of them," he added, grimacing as he watched the stag gore three of the attackers at once as Sirius ripped the throat out of another. "Impressive." "Indeed," he added solemnly as he cast another Patronus. A bone-chilling roar snapped him out of his concentration, and his blood ran cold as a large mass could be seen approaching from the horizon. He shook his head and sighed worriedly, knowing that the presence of such a creature could only mean more death, all in the favor of Tom. Break. Doria Potter could only look on as the battle unfolded before her eyes, wishing that she could be amongst her loved ones, protecting the younger members of her family. She had initially been irate when Harry had suggested her role to her, and only complied when he had explained himself sufficiently. It could only be her, and she knew it. The Thestrals, though gentle animals for the most part, were prone to attack people that were unfamiliar. Even her husband, whom she had attempted to introduce to them on several occasions, was not trusted by them. For whatever reason, Doria seemed to have affinity for them. They treated her as a member of the herd, and she often spent time amongst them, feeding them, nurturing them, and even sharing her own woes and worries with the voiceless creatures. She had always found their presence comforting, and they even favored her with affection. This was not, however, the primary cause for why she found herself here, so it certainly surprised her to no end that the creatures went to the aid of the wizards in need, and began attacking the strange ramshackle of men and women she had seen deftly dodging the spells aimed in their direction. She had been placed here for another reason entirely, one that made her exceedingly nervous, and a move she dearly hoped she would not have to make. Alas, fate seemingly had other ideas as the distant screech of what Harry had feared made itself known above the cacophony of sounds emitting from those locked in battle. She swallowed nervously as she summoned every vestige of courage she had and begged that what she was about to unleash would not end in disaster. "Sura," she called. "It is time," she hissed, hoping that her pronunciation was accurate enough for the large serpent to understand. She had struggled to wrap her tongue around the strange language, and had no doubt that she had butchered it regardless of how much she had practiced with Harry, and on her own. But her fears were unfounded, as the basilisk stirred behind her and slithered her way onto the battlefield, and began seeking out the dragon that threatened her master and his friends. Doria watched as the dragon descended upon the battlefield, only to be snatched out of the air by the snake and scream in agony as it was slammed into the ground. It writhed and continued its vocal protestation, desperate to escape the jaws clamped around its neck. Eventually, the beast stilled, but not before a shout of rage was here, and a spell collided with the face of the snake, causing it to scream in its own agony. Doria stepped out of the trees, intent on saving the creature, but the two remaining giants had other ideas as they began to bash her skull with their massive clubs, inciting further yet weakening cries of pain with the more blows that landed. The last thing she heard before entering the battle herself was an explosion that caused the ground below her to tremble, and the sounds of fury of her grandson, as he both mourned and sought to bring vengeance upon the monster that would dare attack his serpentine familiar. Break. Bellatrix breathed heavily as she deflected another spell that had missed its mark and twirled to avoid another. At first, she had been more than a little irritated that Harry had placed her in the position he had chosen, but now she could see the wisdom in his move. She herself was an exceedingly gifted witch, and doubted there were but a handful of people that she could not defeat. However, watching Harry and the Dark Lord face off made her realize how out of her depth she was with the two titans, and she found herself relieved that Harry had had the foresight to keep her out of the direct fight. Unsurprisingly, very few had attempted to interfere, and those that did had met a very unpleasant end at the wand of either herself, Harry or Voldemort, whom occasionally shot her a scathing glare as she dispatched one of his own men without prejudice. She suspected the Dark Lord was beginning to regret his decision to come here. Not only had most of the casualties been his own, she could also sense the doubt that permeated around him as Harry deflected his spells, as though they were little more than an irritant as he brandished the Elder Wand with practiced ease. He had initially become irate that his own efforts were being seemingly wasted, and had somehow managed to calm his onslaught as he was pondering a way to bypass the younger man's defense. His subdued visage, however, had cracked and given way to a feral grin as the unmistakable roar of the dragon approaching made itself known above the din of battle. Harry had only smirked in response, eliciting a look of confusion from the Dark Lord, one that quickly morphed into a mask of unfettered rage as the largest snake the girl had seen simply plucked the dragon from the sky as it descended, sinking its fangs deeper into its neck as the winged beast struggled to free itself. The scream of fury the man had expelled had sent a shiver down her spine, and the screech of agony from the serpent had made her stomach twist in discomfort. Neither, however, compared to the roar that Harry released as the two giants set upon the wounded creature with their clubs. With a purposeful sweep of his wand, a gout of earth exploded upwards around the beasts with a thunder-like crack and buried them in an enormous mound of dirt, before the young man turned his ire back towards the equally furious Dark Lord. Bellatrix found herself rooted to the spot. Her breath hitched as the two began exchanging words she could not hear before Harry attacked with renewed vigor, every spell firing with the intent to maim and inflict pain in equal measure that his foe had caused the young man since he had been but a babe in his cot. "Break. You dare," the Dark Lord raged as he glared at the teen. "You dare use my own beast against me." "I dare," Harry spat venomously. "It is you that had the gall to bring your sycophants into my home." The boy had the audacity to grin victoriously, confusing the older combatant. "I do not see what is so amusing, Potter. You are going to die, and all of those you love will follow. Their deaths will be on you, boy, and make no mistake, they will suffer for all that you have done." Harry shook his head and chuckled darkly, his piercing eyes gleaming in the early morning rays of sun. "Maybe," he conceded with a shrug, "but you sealed your own fate the moment you entered our lands, and no other will be harmed by you, even if I am to meet my end." He paced back and forth as he laughed uncharacteristically. It was full of mirth, maniacal even to most that knew the young man. "Take a look around, Tom. Your men are flagging, most have fallen and will continue to do so. You felt the wards that rose even before the first spell was fired here. I know you did." The Dark Lord took a moment to sweep his gaze across the battlefield, taken aback by the accuracy of the first part of Potter's words. It mattered not. He could refill his ranks later. None would dare oppose him the same way Potter had when he had been made an example of. "It means nothing, Potter," Voldemort seethed. "When you are dead, everything you have done to oppose me will all be for naught." Harry shook his head in amusement. "You still don't under the gravity of the situation, Tom," Harry sighed disappointedly. "No matter what happens to me, there will still be no tomorrow for you." The Dark Lord paused and felt a shiver pass through him at the certainty in the boy's voice. "But don't worry, I will explain your predicament so even you can understand," Harry offered with a false smile. Flashback. "Arcturus, what is this ward here?" Harry questioned curiously. The patriarch of the Black family frowned as he skimmed over the indicated page of the tome, humming in familiarity as he nodded in thought. "It is a very old family ward, one that fell out of favor as newer ones were developed to replace it," he explained with a frown. "Not the best form of defense when it requires the life of the caster to work," he explained. "More a ward of revenge against those that would attack our property, though very few did." "This could work," Harry mused aloud, the relief evident in his tone. "Absolutely not," Arcturus denied immediately. "You will not sacrifice yourself to be rid of him. I will not have my granddaughter return to that state, nor the rest of the family mourn your loss again." Harry held up his hands in a placating manner, easing the worries of the other man. I have no intention of sacrificing myself. But it is a contingency if the worst were to happen. Arcturus let out a deep breath through his nose as he nodded his understanding. This, along with the other ward, is the best chance we have at bringing this to an end, Harry explained. Indeed, Arcturus concurred, and the bastard won't be expecting anything like it. We just need to be able to hold them off long enough until both are ready. End flashback. Harry's laughter rang out once more as the Dark Lord shook with barely repressed fury. So, you see, Tom, you can kill me, but the moment you do, your life is forfeit. Voldemort narrowed his eyes and bowed his head as he smirked. An almost Slytherin move, he offered reluctantly. A nice man who was very much disgusted by what you have done, Harry returned. Oh, I found his portrait in the chamber. He couldn't be more disappointed with what had become of his line. You lie, Voldemort spat furiously. I combed every inch of that chamber and found no portrait. Harry shook his head as he grinned. And the outer workroom, I know, he sighed. You never did look beyond where Sura slept. The portrait was there. The Dark Lord ground his teeth, almost breaking them under the tension in his jaw. None of it matters, he said dismissively. You nor your wards are a match for me. The elder of the wizards aimed his wand and fired spell after spell into the ward that materialized as a bright red dome around the field upon impact, pouring every ounce of power he could summon in an effort to bring them down, but paused when he heard the screams of his own men. He looked around in confusion to find them on their backs, gesticulating and moaning in agony. Quite the creation, that mark of yours, Harry noted casually, drawing the Dark Lord's attention. The more you attack the wards, the more power it absorbs from those carrying it. Voldemort growled as he attempted to apparate, only to be returned to his original place, breathing heavily from the effort. He had no luck with his emergency portkey either, as it simply failed to activate. Blood wards, he surmised internally, feeling a sense of dread overcome him. It should not have been this way. It was supposed to have been simple to infiltrate the property, kill the parents, and have Potter come to him. Nothing had gone to plan. He had underestimated the cunning of the boy. Clearly, something else was afoot. Tut-tut, Tom, Harry chided. Your portkey won't make it through the blood ward, he explained. I couldn't risk you escaping now, could I? He continued mockingly. It is of no consequence, Voldemort retorted balefully. I do not need to kill you today, but hear me now, boy, your day will come, he vowed as he began retreating, firing every spell he could think of to hinder Potter's pursuit of him. His progress was steady, but he was weakening under the onslaught of spells being returned. His arms buckled painfully under the strain of shielding against the power the younger man wielded, and his limbs ached from the sheer amount of dodging he had to do. Nevertheless, he pressed on, refusing to be bested by the whelp. He began dipping into his more obscure, yet taxing spells, only to see them batted aside or dodged as though they were stinging hexes, and the gap distance between the two was rapidly closing. Still, he pushed ever closer to the ward line, hopping beyond hope that he could find a way to pass through, still wondering how such a plausible plan had become such a disaster. He conjured another shield against the protest of his ravaged body, and had to steady his feet as he felt another spell smash against it, a gong-like sound ringing out in the aftermath. He was so close, yet so far from the still-present red glow of the wards, and knew in his heart that he was not going to make it. Instead of attempting what he now knew was impossible, he turned about and took the fight to the boy, every spell careening from his wand, designed for nothing other than to cause a horrific death to one's enemies. His confidence only increased as Potter was now forced on the defensive, parrying, dodging shielding, just as he himself had been only a moment ago. He laughed, enjoying the frustration of the boy as he could offer no offense in return, but was quickly taken aback by the grin directed at him before his opponent burst into a puff of black smoke, vanishing from view as one of his spells collided with him. The Dark Lord searched desperately for any sign of the boy, unable to remember what curse he had sent his way. He hesitated for only a second before he began sprinting once more towards the property line, noting that his robes were in a deplorable condition. His skin burnt and cut badly in several places, and he was almost certain that his wand arm had been broken by one of the spells he had attempted to block. A sense of relief and euphoria began to surface as he reached 10 feet from the line, nothing having tried to impede him in any way, only for the dread to return as several loud screeches sounded from all around him. He managed to duck as a Thistral attempted to gouge him with a claw and curse it under his breath, as he became aware of several of them gliding around him, trapping him where he stood. He growled irritably and began firing strings of curses at them, only to become more frustrated as they were avoided with apparent ease. Seeing this only provoked his anger into surfacing once more, and he expelled a guttural roar as he fired off a barrage powerful blasting curses, hopping to dissuade the creatures from continuing with their folly. He bared his teeth in triumph as a spell struck true, though his elation was short-lived, as it reformed as it was after it had been reduced to a shadowy cloud. The 5 Thistrals he could see began to swoop around him faster, eventually converging in front of him and coming together, all mixing amongst the other to materialize as one of the creatures, large with glowing green eyes, though the rest of it remained as smoky as they had all been individually. The Dark Lord and the Beast had reached an impasse of sorts, as they did nothing but stare at one another, the Thistral flapping its powerful wings as the Dark Lord could only wait and see what it would do next. Without pomp nor preamble, it shot towards him, and all that he could do was close his eyes and brace himself for the impending, jarring impact, an impact that did not come, though his eyes had been tightly shut for much longer than it would take to reach him. Tentatively, he peeked from within a partially opened lid and laughed almost giddily. The Beast was nowhere to be found, even as he allowed his gaze to sweep around him, eventually resting his eyes on the group of Aurors, Order members, and the rest that had chosen to oppose him. The grin he gave them was nothing short of promised vengeance as he took note of the prominent men and women here, committing them to memory. The looks he received in return were a mixture of shock and curiosity, only a few watching him in expectation. He turned away from them, still eager to make his escape, only to find himself on his knees, screaming in unrestrained agony as he clutched at his head. Feeling as though it was splitting in two, he bit down on his tongue until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he dragged his nails through the thin skin of his bald head. "Your mind is a disgusting place, Tom," the voice of Potter sounded from within him. "Get out, Potter," he screamed. "Well, that's no way to treat a guest," Harry chastised. "It hurts, doesn't it, Tom? So very much," he continued, any light-heartedness that had been decipherable before now remarkably absent. "I know it does, I remember it well. Only one of the painful experiences you caused me," he spat. The Dark Lord was confused. He had never inflicted himself upon the boy in this manner, but through the agony plaguing him, he couldn't be certain of anything. His thoughts were now lacking lucidity, and he couldn't be sure of anything as he fought against the presence that had invaded him. "In only a few minutes' time, you will be begging me to kill you, as I did you." He chuckled darkly before continuing. "You won't remember any of this, of course, or anything else that you did to me, but you will. You will experience every last bit of misery I had to before I end you." "I did nothing to you," Voldemort denied forcefully. "Not you, per se," Harry conceded, "but nonetheless, you are the reason for what I have had to endure, what I have seen and had done to me. What you are now and what you were to become is the reason I had to suffer. All of the indignities, all of the scorn, and all of the hatred." He paused for a moment and composed himself. "What I am, what I had to become is all because of you." "I don't understand," Voldemort bit back. "Then I will show you," Harry returned. "Do you remember when we last met? You asked me why I had so much hate for you. Well, there are many reasons. I think we should take a trip down memory lane, and you will see why I despise you." Before he could respond, the Dark Lord found himself viewing a collection of memories, none his own, seeing himself in many, though he didn't quite look as he did now or ever remember looking. It began with a bright flash of green light, his own laughter ringing in his ears as he witnessed a comely-looking redhead fall lifeless before him. Another flash and an agonizing scream later, he found himself in an unfamiliar Muggle home in a very small space, watching as a small boy trembled uncontrollably, whimpering in his sleep and wrapped in a bloodied duvet. Before he could get a better look, he was watching the same little boy, barely 4 years old and undernourished, stood upon a chair washing dishes. A china plate slipped from his grasp, and the blonde woman next to him began to berate him as she hit him with a large frying pan, rendering the pitiful child unconscious. He felt fury rise in him at the familiarity of the treatment. He too had been subject to such things in his youth. The next memory disturbed him further. At first, he saw nothing but the unmistakable sound of leather hitting skin. Another noise he'd come to know well himself drew his attention. He could only watch as the morbidly obese man struck the cowering boy over and over again, only becoming more frustrated with each stroke of the makeshift whip. "You think you won't cry for me, eh?" the man roared. He worked the belt through his grip until he was holding the very end of the belt, the large metal buckle swinging threateningly on the other. With another swipe, it impacted against the boy's flesh and bones, eliciting a scream from the previously quiet figure. His back had already been littered with welts and bruises, and the last stroke only added to the injuries. It had cut deeply, and a trail of blood ran across the left shoulder blade, swiftly joined by another as more blows landed. The Dark Lord attempted to close his eyes, but try as he might, the images continued to play out before him. Much to his relief, he next found himself in a familiar corridor at Hogwarts, on the 3rd floor. He watched curiously as a man with a purple turban was looking in an intricate mirror, conversing with a boy who looked much too young to even be at the school. It took him a moment to realize it was Potter, still very much neglected as he once had been. His curiosity quickly turned to confusion as the man removed his turban, and he was faced with his own visage protruding from his skull. "This never happened," he screamed. "I remember none of this." "It happened to me," the voice of Harry replied darkly. Voldemort shook his head and gasped audibly as he watched the man burn to ash under the touch of the emaciated boy, and screamed in agony as he too felt a horrendous burning sensation make itself known. "It hurts, doesn't it, Tom?" Harry questioned smugly. The Dark Lord simply gritted his teeth and refused to answer. After the image of the room faded, he found himself in the Chamber of Secrets and staring open-mouthed at his 16-year-old self. The Harry here was slightly older than the previous one had been, and yet he had no recollection of this meeting. None had ever found the chamber whilst he was at school, and not even the idea of the boy had been conceived at this time, let alone the boy himself. "Impossible," he shouted in denial. "Keep watching, Tom, you'll love this one," Harry urged. He could only look on as his younger self unleashed the basilisk upon his foe. He watched as the phoenix blinded the serpent, and how Potter pulled a sword from the hat before stabbing and felling it. "Unbelievable," he whispered in awe. His right arm suddenly flared in pain, and his head began to swim as he cried out, nodding through the tears of agony that Potter was experiencing the same. The reason became clear as the boy ripped out the fang that had been lodged in him and stabbed it through a diary he had not seen for several decades now. He watched as his younger self screamed and vanished, and as the phoenix cried into the wound of the dying boy that had managed to slay the beast, the same beast that had killed his dragon this very morning. "It can't be real," he muttered to himself as his own pain subsided. "It can't be real." The room began to fade once more, and the man began to dread what it was he would have to endure next. He frowned as he found himself in the graveyard of his Muggle relatives. A short, rotund man was seemingly reciting the words of a ritual and dropping several ingredients into a large, steaming cauldron. The Dark Lord turned his head questioningly as the same man cut off his own hand, adding it to the mixture. A bright light filled his vision, and the smoke thickened considerably, obscuring his view even as he managed to open his eyes again. "Robe me," a voice wheezed. Lord Voldemort found himself looking at a rather grotesque man, heavily disfigured and rather snake-like in his appearance. It wasn't until he spotted the yew wand in his hand that he realized that this was in fact himself, though again, he found little of his own image in the creature that stood before him. It wasn't until he approached a figure lashed to a headstone that he noted Potter's presence, and it was clear that he had already suffered at the hands of his captors. He was bleeding from several wounds, and could barely stand when he was released from his binds. It was with morbid fascination that he watched the teenager stand defiantly to face the thing that had emerged from the cauldron and refuse to bow as commanded. He readied himself as best he could for what would inevitably come next, but still found himself screaming in agony as the Cruciatus curse was used liberally on the boy, he himself feeling every second of torture the teen was being subjected to. Through his hazy vision, he witnessed an impressive feat of magic as the wands that each held locked together in the battle of wills that Potter surprisingly triumphed in. The strange spritz that had erupted from his own wand, held by the man, had swarmed him as Potter disappeared, the memory fatting with him. Still shaking under from the effects of the curse, appeared in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, devoid of its usual human traffic. The same thing he had seen come from the cauldron in the graveyard was dueling furiously against Albus Dumbledore as an awestruck, more familiar Harry Potter looked on. As expected, the two were well matched, and he again found himself on his knees as the pain Potter had caused by entering his mind washed over him. He missed the rest of what was being shown to him, unable to focus on the occurrences, inhibited by his own suffering as he was. Slowly, he felt his eyes opening of their own accord, and he glimpsed the grounds of Potter Manor before his sight began to waver as he flitted in and out of consciousness, the voice of Harry Potter, too, becoming audible before fading into nothingness. "Wake up, Tom," Potter coaxed. "It's all right, it will all be over soon." The Dark Lord groaned as his eyes fluttered open, the agony he felt washing over him and causing him to gasp as he tried and failed to move. Potter was sat in front of him smirking, though there was no satisfaction in the gesture. "All of that is what I had to endure, all because of you." "No," Voldemort croaked. "It didn't happen." "To me, it did, and had I not come here, it would have happened just as it had for you," the boy growled. "I had to come back to stop you. I gave up the life I had, my friends, all of it for this." He tried to rub his temples to alleviate the headache that had befallen him, but found that he couldn't. He had been bound tightly, and his wand was noticeably absent. "You're going nowhere, Tom," Potter declared as he waved his own wand in front of his face. He struggled as best he could against the chains that held him, but his efforts yielded nothing. He felt a sharp point at his chin and looked down the length of the blade that had been pressed against him, the same sword that had been used to slay the basilisk in the memory he had witnessed. He met the emerald gaze of Potter and refused to flinch under the intensity of it. "I'm going to kill you, Tom," Harry informed him. "This will be the only death I have caused that I will enjoy. I will revel in it, and I will live the life that you took from me," he finished, an errant tear of relief sliding down one of his cheeks, leaving a clean strip in the grime of battle that had accumulated there. Harry did not allow the intended reply. It died on the Dark Lord's tongue as he pushed the sword of Gryffindor through his throat and watched as the life faded from him, when he was certain that not even a spark of the man remained. He withdrew the blade and removed the gaunt ring that adorned the man's finger. A loud cheer erupted around him, but Harry Potter did not join in. He sat in front of the corpse of the man that had haunted him, pursued him, and attempted to take everything he held dear from him, now and from when he had come from. There was relief of that he could be sure, though other than that, he knew not what he felt. Instead of the expected elation, a numbness had overcome him. A numbness that only began to fade as a pair of arms wrapped around him, and he felt the wetness of her tears on his own cheeks. Epilogue. The absence of elation remained prevalent as he exited the hospital wing, intending now to visit the headmaster to fulfill the promise he had made all those months ago. He was of course relieved that Peter was finally adjusting to only having one leg, and that Sirius, James, and Remus were recovering well too, having suffered minor injuries of their own. But still, the hollowness remained. The lack of purpose he felt continued to burden him. It felt as though his entire life had been centered on bringing Tom to an end by whatever means were necessary, and such a view had left him unable to look beyond his task, to what it was he wished to, or would do should he prove successful in his efforts. He had dared not even consider the possibility that there would an afterwards for him, as much as he desired it. And now he faced that reality. Against all odds, he had triumphed, and the prospect of being more than just the boy who lived was very much real. Of course, he had Bellatrix and his family, and he could not begin to envision a future that they were not a part of. However, the problem he faced was determining what the future would entail now that he was certain he did, in fact, have one. He pushed the thoughts concerning such aside as he approached the gargoyle that sprung aside without request, allowing him to make his way up the spiral staircase and to the office he had come rather familiar with. Something else he had become just as familiar with was the room itself being in use by more than just its sole occupants, though the headmaster and his phoenix were very much alone this evening, as was made clear when the younger man was bid to enter. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him with a sincere smile. The man appeared to be tired, but much more relaxed nonetheless now that Tom had been vanquished. There had been little time to discuss matters due to the aftermath of the battle and the many Wisengamot gatherings since, and the vigil that Harry had insisted keeping in the hospital wing when he himself was not required, nor his audience requested by a person, department, or group, which had happened much more regularly than he would have anticipated. "Professor," Harry returned the greeting, "how are things progressing?" Dumbledore shook his head in frustration and gave an amused chuckle. "There are many wishing to take the mantle," he sighed, "and 3 quite serious contenders. For now, however, Madame Marchbanks is filling in on a temporary basis." "That's good. Who are the main contenders?" Harry inquired. "Well, understandably, the name Potter is attracting a lot of support, though Charles is insistent that he will not accept the post. Longbottom also, but it is more likely to be Augusta who would take the nomination. Her husband is a very keen orer, and Frank is much too young. The next most popular appears to be one Cornelius Fudge, quite an astute man if my memory serves me well." Harry shook his head vigorously. "Believe me, headmaster, Fudge is a disgrace. He was minister where I came from and was the worst kind of man steeped in bribery and corruption imaginable. I would give every galleon I have to make sure he never gets into office," Harry replied firmly. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose to near his hairline at the declaration. "Very well," he offered with a bow. "I trust your word, Harry, and will put my own support behind another candidate and advise my colleagues the same also." The teen breathed a sigh of relief. "And what about you, my boy?" Dumbledore continued. "I understand the week has been even busier for yourself." Harry shook his head. It was as though every media outlet had wanted to speak to him, every company wanted an endorsement, or there were those that simply wanted to offer him gifts. It had been mostly trivial things like books, small amounts of money, and offers of betrothals. Those, Bellatrix had not been happy about. The ministry, having gotten wind of this, were not to be outdone. Only this morning he had received a letter, signed by the entirety of the Wisengamot, stating that, for eliminating the threat of the Dark Lord, the lands surrounding Potter Manor would be repaired and paid for by the ministry themselves, and that he would be personally rewarded with the sum of 100,000 galleons. He could only wish that these things were the least of his concerns. He had humbly accepted what had been bestowed upon him at the behest of all he discussed it with, and not wishing to appear ungrateful to those that had sought him out. The other issue he faced was one he perhaps should have foreseen. He was very flattered by the job offers, both from within and outside the ministry, but he saw it only as these people wishing to stroke their own egos. The only genuine one seemed to be the one he received from Moody, who had been named as the head of the DMLE since the battle, though thus far, he was in St. Mungo's recovering from his own injuries. It would appear that the man was destined to carry the moniker, Mad-Eye. "I didn't expect to avoid everything," he sighed. "I just didn't expect there to be so much." Dumbledore gave him a sympathetic smile. "It is in these moments that I myself am reminded at just how young you still are, Harry. But forgive me, if anyone can understand your position, it is me," he chuckled. Harry snorted and nodded. "How did you cope with it all, sir?" Dumbledore released a deep breath himself. "Not very well," he answered unashamedly. "I was much older than you when I defeated Gellert, and I beg your pardon for saying so, a little wiser. Before I knew it, I had several positions thrust upon me, though I managed to avoid becoming the Minister of Magic. I simply found it difficult to say no. The people looked to me as though I was this great beacon of wisdom and could fix all their problems with either my mind or wand. They failed to see that I, too, am not infallible and prone to making mistakes. Harry could not help but appreciate the raw honesty in his words as he nodded in understanding. "If you were me, Professor, what would you do?" Dumbledore shook his head. "The question is, Harry, what is it you want to do or think you should do?" The younger man groaned internally. For once, the conversation with the man was going well, and without the need to induce a headache from thinking too much about what had been said. "Honestly, I don't know. I am flattered that so many people would want me, but it's not on my own merit. They seem to think I can do anything because I managed to defeat a Dark Lord, but that is far from the truth. I haven't even sat my NEWTS, and I have no real experience of the world," he finished with a shrug. Dumbledore beamed with pride at his reasoning. He opened a drawer to his desk and removed a sheaf of parchment and passed it over to Harry after he had looked it over briefly. "I'm not suggesting this to you, Harry." The old man spoke seriously. "I am asking you as both a man who understands your position and potential to consider that option," he implored as he gestured to the parchment. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the contents, his dumbfounded gaze switching between the parchment and the man before him. "An apprenticeship with you?" he questioned curiously. Dumbledore gave a single nod. "It is something I have been considering for quite some time, but did not want to broach the subject until the time was right," he explained. "What would it entail?" "Whatever you would want it to be," Dumbledore returned. "I am, without being too modest, a rather accomplished wizard with connections to the best in their fields. I would insist that we do not focus on any one subject but give you a very solid grounding in many. I believe that you are a very capable young man, Harry, much more than just a good wand for fighting." Harry was flabbergasted by the offer. "I don't know what to say, sir." "Then say nothing yet, my boy. Take your time to think it over and discuss it with your family." "I will," Harry vowed as he stood, almost forgetting his own reason for coming tonight. "As promised," he said, offering the other man the gaunt family ring. The expression of the headmaster became somber, and his hands trembled as he reached for it. "Is this truly it?" he whispered. "It is," Harry confirmed with sad smile, already knowing that the old man would not be able to sleep until he had spoken to his sister. Dumbledore swallowed deeply, his eyes shining in both gratitude and worry. "Say nothing yet, sir," Harry advised, "and use it well for as long as you need." With no other words necessary, he took his leave, making sure to pet Fawkes on the way out. The headmaster had his own things to attend to, and he himself had a decision to make, one that began to fill hollowness that had been plaguing him since the demise of Tom Riddle. Break. For several minutes, Albus Dumbledore could only stare at the ring reverently, equally terrified, and excited that his youthful pursuit was very much in his grasp. The Elder Wand had been quite the acquisition, but he would have traded it in a heartbeat for what it was he held now, something that no amount of galleons could ever give him. He was pulled from his reverie by his companion's squawking, eliciting a chuckle from the old man. "I wish it were so simple, my friend." Fawkes chirped sadly, his countenance matching that of the man he had chosen to follow. "None of that," Dumbledore chided lightly. "We will finally be able to say goodbye at the very least." Though his words were optimistic, inside, a fear he had never expected to feel yet yearned for had settled in his stomach like a lead weight. More than anything in life, he had desired the chance to speak to his sister just one final time, to apologize, to beg her forgiveness, to just hear her voice. Mind made up, he stood and held out his arm for the phoenix, who promptly hopped across the desk and situated himself. "Perhaps a walk," he offered. "You know he is not so keen on your method of arrival." Fawkes released a sound of indignation as the duo exited the office and made their way through the castle and onto the grounds. It was a pleasantly cool evening, one that the gamekeeper was taking full advantage of by taking his usually lazy dog for a walk at the edge of the forest in the distance. The rest of the school was seemingly deep into their slumber. The lights on in the castle were few and far between as they exited and made their way to the village, to visit one pub, whose owner would not be particularly pleased to see them. As the Hog's Head came into view, the last of the stragglers were leaving, stumbling over the threshold in their inebriated states. Albus paid no mind to the men. He had his own vices, but had never been one to take to drink. He'd never found comfort at the bottom of a glass as others did. Even after the events he came to address tonight, his preference always erred on the side of sobriety. Musty smell of unkept wood and stale alcohol assaulted his senses as he entered. The place was by no means maintained to any degree that could be considered healthy, but the place was rarely devoid of patrons. It was a place that any could come to drown their sorrows or simply enjoy a drink without bother from others if that is what was desired. It had a rather questionable reputation, and were it not his brother that owned the establishment, Albus himself would not frequent the place in any capacity. His arrival did not go unnoticed. As he passed through the front door, the man he came to see released a ragged breath and slammed both of his hands on the bar that he had been wiping over with a rather soiled rag. "Albus," the man gritted out by way of greeting. "Good evening, Aberforth," Albus returned quietly. The relationship between the brothers had been strained since they were young men. Albus had cast a rather large shadow during his years at Hogwarts as a student, and many had expected the same level of excellence from his younger brother. Aberforth was an exceedingly gifted wizard in his own right, far above the average student, but his own performance had always been compared to that of his older brother, and was quite often deemed lacking. This, coupled with the untimely death of their sister and scandal surrounding, it had only served to increase the rift between them. Albus didn't blame his brother and shouldered the responsibility himself, something that Aberforth took only as a further slight against him. He had become quite the bitter man because of it, and Albus carried the guilt for what his brother had become. He was a wasted potential, and could have become almost anything he set his mind to. Instead, he had wallowed in said bitterness, any ambition he possessed seemingly quelled by both the death of their sister and years being outshone by his sibling. "What do you want, brother?" Aberforth questioned resignedly. Albus smiled sadly as his brother turned to face him, feeling every one of the years he had lived. Both had grown old, the wounds between them ever gaping, haunting both from their youth to this very moment. "Peace," Albus answered sincerely. Aberforth snorted, his eyes flitting between his brother and companion. "Stay if you must," he sighed as he walked behind the bar and retrieved a couple of glasses. He poured each of them a generous measure of fire whiskey and downed his own in a single gulp. Much to his surprise, Albus followed suit, something he had never expected to witness from his brother. "It must be bad if you're drinking," he mused aloud. "Perhaps," Albus agreed, "but it is something that must be done." Aberforth shook his head as he refilled their glasses. "So, brother," he spoke again, emphasizing the last word mockingly, "what really brings you here? I'm almost certain that it is the wonderful ambience of this dump, nor the prospect of thrilling conversation." Albus unwittingly chuckled. Though not similar to himself, he had always found the sarcastic disposition of his brother to be quite humorous. "Not quite," he agreed, "but I do want to share something with you if you wish to join me." Aberforth huffed as he glared at the other man. "Speak plainly for once in your life, Albus. I have no time for your riddles." Dumbledore sighed as he nodded. "As you wish," he offered with a bow. "The summer before I left, do you remember what it was that I and Gellert were researching?" Aberforth's countenance darkened considerably at the mention of the other wizard before he roared in laughter. "Your dream of uniting the Deathly Hallows? You were going to change the world," he mocked. "Bloody foolish errand if there ever was one," he finished with a shake of his head. "Not quite," Albus whispered as he removed the ring from within his robes and placed it on the bar between them. "All three exist, the wand, the cloak, and the stone," he reeled off, his eyes flickering towards the rather inane-looking piece of jewelry between them. Aberforth sobered immediately. You have all of them. Albus shook his head. Just the stone which has been loaned to me, he explained. Aberforth tentatively picked up the ring and rested it in the palm of his hand, an expression of longing adorning his features. Why? He questioned. Dumbledore sighed as he gave the other man a weak yet meaningful smile. Because you're my brother and deserve this more than any, he answered. Aberforth frowned for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief. It can't be real, he denied. Surely this is a jest. Albus shook his head. They are very real. I have seen the others. I don't think I can, Aberforth sputtered. I can't face her, Albus. The headmaster steadied his brother's now trembling arm in his grip, calming him somewhat after a few moments passed. My greatest fear is facing her, he revealed, but my biggest regret would be not to do so. If you wish, then I can return this and we need never speak of it again. I will only do this with you. You would not take this opportunity if I asked it of you, Aberforth questioned skeptically. The older brother shook his head. This is something that we either both do or neither should, Albus replied. Aberforth nodded and emptied his glass once more. He lost himself in thought for several moments before finally sighing. All right, he agreed worriedly. I too would regret not taking the chance. He stepped around the bar and offered the ring back to his brother with a shrug. So how does it work? He asked nervously. Albus frowned before closing his eyes and his hand over the ring. Squeezing it tightly in his fist, he felt for the magic within, attempting to decipher what was required for the stone to function as desired. For an inordinate amount of time, he familiarized himself with the implement, frowning occasionally and humming in understanding before he opened his eyes once more. It is a simple case of thrice turning the stone in my hand whilst thinking of the person we wish to summon, he answered confidently. Aberforth took a deep breath to steel his resolve and placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. When you're ready, he encouraged. Both brothers looked on, unmoving, as Albus finished turning the stone in his palm, neither daring to even breathe. They waited for what felt an eternity before Albus sagged in defeat, his head hanging as he closed his eyes to hide the despair he felt. I'm sorry, he muttered to his younger sibling. He received no reply and looked up to face the undoubted ire of the man, only to be met by a look of disbelief marring the features of the man and his eyes welling with tears. His own breath hitched in his throat as he followed his brother's gaze. In front of the pair stood Ariana, appearing no different than she did the day she passed on. Her form was ghost-like as she looked around the room in confusion, her stare finally settling on the two men that had brought her here. She frowned in confusion before a look of recognition became prominent. Abe, Albie, she questioned emotionally. Albus could only nod, his throat too tight to speak. It's us, Ari, Aberforth choked. The girl giggled. You got old, she deadpanned. Aberforth scoffed. Not too old to put you across my knee, sister, he returned good-naturedly. If only you could, she sighed sadly as she gestured to herself. Aberforth stiffened immediately at his faux pas and chided himself. I'm sorry, Ari, he whispered. I'm sorry for everything. Ariana shook her head and glared at the pair as she placed her hands on her hips. For all the intelligence between the two of you, you are both rather stupid, she chastised. She sighed deeply before offering them a resigned smile. What happened, happened, and nothing can change that. I'm glad it did, but not for what happened after. You're glad? Aberforth questioned in disbelief. Ariana nodded firmly. My life was miserable after the incident with the Muggles. Our family fell apart, and I was stuck in my own mind most of the time. I had no control over my life, and all it did was make the two of you just as miserable. Any reply the brothers had was cut off by the girl as she continued. Do not deny it, she warned. It is the truth. I know you would have both given up your lives to care for me, but that is not what I wanted. What happened was for the best. I got to be with mother and father, and the two of you got to have the life that you would have been denied, so do not be sorry for that. Was it me? Albus cut in. Was it my spell that hit you? His tone was desperate, and Ariana shook her head. I don't know, Albie, but it does not matter. For too long you have let that memory haunt you, and the two of you are the last of our line, mostly because of it. The only thing you should be sorry for is the way you have treated each other. You are both stubborn, infuriating fools, but I love you both. Mother would bang your heads together if she were here, and Father would certainly take the belt to your hides. Albus chuckled, and the two brothers shared a sheepish look, both agreeing with Ariana's supposition. You need to let it go, she spoke again, this time pleadingly. Dwelling on the past does neither of you any good. Albus shook his head, as a tear escaped him and cascaded down his cheek into his beard. I can't, he sobbed. Ariana stepped forward and reached up to cup his cheek, wiping away the moisture with the pad of her thumb. Albus shivered at the coldness of her touch, but met her begging eyes, nonetheless. Yes, you can, Albie. I know you can do that because it is me asking. Albus leaned into her touch, a little deeper despite the discomfort, and finally nodded. I will try, he vowed in a whisper. Ariana smiled. That is all I ask, she replied as she stepped in front of her other brother and offered the same gesture, and for the two of you to put aside this ridiculous animosity you have. Live your final years in peace and come to us when it is time. As brothers, the past left where it is. Aberforth sighed and nodded reluctantly. For you, he croaked. She gave the man a warm smile also and took a step back. Gazing upon her siblings, the smile did not waver even as she shivered involuntarily. I couldn't be any more proud of you both, but I must go back. I do not belong here, she said apologetically. Do try to get along, maybe then Mother and Father won't have to deal with the pair of you, she giggled as she rolled her eyes. I love you both very much and will see you when the time is right and not before. As she uttered her final words, she began to fade away and was gone, but only a second after she had finished speaking, leaving her two brothers alone once more. The two said nothing as Aberforth took his place behind the bar and took a large gulp of liquor straight from the bottle. Trust her to chew us out, he mumbled, causing Albus to laugh. We should have expected it. She always was just like Mother, he chuckled. Aberforth grumbled under his breath before joining in and offering Albus the bottle. The older brother shrugged as he took a drink, and the two enjoyed a companionable silence for a few moments, until the younger of the two broke out in an uproarious laugh of his own. Do you remember when Ari accidentally transfigured Father's robes to be see-through in the middle of Diagon Alley? He questioned, his yes alight with mirth. Albus chuckled and shook his head. I remember getting the blame for it. A bad time to have your first bout of accidental magic. Well, you were the transfiguration prodigy. Of course you were going to get the blame, Aberforth pointed out. She was barely 3 at the time. Albus took another sip of the strong alcohol. What about when she let the goats loose and made them glow in the dark? Aberforth snorted. I might have helped her with that, he muttered. Scared the hell out of Mother when she went to use the privy in the night. Both laughed again as Aberforth drained the remainder of the bottle and fetched another. It wasn't all so bad, was it? Albus asked. Aberforth shook his head. No, he conceded. There were good times. The evening continued in a similar sentiment. The bottle was passed between the pair as they reminisced in shared memories of their childhood, becoming only more inebriated as they both mourned and celebrated what they had lost. The reunion of the brothers would be something discussed in the years to come, only because how the night ended. None would have been wiser of the time shared between the siblings if it hadn't been for the scandal they had caused during their drunken stupor. Evidently, each had become emboldened under the influence of the alcohol and had attempted to recreate some of the fonder memories they had shared. They were discovered the next morning on the grounds of the school by an irate Professor McGonagall and bemused gamekeeper asleep below the Whomping Willow, each clutching an empty bottle, the grounds littered by a collection of creatures the two had seemingly set free from their enclosures. What was not discovered immediately, however, was that all the creatures now glowed in the dark, something that had become apparent the very next evening by a confused care of magical creatures professor, who, try as he might, could do nothing to rectify to the issue. Again, the two brothers found themselves under the stern glare of the deputy headmistress, as she gave them both a rather unpleasant dressing down, and insisted that they fixed it, lecturing them also on the lack of decorum they had exhibited during their escapades and questioning how two old men had allowed themselves to become so immature in the space of a single evening. Despite all of this, it became a regularity to witness the headmaster of the school visiting his brother at least a few times a week, and although there wasn't a repeat of the scandalous incident, they could often be seen in the company of the other, their interactions much more familial than any believed possible. Break. Before entering the carriage for the final time as a student of the school, Harry paused and gazed upon the first place he had considered home, a sense of sadness washing over him. It was not necessarily goodbye. He would be spending much of his next 5 years here also, but it was an end of not one, but 2 eras for him, the first having never received the farewell it had deserved. In his earlier teenage years, he had envisioned leaving Hogwarts with both Ron and Hermione, himself and his red-headed friend, destined for the Auror Academy, and the girl to wherever it was she decided. He shook his head morosely as he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. "You'll be back soon," James comforted. Harry gave him a wan smile and nodded. "It wasn't just a school to me. Hogwarts was the first place I ever felt that I belonged." James squeezed the shoulder he held in sympathy. "I understand, Harry. You could always end up teaching here." Harry laughed. "One day, maybe," he conceded. "But for now, I've got another 5 years to decide what it is I want to do. Perhaps I will teach. I might decide to play Quidditch, or I might just buy a house in the country and have those dozen children Bella seems keen to give me," he finished, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. James chuckled as he bundled the other teen inside the carriage, shaking his head at his son's antics. Harry had begun to relax much more over the past couple of weeks since the NEWTS ended, the burden of the Dark Lord and his undecided future no longer weighing heavy on his mind. The tension that seemed to always linger about his shoulders was not so evident, and even his eyes were less haunted than they had been. "He deserves it," he sighed internally as he joined the group, pondering what the future would hold for himself and the rest of them. Himself, Peter, Lily, Harry, and Bellatrix would be back here come September. Alice, and surprisingly Marlene, would be heading to begin their Auror training, and Sirius and Remus would both be under the tutelage of members of the Black family, the former with his grandfather and the latter with Cassiopeia. Arcturus had even agreed to have Regulus join them for the same training when his own schooling was complete, so that Sirius could pursue a career away from only politics, something that had overjoyed the Black heir who planned on working as a hit wizard also. It was not the career as an Auror that he had dreamed of, but it was certainly something that would allow him to build a legacy of his own, one befitting the line in which he came from. "I know some of us are coming back, but it's still quite sad," Peter sighed, pulling him from his thoughts. James had been astounded by how well the smallest of their group had been coping with the loss of his leg. The first 2 weeks had been the most difficult, and he was prone to bouts of melancholy at times, but now seemed to be thriving. He had been fitted for a prosthetic, paid for by Harry, who had insisted that he be given the very best, and had worked diligently in learning how to walk with it. It had been a strange sight to see the boy grimacing, limping and gritting his teeth in determination, but he had persevered with little encouragement and was now quite comfortable with the leg. However, it was the attitude that he had adopted since that had been the most surprising development. For one to lose a leg to have a rather bitter disposition would be entirely forgivable. Only Peter seemed to be lighter than he ever had. Flashback. Harry and James were by his bedside in the hospital wing as Peter had his dressings changed. The wound was mostly healed, but still required bandages, as the prosthetic would irritate the damaged skin considerably. The boy himself was reading over a potions journal as he nodded and smiled to himself, causing James to frown in confusion. "An article on potions surely cannot make you so content," he chuckled. "It's a good article," Peter defended, "but it's not just that," he added with a frown of his own. "I almost died, James." James nodded. "And that makes you happy." Peter snorted. No, but surviving does, he sighed. I lost a leg, but not my life, and neither did a lot more people because of it. I'm happy to have lost a leg to save the lives I did. Both James and Harry smiled at the proclamation. To most, it would sound as though their friend was bragging and displaying a lack of modesty, but what he said was certainly accurate enough. Peter and Remus had, between them, brought down the majority of the giants and prevented a considerable number of people dying by attempting to do the same. James could only ruffle his head proudly, the good mood of the boy finally making sense. Peter had always been the underachiever of the group, his prowess with a wand having been found lacking an academic performance subpar other than in potions. Now, however, he could finally hold himself in equal esteem as he did the other Marauders and carry himself with a bit of pride, live a life where the deeds of his friends did not overshadow his own. End flashback. It is, Lily agreed. It doesn't mean that we won't see each other still. As much as we can, Sirius declared. Just because we aren't at school anymore doesn't mean everything has to change. James nodded. At least once a week, he broke in. At least once a week we will make time to spend together, all of us, whether it's just getting dinner or something. I can agree to that, Remus declared. Then that is what we will do, Harry interjected, his arm wrapped tightly around Bellatrix, who nodded. No matter what, we make time. Promises such as these, made in the heat of the moment without considering the possibility of changing circumstances, usually became forgotten with time, even if the intentions were good. But not this time. Over the following years, the word of all would be kept, even if one or more were away and had to arrange a portkey. It was always done, and the young men and women in the carriage only grew closer as time went by, the friendships of childhood and the camaraderie of war prevailing over everything else that would come and go. Break. July 31st, 1980, St. Mungo's maternity ward. For the best part of 2 days, Harry had been here, packing back and forth in the waiting area, both overwhelmed and nervous at what was happening just behind one of the many doors that lined the corridor outside. Alice and Frank had welcomed their son into the world only the day before, and Lily had gone into labor only a short few hours later, much o' the now 20-year-old's consternation. I guess some things weren't ever going to change, he had muttered, pale-faced as Lily was helped past him in the reception of the ward with a panicking James in tow. For Merlin's sake, Harry, will you bloody sit down? Bellatrix huffed as she rubbed her own swollen belly. Harry gave a sheepish grin as he took a seat next to her and did his best to prevent himself from fidgeting. Like himself and Bellatrix, James and Lily had not planned their pregnancy. Frank and Alice, without informing the others, had. It came as no surprise to the rest of the group, however. The two had married less than a year after Alice had graduated, much to the delight of both families. James and Lily had followed suit a year later, and Harry and Bellatrix a few months after. Their child, however, had not been something they had discussed, and it certainly came as a shock to the young man when Bellatrix announced it. Flashback. It had been a busy day for Harry. He had been working with Dumbledore on runic studies, something that he had become quite taken with these past months. Not only that, he had also been fixing up the house that himself and Bellatrix had purchased. A very remote Victorian home, by no means as grand as either the Black or Potter manors, but a large building and a considerable amount of land that afforded them much privacy and all the room they could ever need. Needless to say, he was exhausted from his efforts of the day. The work on the house was progressing very nicely, and he estimated that most of the works would be completed in just a month or two at most. But tonight was his time for relaxing. The group would be gathering at Longbottom Manor for dinner and a catch-up of what had been happening over the past week, an opportunity to just be around their closest friends and unwind away from the hectic schedule they all kept. Alice and Marlene had both completed the Auror training and were now working in the field. Remus was most of the way through his own mastery under Cassiopeia, and Sirius had surprised them all with the amount of dedication he was showing in his training towards becoming the new Lord Black. James, Lily, and Peter were still at Hogwarts pursuing their own higher educations, along with Harry and Bellatrix, who was making her own waves on the national dueling scene. Harry had discovered, very quickly under the tutelage of Dumbledore, that the man was a taskmaster, a truly brilliant man that expected a certain level of excellence from his charge. The young man was not one to complain, however, and had taken the challenges put before him in his stride, and was learning more and more each day under the guidance of the headmaster. After a quick shower, he took the Floo to Frank's ancestral home, where he was the last to arrive. The others were already settled in their chairs when he entered the dining room, and he gave Bellatrix a quick kiss on the cheek as he sat down, apologizing for his tardiness to his host, who waved him off unworriedly. The usual small talk took place whilst they ate and drank, and everything was proceeding as was custom, until Frank stood to garner the attention of the room, a nervous, yet proud smile adorning his features. He coughed nervously as he tapped his glass with a spoon unnecessarily. "I just wanted to thank you all for coming," he mumbled shyly, shooting a pleading look to his wife, who shook her head in exasperation. "Just tell them, Frank," she urged with a good-natured huff. The man nodded and attempted to compose himself. "We're having a baby," he muttered, his cheeks flushing a bright crimson. It took a moment for the news to settle in before a resounding cheer sounded in the room. "Bloody hell, Frank," Sirius called. "You chase and capture the dregs of society, and you struggle to tell your friends you're having a kid." Frank shrugged as Harry gave him a playful slap on the back, the man's current demeanor reminding him very much of a friend long since left behind. The thought of the slightly chubby boy had him pausing, calculating dates, his own eyes widening at the realization as he turned sharply towards James and Lily, who had yet to leave their seats, both appearing to be shocked by the revelation. Lily met his gaze and gave an imperceptible nod. He fell into his chair as his legs began to tremble and took a deep swig of his butterbeer, wishing he had asked for something stronger. "What is it?" Bellatrix asked, a worried frown marring her features. The rest of the group seemed to have become aware of his internal conflict, and their attention turned to him as he shook his head and pointed at the other seated couple in the room. Under the scrutiny of the others, James placed his hand over Lily's and nodded. "Us too," he confirmed hoarsely. "Bloody hell," Sirius exclaimed after only a second or so of dumbfounded silence. "A double celebration, then," he cheered. "You'd better make that a triple," Bellatrix broke in once the second wave of cheering and congratulations had passed, her voice little above a whisper. Harry's head snapped towards her, his eyes bulging, mouth opening and closing as he attempted to formulate a coherent sentence. "How," he managed to sputter. Sirius was the first to recover from the development and placed a fatherly hand on Harry's shoulder. "Well, when a man and woman love each other very much," he began mockingly. Harry slapped his hand away irritably. "I know how it works, you mongrel," he spat. "I mean how? I thought we were being careful," he questioned in confusion as he turned his attention back to Bellatrix. Bellatrix laughed and took his hands in her own, her eyes watering. She knew he wasn't truly angry, merely shocked. "We are both quite powerful," she sighed. "The potion wasn't going to prevent it forever. I'm surprised it took this long." Harry could only nod dumbly as he stood and began to pace furiously. "Harry," Bellatrix questioned worriedly. She had been nervous about his reaction, but did not expect an almost stoic countenance. "This is real," he asked sternly. "It's not a mistake," he added weakly. Bellatrix shook her head as the first tear broke free. She felt more than a little foolish and had to fight down the fury that had started to boil within her at his questioning. Her anger was not last. Without warning, she was hoisted out of her chair and felt herself wrapped tightly in his arms as he jumped up and down, mumbling incoherently about the baby that would be with them in around half a year's time. "You're really pregnant?" he asked again. Bellatrix rolled her eyes at his ridiculous grin. "Yes, Harry," she huffed. "Now put me down, you're upsetting her," she chided as she pointed to her stomach. He frowned as he complied. "Her." Bellatrix raised her chin in the air defiantly. "It will be a girl," she said with certainty. I can feel it. The smirk he wore only grew as he shrugged carelessly. It doesn't matter to me, as long as she is happy and healthy. Well, Frank broke in, interrupting their moment. To all 6 of us then, he toasted, raising his glass, his hand trembling slightly. The others followed his lead, the talk of impending the Impting arrivals quickly becoming the favored subject of the evening. Although happy at the turn of events, Harry could not shift the feeling of nervousness that overcame him, not only at the prospect of being a father, but the timing weighed heavily on his minds. Most of his worries were put to rest by his mentor, who had stated with categoric confidence that he himself had nothing to be concerned about regarding the timing. Harry had received his first lecture from the man on magics of the soul, and how that his own soul had been successfully transported here, and that if it hadn't, he would have perished in the attempt. Though his fears had mostly been assuaged by the word of the man, he couldn't shake the worry entirely, and he had spent many sleepless nights wallowing in trepidation, something that had only increased when Lily had gone into labor on the very date that he was born. End flashback. He was pulled from his reverie as the door to the room burst open, admitting a very shaky and pale James, his eyes haunted by his most recent traumatic experience. Harry had shot to his feet immediately and approached the wreck of a man, his expression almost pleading. "It's a girl," he announced. Harry sagged in relief as he pulled James into a tight hug. "How is she?" he asked. James gave him a relieved smile. "Lily was amazing," he praised lovingly. "They are both doing well." Harry nodded as he felt Bellatrix grip his hand excitedly. "Can we see them?" James nodded and led them from towards the room, the trio followed by Remus, Peter, Marlene, Sirius, and the elder Potters who had managed to get permission for Lily's parents to be here. They entered the birthing room and was greeted by the sight of an exhausted yet content Lily, her red tresses in disarray as she clung tightly to the bundle she held in her arms. She gave them all a welcoming smile as she beckoned Harry towards her and angled the swathe of blankets so that he could get a better view of the babe. The girl was sleeping soundly, her own patches of red hair peeking out from within the confines of her wrappings. "She looks just like you," Harry whispered to the exhausted woman. Lily nodded tiredly. "She has our eyes, too," she revealed in a conspiratorial whisper. "What's her name?" Lily's smile widened as she looked towards James and nodded for him to answer. "Her name is Jasmine Potter, yours and Bella's goddaughter." Harry could only nod dumbly as he held the girl closer. Lost for words, he smiled and handed the baby over to Bellatrix, who looked upon her with equal reverence. Everyone else in the room took that as their cue to come closer and began fussing over the newest addition to the Potter family, each giving their own congratulations. Catching the longing look of Sirius, Harry leaned in and nudged him with his shoulder. "Your time will come, Sirius," he assured the man. Sirius nodded and gave him a genuine smile. "I never thought about children before," he muttered in reply. "Well, there's plenty of time for that, but your own goddaughter will be here in only a few weeks." "Me," Sirius choked in disbelief. Harry nodded. "Of course," he sighed. "You never really got the chance to be mine where I came from, so now you can be the godfather that I should have had to my daughter." "Awa, Siri, it's not so bad," Bellatrix soothed mockingly as she joined them. "There's no need to cry." "I'm not bloody crying," the man grumbled as he swiped suspiciously at his eyes. Bellatrix laughed as she rubbed his back comfortingly. "Harry and I agreed that you and Marlene would be our first child's godparents, only if you intend on marrying her, of course," she added with a wicked grin. Sirius snorted. "I already asked her father for permission," he answered. "And what did he say?" The voice of Marlene broke in, seemingly appearing from nowhere behind the man. Sirius swallowed deeply and nodded before smiling. "He agreed." Marlene shook her and beamed a watery smile. "Is this you asking?" "Not the way I planned, but yes, it is," he answered sincerely. Marlene sobbed as she threw herself in his arms and nodded into his chest. The only two left are Remus and Narcissa, Bellatrix whispered as she pulled Harry into a hug. What? Sirius bellowed, clearly having overheard his cousin. Oh, this isn't good, Harry sighed. CISSY and HIM. Sirius continued his rant, the attention of the others in the room now firmly on him and his tirade as he pointed at the offending man. Control yourself, Sirius, Marlene hissed. Remember what happened last time you tried to interfere, she reminded him, shooting a glance at Harry and Bellatrix. Sirius narrowed his eyes, but visibly calmed, as he approached an open-mouthed and pale Remus. So, Remus, he began sweetly, you wish to marry into the House of Black. Remus trembled under the scrutiny of one of his oldest friends. No one has mentioned marriage, he stuttered. Sirius raised an eyebrow at the werewolf and shook his head. I hope you don't plan on defiling my little cousin without the intention of it, he warned as he wagged a finger under his nose. Remus shook his head frantically. I've not done anything of the sort, he stammered. Sirius nodded. Let you keep it this way, shall we? The question was rhetorical, but still, Remus nodded his understanding. And you will explain how this has come to be, without me being any the wiser. Marlene snorted. That would be because you can be a very dense and ignorant git, Sirius, she huffed. Sirius pouted, but seemingly decided to let it rest for the time being. He, however, did sulk for some time after the revelation of one of his closest friends and cousins being romantically involved, something that was quickly forgotten only a couple of weeks later when his goddaughter did indeed arrive as expected. Lyra Cassia Potter graced her parents with her presence in the early hours of August 13th, heavily favoring the look of her mother. A thick mane of black hair and violet eyes, the very same delicate features of the young woman that birthed her, much to the delight of her father. Break. September 1st, 1990, King's Cross Station. Today was the day that Harry James Potter had been anticipating since the fall of Lord Voldemort. The day that he would bear witness to the fruits of his sacrifices and would finally learn how much a difference his endeavors had truly made. He knew in his heart of hearts that he had been mostly successful. He had ended Tom's reign much sooner than had occurred previously and had managed to mitigate the negative outcome as best he could, but today he would know for certain. Bellatrix had, on several occasions, labeled him foolish for the worry that had plagued him, but the question that Croaker had put to him all those years ago had stuck. Tell me, Mr. Potter, how many people do you share your dormitory with at Hogwarts? Out of everything that had happened, this was the one thing that played on his mind and had now for as long as he cared to remember. He had cursed the man for such a question, such an inane thing that had bothered him day in and day out. He shook his head as his family approached platform 9 3/4, himself, his wife, and the 6 children they had been blessed with. Lyra, of course, had been first followed by Henry a couple of years later. The twin boys, James and John, had arrived only a year after him, and the 2 youngest, Marius and Calidora, 1 year and 2 years later, respectively. It hadn't been the dozen that they often goaded the other with, but Harry and Bellatrix could not be happier with each of their children, though both would admit they could be a handful. The man himself hid his smirk as they crossed the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He found his eyes widening at the sheer amount of people here, and breathed a sigh of relief at how many small children were running around in unmarked robes. Now do you feel better? Bellatrix sighed, having had no doubt that his fears would be unfounded. Harry nodded and smiled politely at a group of people openly pointing and discussing him. It was something that had taken some getting used to since his victory over Tom, and it wasn't as though he gave the general population time to get it out of their systems. He had become somewhat reclusive, firstly spending much of the first 5 years after the war within the walls of Hogwarts, and only venturing out when he knew the streets of the wizarding world would not be so busy so that he could avoid the attention and adulation that was bestowed upon him. It wasn't until Lyra herself noticed the pointing, the offhand comments, and the people paying so much attention to her father that she broached the subject with him. She had, of course, been rather too young in Harry's opinion, to be regaled with the feats he had achieved, and had made the excuse that it was simply because he was a Potter and that the family was very well known. She had not been entirely placated by his explanation, but knew better than to argue with her father. However, when she was 9 years old, she had no such qualms, not when she provided irrefutable proof that the man that had sired her was much more than she was aware. Flashback. Harry was poring over a tome in his office, his brow furrowed as he attempted to decipher the runic array before him. He had received his mastery in the subject during his years as an apprentice under the tutelage of an Egyptian specialist whom Dumbledore had introduced him to. He had become very enamored with the subject during his study on wards whilst planning the final confrontation with Voldemort, and had decided that he would like to pursue it further. The work he was reading, however, was proving to be just as exciting as it was boggling, and so immersed in his work, he did not hear the door to the room opening nor the shuffling approach of his eldest child. It wasn't until a slither of card fell in front of his eyes that he became aware of her presence. Frowning, he looked up and was met by the glare of his daughter, the very same look his wife had when he was soon to find himself in trouble. She said nothing, but drew his attention to the piece of card she had deposited on his desk with a nod. His frown gave way to a reminiscent grin as he looked upon his own image on the front before flipping it over to read the words he had not seen in quite some time. Lord Harry Potter, 27th March 1960, present, Order of Merlin First Class. First noted for his achievement in becoming the youngest person in recent history to represent his country during the European Dueling Championship of 1977, where he was controversially disqualified when he reacted to being placed under the Cruciatus Curse by his opponent in the semifinal. His notoriety only increased in 1978 when he vanquished the Dark Lord Voldemort in single combat, ending the tyranny that magical Britain had been under for several years. Seldom seen in public since, Lord Potter is a known Quidditch fan and is married to rising dueling star, Bellatrix Potter. He had once mocked the sentiment displayed by Dumbledore during his 5th year at Hogwarts, when the man had been rather dismissive in losing the many titles he held, and had claimed that he would be content so long as he remained a feature on the chocolate frog cards. Now, he understood the sentiment completely. Although proud of his Order of Merlin First Class and the honorary lordship that had been bestowed upon him, the chocolate frog card held considerably more meaning. Lyra cleared her throat, and his smile faltered as he found himself under her scrutiny, a single brow risen as she waited for an explanation. He shook his head and sighed as he gestured for her to take the seat opposite his own. "I didn't want you to find out like this," he said apologetically. "So it's real, you're a hero?" she questioned in awe. Harry smiled at her innocence, reminded of why it was he did what he had done almost a decade ago. He nodded in confirmation as he grinned. "Believe it or not, your father was not always a boring and stuffy man," he joked. Lyra frowned at him, the words she had occasionally used against him being thrown back at her. "I don't think you're boring, Daddy," she denied. "I just find it hard to believe," she shrugged as she pointed at the card he still held. Harry chuckled. "Why is it so hard?" The girl bit her bottom lip in thought as she shrugged again. "It says that you killed a Dark Lord. You're the kindest man I know. I can't imagine you killing anyone." Again, Harry found himself smiling at her innocence. "I like to think I am kind, Lyra," he sighed, "but I am fiercely protective of those I love and care about, and without sounding so egotistical, I am very good with my wand." The diminutive girl nodded. It was not often that she saw him using his magic, as herself and her brothers were strictly forbidden from entering the training room in the basement when their father was in there. But the times she had seen him, he had always left her dazzled with his displays. Still, she found it hard to see the soft-spoken, gentile man in front of her as someone capable of taking a life. She had seen him angry at times, and he had been terrifying, but it would only be very briefly. He always managed to calm himself, though, and was again her daddy, the same man that took her flying on his broom, even though Mother did not like it. "Is that why everyone is really kind to you?" she asked. "Partly," he replied with a smile. "They respect me for what I did, and they are a little scared of me," he added with a sigh. He shook his head morosely. This was not a conversation he was relishing, but knew it was one that needed to be had. She would be going to Hogwarts soon enough, and he would rather her hear his explanation before facing possibly skewed notions of the man he was. "Come here," he requested, opening his arms and motioning for her to join him. She complied, and he pulled her into his lap and gave her a tight hug, eliciting a giggle from the girl. "When you get to Hogwarts, people will know who you are because of me and what I have done. I want to be the one to tell you about those things, so you know the truth, not some embellished tale from someone who was not there, people who did not experience what myself, your mother, and the rest did." Lyra nodded, her attention completely focused on her father as he spoke, her expression shifting between awe and disbelief as he regaled her with the tales of his youth. When he was finished, she could not help but look at the man in a new light. Her father, if anything, was an honest man, and she did not doubt what he told her was true, but it was still hard to fathom, and were it not for the haunted look he wore as talked, one could not blame her for thinking such things as merely fanciful, delusional even. But this was her father, her quiet yet intelligent father who was kind to everyone, who loved his friends and family to a fault, a man she had never seen exchange a harsh word with any. "You killed people," she said sadly. "You always said that hurting people was bad." Harry nodded. "I did," he sighed. "I did what I had to protect those that couldn't defend themselves against those that wished to cause them harm." Lyra hugged him tighter. "So, you really are a hero." Harry snorted slightly. "Many have said as much," he chuckled, "but I only see myself as having done the right thing." The little girl smiled brightly at him. "Can you show me?" Harry frowned at the question. "Show you what?" "Show me how you can fight, silly," she huffed. "When you are older," he promised. "When you are old enough, I will teach you our family magic, but until then, young lady, how about you go and change and I take you flying?" His daughter was out of his lap and room as fast as he could blink, leaving her chuckling father still seating behind his desk. The moments with his wife and children were what he lived for. Much of his time was dominated with work, but he always made time for them and time to fly also. He had never pursued a career in Quidditch as he had considered, something he at times held regret for, but he still found enjoyment in it, whether that was watching or having pick-up games with James and the others, and even more so teaching his children the art. "Are you up for it today, Heed?" he asked the snowy owl perched on her branch, where she now spent much of her time. She gave a hoot as she landed on his shoulder and began nuzzling him affectionately. She was certainly getting on in years, but still, she remained his ever-faithful companion, his one reminder of a life that had slowly become but a distant memory. End flashback. His thoughts were interrupted by a gentle tugging on his sleeve, and he had to use every ounce of effort he had in the moment not exhibit any emotion that would arouse suspicion. Many eyes were on him, all looking in his direction in awe, but it was the ones that were in front of him that he was focused, as he looked upon a very familiar pair of brown orbs, freckles, and a shock of red hair. "You're Harry Potter," the young boy squeaked. Harry almost laughed at the expression, the same he had encountered from this very boy on his first journey aboard the Hogwarts Express. "I am indeed Mr. Weasley," he confirmed, not unkindly. The boy swallowed nervously. "You know who I am?" Harry quirked an amused eyebrow. "I only know of one family famous for their red hair and freckles," he answered. "My brother Bill says he knew you at school." This time, Harry did let out a brief chuckle. "Ah, William," he mused aloud. "How is he?" "He is working for Gringotts as a curse breaker," the redhead answered proudly. Harry nodded and gave the boy a smile. "I'm so sorry, Lord Potter," the voice of Arthur Weasley interrupted. "I did tell him not to bother you," he added, shooting his son a disapproving glare. Harry simply waved him off. "Think nothing of it, Arthur," he insisted. "He demonstrated some of that Gryffindor bravery coming over here." The boy stood a little straighter at the comment and smirked triumphantly. "I'm going to be a Gryffindor just like you and my other brothers," he declared. "It's the best house." Harry could only laugh as he shook his head. I don't think my wife would agree with you here, Mr. Weasley, he deadpanned. She was a Slytherin, he added with a wink. Ron paled at the revelation and shot a fearful glance towards Bellatrix, who only smirked in response. A SL Slytherin, he stammered, but they're all evil. Arthur shook his head in exasperation as Bellatrix rolled her eyes. Not quite, Harry chuckled. My wife can be very scary, but I too was almost a Slytherin. You, Ron questioned in disbelief, but you're Harry Potter. A house does not make somebody evil, young man, he explained. It is the actions that define a person, not a house they're selected for when they are still a child. Ron frowned at the thought, but nodded his understanding. Being brave is admirable, but so is loyalty, intelligence, and ambition. The best people have a mix of all those things, Harry continued. It would be a mistake to let your house define you, and even more so to judge others based on where they are placed. Ron nodded again, more resolutely this time before a look of contemplation took prominence. But you know, who was a Slytherin, so was Rudolphus Lestrange, he argued weakly. Harry's eyes narrowed at the mention of the latter. Lestrange had been on the run since the war, making quite the nuisance of himself, and refusing to believe that the pureblood movement had been quashed. It wasn't until Harry had dealt with him personally that he too became little more than an unpleasant memory in magical Britain's history, but more an unpleasant memory for himself and his family, one much more recent that only served to reinforce his already formidable reputation. Flashback. Ever since her owl had arrived 2 weeks ago confirming her place at Hogwarts, Lyra had been insistent that she be allowed to head to Diagon Alley to purchase what it was she would need for her first year of school. Harry, however, knew that his daughter was showing so much enthusiasm for one reason, her wand. For as long as the girl could talk, she had pestered him incessantly about getting her one, something that he had flatly refused to do. He had afforded many allowances, but this was something he had refused to compromise on. But now, the day she would get her wish had arrived. After experiencing a disrupted breakfast, he had finally relented and took her along with Bellatrix and the other children. It was considered a special occasion after all. Lyra herself had been impatient whilst they went from shop to shop, gathering the required supplies, barely paying attention as she continuously stared in the direction of Ollivander's. Eventually, the family arrived, Lyra ahead of the others as she pushed herself inside the small shop, which was thankfully empty despite how busy the alley itself was. Harry entered and shook his head in amusement at the expression on her face, as the tape measure measured the bridge of her nose. "Ah, Bellatrix Black," Ollivander greeted his wife. "Walnut with a dragon heartstring core, 12 3/4 inches. It's Potter now," she corrected with a smile. "Indeed," Ollivander acknowledged as his penetrating gaze swept over Harry, making him shiver internally. "Lord Potter," the man addressed him in little more than a whisper, "though not one of mine, I imagine that your wand has some very interesting tales to tell." Harry shrugged as he removed the one on his right arm and looked at it fondly before offering it to a surprised Ollivander. "I think you are just about the only person I can think of that would appreciate it," he explained. Ollivander smiled as he took the wand and looked upon it. "Ebony and purply heart," he declared, "with the heartstring of a Ukrainian ironbelly and a Thistral hair," he finished with a look of wonder. The man nodded before closing his eyes and placing the wand next to his ear. He remained this way for several minutes, the only indication that he hadn't fallen asleep being the occasional nod he gave or sound of wonderment. "Very interesting indeed," he stated as he opened his eyes and scrutinized Harry uncomfortably. "Remarkable," he added as he handed the wand back. "Tell me, Lord Potter, what did happen to your holly and phoenix feather wand?" Harry silently applauded the man. Wand lore was something he had investigated before his trip through time, and again, something he had revisited since, but had found he had no natural ability in the subject. He had read that a master could deduce much by simply holding one, and he had been quite keen to see the method put into practice. "I outgrew it when I was 15 years old," he answered. "I still have it at home." Ollivander nodded. Understandable, he sighed. Sometimes people that can wield the power you possess will find that the wand they carry is no longer sufficient, but they will remain a part of us in some way. Harry nodded his agreement. On occasion, he would retrieve his own wand, and though it felt mostly dead in his hands, a spark of life remained in it. He kept it under lock and key in his office, along with a few other mementos, such as the Marauders map, something that Bellatrix had forbidden him to give to the children, ever. As much as I could discuss wand lore with you, Lord Potter, I believe your daughter is rather impatient to get her own, Ollivander pointed out. Indeed, Lyra was frowning in his direction and rolled her eyes as he took note of her expression. It took a little more than an hour to find her match, an ebony and dragon heartstring construct, 11 3/4 inches, much to her joy and relief. After thanking and paying the wandmaker, they exited the shop to head home for a late lunch, only for such a notion to vanish as they made their way towards the flue in the leaky cauldron. They had barely begun their walk when a scream rang out across the street, spurring Harry into action. In the blink of an eye, his wand was in his hand, and he had swept it in a semicircle, ripping the pavement away from the ground and wrapping his family up in a protective cocoon of thick concrete in the nick of time. A series of spells impacted against it immediately, and a shout of rage got his attention. "Potter," a familiar voice screamed, "you finally come out of your hole, you fucking coward." Instantly, the genial man was gone, and in his place stood the hardened warrior he had become through trial and tribulation. "Lestrange," he growled, his eyes glowing eerily, the temperature around him dropping considerably, causing his children to shake. Harry was simply furious, more murderous than he had felt in over the decade. "Daddy, what's happening?" Lyra questioned fearfully, trembling as she looked upon her father. Harry attempted to give the girl a reassuring smile that came across more as a feral grin. "Protect them," he commanded his wife. Bellatrix could only nod as she placed herself in front of them, aware that the anti-apparition and portkey wards would have been activated. Harry was seething as he blew an enormous hole in his improvised barrier, and was met with the sight of a frozen crowd and 6 figures in Death Eater garb. "You know, I always wondered what happened to you, Ruddy," he spat. "You and your disgrace of a father, too cowardly to fall with your master." The man was on the cusp of answering, but Harry decided that there were no words that needed to be exchanged between them. The man had attempted to attack his family, and his only thought was that he was going to make him regret such a foolish move. With a flick of his wand, the robed man on his left collapsed in a heap and began screaming as he clawed at his face desperately. 2 others were taken down before the group could mount an offense, victims to a bonebreaker to the pelvis and a brain-swelling curse, respectively. This seemed to snap the remaining 3 out of their thoughts as they fought back, each sending a volley of spells towards Harry, who dodged and batted them away as though they were inconsequential. Another man fell with a rattling roar of agony as his tongue exploded in his mouth, and the final accomplice took this as his cue to run, only to be lassoed by a flame whip. Harry dragged the pleading man in front of him to absorb the next wave of spells Rudolphus sent his way. The man quickly fell limp, leaving only their leader alone to face the irate Potter. Rudolphus became aware of the unfavorable situation he found himself in and sent another chain of spells at Harry, who flicked them aside as he stalked towards the man, intent on making the last of his moments as miserable as possible. True to his nature when facing adversity, he tried to flee only to be hit with a tripping jink that sent him sprawling to the ground. Before he could gather himself, Harry was upon him and stomped with all his might on the hand that clutched his wand, eliciting a pained yelp. Not content with this, he dragged the man to his feet by his throat and ripped off his mask before plowing his fist into his nose a few times for good measure. Tightening his grip, he pulled Rudolphus closer so they were almost nose to nose as he glared at him, reveling in the fear he could see in his eyes. "Many years ago, I told you that if you ever even looked at my brother in a way I did not like, then I would flay you. Do you remember?" he gritted out. Rudolphus nodded weakly as he gasped, choking in the clutch he could not break free from. "And you dare attempt to attack me in front of my children," he continued in a deadly whisper. You dare, you bastard. The sound of dripping water caught his attention, and the unmistakable odor of urine was strong enough to fill him with disgust. Lord Potter, a tentative voice called. Harry turned his stony expression towards a nervous dew of Aurors and bared his teeth. Finally decided to arrive and do your job, he replied callously. My apologies, sir, but we were told not to intervene, the Auror explained as he pointed to a man behind himself and his partner. The sight of Alastor Moody lifted his spirits, but did not abate the rage that coursed through him. Alastor, he greeted the man cordially. Moody sighed. We can take it from here, Harry, Moody responded. Harry shook his head. Not necessary. I made Ruddy a promise and I intend on sticking to it. Moody drew his wand nervously. You know I can't let you do that, he sighed. Harry growled and pressed his wand into Lestrange's throat stubbornly. Harry, the voice of Bellatrix pleaded, not in front of the children. He looked towards his wife and cowering children, feeling shame wash over him. He was not ashamed by his actions, only that he had lost control in front of them. He had never wanted them to see this side to him and had managed to hide it all these years. He nodded reluctantly, and both Moody and Bellatrix breathed a sigh of relief only to be taken aback as Harry drove his knee into Rudolphus' groin before releasing him. I'm sorry, he muttered as he approached his family. I'm sorry. Bellatrix pulled him into a hug as he apologized to his stunned children, his eyes expressing the sorrow he felt. Both Lyra and Henry, shaken by the experience, wrapped their arms around him, and though they were all safe, it would be a memory that would stick with them for quite some time. End flashback. The sound of the whistle announcing the imminent departure of the train sounded, pulling him from his thoughts. With another mumbled apology, Arthur led Ron away, and Harry pulled his daughter towards him and kneeled before her. Now, remember to write at least once a week, and for Merlin's sake do not do anything to worry your mother. But if you have to, don't get caught, he finished in a whisper. The girl giggled as she extracted herself from his grip. I'll miss you, Daddy, she sighed before placing a kiss on his cheek. And I you, Princess. He returned sadly as Bellatrix all, but shoved him aside to say her own goodbye. He allowed his eyes to sweep across the platform once more. Content that his efforts had not been in vain, with the vision of countless families waving farewell to their children as they boarded the train and hung out of the windows to watch the parents disappear from view. It was a bittersweet moment for Harry. It felt as though only yesterday he was holding his first daughter in his arms, and now he was seeing her off for the start of her magical schooling. She will be okay, Bellatrix whispered next to him. Harry could not be sure if she was saying it for his or her own benefit, but that coupled with the sight of familiar mass of brown hair leaning from the now moving train made him smile warmly in remembrance as he spotted his first female friend. She will be okay, he echoed. Break. August 18th, 1996. Harry was sitting in front of the fire in his office, and though it was only mid-afternoon and he was not prone to drinking unless the occasion called for it, he held a tumbler of fire whiskey. Are you going to tell me what is bothering you? The voice of his wife sounded from the doorway. Harry shook his head as she sat on the arm of his chair and looked at him with concern. It's the exact date that I came back, he sighed, his tone thoughtful. Bellatrix stroked his arm sympathetically. Are you having regrets? He again shook his head. No, he assured her. It's just a strange day for me. I remember asking what would happen when I left, and Croker said that it was likely that the timeline where I came from would alter to reflect what I did when I left, he explained. What we see around us is it, I guess, he added with a frown. It's not all that bad, is it? Not at all, he sighed. Definitely better than when I left, but certainly not what I was expecting, he chuckled. But I wouldn't change a thing, not what I did or where we are now. Even if Albus finally got you to accept a teaching position, Bellatrix returned with a smug grin. Harry huffed slightly as he dragged a hand through his hair. The man had been trying to lure him back to Hogwarts for more than 10 years, and he had finally relented, accepting the role of teaching ancient runes at the school. Bellatrix had succumbed to the man the year before and was teaching defense against the dark arts, joining Peter and James, who were teaching transfiguration and potions, each sharing the responsibility with Snape and Minerva. "The old goat got me in the end," he conceded. Bellatrix giggled. "Come off it, Harry. You knew you would end up back there someday. You miss the place far too much." Harry nodded. He could not deny it. He did miss the hustle and bustle of the castle, and his years away had not stopped the yearning he felt for it. "Well, I do still have one more thing to finish before I go back," he reminded her. "I'm hoping to have it within the week," he said determinedly. Bellatrix shook her head and sighed at him. Of all the careers he could have had, he had decided to go gallivanting around the world in the most dangerous places he could find to look for lost treasures, a career she blamed Albus for entirely. The man had encouraged it and even joined him from time to time when he could, along with James, Peter, Remus, Sirius, and Frank. Harry had come upon a journal as he was perusing the headmaster's personal library that speculated on more than a few of the treasures and where they could likely be found. Harry, being the curious person he was, had taken it upon himself to seek them out and had surprisingly experienced much success. This, along with his warding business, had given them more than a comfortable lifestyle, rather opulent in fact due to some of the things he had discovered over the years. "And you promise this is the last one?" she questioned suspiciously. "I promise," Harry laughed before placing a kiss on her cheek. The life of peace he had led during his years as an apprentice had been welcome, but there was always the lingering need of risk. He wasn't sure if it was simply in his nature or that he had become so accustomed to it that it was normality for him. The only thing he could be certain of was that he could never envision himself working in a stuffy office or for the ministry. It had come on in leaps and bounds since the war, but his experiences with it throughout his years had soured him to even entertain the idea. The discovery of the journal had been a boon to him, which broke up the monotony of erecting or breaking wards for society's elite, and had often satisfied his thrill-seeking side. "Good," Bellatrix declared as she stood. "Now, if you're finished mopping, brooding, or whatever it is you are doing, everyone will be here soon." Harry smiled at the thought as his wife left to prepare for the arrival of their guests, and as it was summer time, all the children would be present. Sirius and Marlene had married and had 4 of their own, and were as wild and carefree as their parents had always been. Arcturus, their eldest, was 2 years younger than Lyra and an almost exact replica of his father. He, along with his 3 younger siblings, Orion, Marius, and Lucretia, were quite the pranksters, and Sirius was reaping what he had sowed during his years at Hogwarts, much to his delight, and at times, annoyance. Frank and Alice added Layla a few years after Neville had been born, and had been content to stop there. Both enjoyed their careers, but insisted they would have another when they felt the time was right. Narcissa had given Remus a son and 2 daughters. The 2 had married with serious blessing, though Pollux had not been pleased when he discovered that his future son-in-law was a werewolf. He had seemingly learnt from his past mistakes, however, and had welcomed Remus into the family, albeit grudgingly. Peter had dedicated himself to his studies and had not married until recently. He had been content to play the role of uncle to all the children over the years, but had finally relented and married a healer he had held affection for with the urging of the others. His wife, Helen, was carrying their first child, and the small-statured man was a nervous wreck. It had taken hours to calm him down when he learnt that he was going to be a father, and it was only when Sirius pointed out that he himself had done it, so Peter should have no problems. Harry could only shake his head as he thought of his own parents. He couldn't help but feel partly responsible for their own lot after all. Try as they might, a son had not been born to them, and after birthing 3 girls, it was advised that Lily not attempt to have any more children. Her last pregnancy had taken its toll on her, leaving it very unlikely for her to carry another without severe complications. It wasn't until little Elinor, the youngest, arrived that Harry had pondered some words spoken to him during his strange encounter with the being that claimed to be death. It is fate that should worry you. Have no fear, she will claim what she will to restore balance. He knew that it could have been worse if his assessment of the situation was right. Fate was punishing his parents for his transgression by not allowing them to birth another son, though both James and Lily had dismissed his concerns when he had discussed it with them. Both had pointed out that they were more than happy with the daughters they had, and that they couldn't be prouder of Harry. They again reminded him that, no matter what, he was their son, and nothing could change that, even if it was only spoken about with those in the know. It certainly was not something he would explaining to his own children if he could help it. Harry was proud of all his friends, his parents, their achievements, and their children, a sentiment that was shared with the elder members of their families also. Arcturus had stepped down as the head of the Black family when he had deemed Sirius ready to take over, and had been enjoying his retirement for near on a decade now. Charles was still active in the political field, and had encouraged James to enjoy a career in teaching before taking on his other responsibilities, something that James was grateful for. Doria had taught for another 3 years at Hogwarts before retiring herself. She mostly spent her time caring for the various creatures that dwelled within the forest at Potter Manor and doting on her grandchildren. She could often be found at either Harry's or James' home assisting Lily, whilst she was writing her books on charms with the input of Phileas Flitwick. It had been a plan the two had devised during her years under his teaching, and had become a success for the passionate charms mistress. Unsurprisingly to Harry, Nymphadora had chosen to become an Auror and visited her relatives often when she was not working. Arcturus, in particular, had taken a shine to the girl from the moment she appeared, and the great-grandfather had been her long-time favorite person. He spoiled the girl throughout her youth, and was even pleased that she had become a Hufflepuff, much to the surprise of her parents, who had become regular guests during the get-togethers over the years. The one thing that had always given Harry comfort were these thoughts. He knew with certainty that had he not made the sacrifices he had, things would have turned out very differently for himself and those he considered to be his family. There would be no Frank, Alice, Marlene, or his parents. Their children would never have been born, and he had no doubt that he would have lost many others on the way had he stayed. Even if he were successful in bringing Voldemort down, he did not doubt that he would have had to sacrifice more than he had and gained very little. He groaned as he stood from his chair and made his way to the kitchen where he knew the others would be, a smile at the thought of his impending return to Hogwarts adorning his face. It may seem to most that he had accepted the position with reluctance, but it was where he wanted to be, where he belonged. There were things in life that would change, and as he looked upon the weekly gathering of his friends and family, he was reminded that there were things that never would. No matter what fate had thrown his way, and no matter where his life had taken him, Hogwarts was a part of him. It would forever be, and Harry Potter would have it no other way. It was as good a place as any to begin his foray into the world of magical archaeology, somewhere familiar, somewhere local, and a task that seemed to be somewhat simple. Harry had his doubts of the latter. If it were so easy as the author in his book described, then why did they themselves not retrieve the treasure? There were too many questions and not enough answers for his liking. As such, he had talked both James and Sirius into sharing this excursion with him. Both were capable in their own right, and he trusted them implicitly. "Are we almost there?" Sirius whined as the trio struggled through the thick undergrowth. "If you're going to keep moaning, bugger off home," James bit back. "My feet hurt," Sirius grumbled. "It shouldn't be far," Harry comforted. "Bloody hell, I'm glad I didn't decide to go to Egypt first. If you moan this much about being in Wales, how bad would you be there?" Sirius scowled, but said nothing in return. Mostly, he was impatient to find the ruin they were in search of. He didn't like waiting, especially when all three could apparate to where they needed to be. They pressed on, and the forest around them thickened the further in they went. Thankfully, Sirius only uttered the occasional curse word when he snagged himself on a protruding branch or almost tripped on a log he did not see. To his relief, Harry paused after an hour or so, withdrew his book, and began mumbling as he read, allowing himself and James a reprieve. "So, what now?" James asked after a few moments. Harry frowned as he reread the section of text. The copse will grow dense, and you will come upon an arch made of bowed trees. Through the arch you must proceed until you the thread you find. Follow it, but do not pull, for you will lose your way, never to find it again." Why couldn't they just write in English? Sirius complained, having read the page over his shoulder. "This book is a few hundred years old, at least," Harry explained. "The language was very different at the time." "Bloody gibberish, more like. Where are we going?" "The same way. We are looking for an arch made of trees," Harry clarified before moving on. "Come on, Pads, where's your sense of adventure?" James interjected. "He's just worried he'll be late home. Marlene will tell him off." "Up yours," Sirius replied, raising a middle finger in Harry's direction. "At least I won't be chained up and whipped or whatever other weird stuff you and Bella are into." Harry just chuckled and shook his head. Despite putting their differences aside some 4 years ago, Sirius could never fully get the image of his cousin being a masochist out of his head. Harry had given up trying to change him. In truth, he found it amusing when the two of them would trade barbs. The sun had reached its peak of the day when the trio came upon a clearing, in the center of which stood a curiously constructed arch of 2 trees planted in the middle. "Please tell me this is it," Sirius pleaded as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "It must be," James replied. "Something like that isn't natural." Harry said nothing as he approached, a frown creasing his brow as he felt for any type of residual magic. He circled the 2 trees slowly, feeling nothing, and stepped through the gap between them as the book had instructed. "There's something here. Stay where you are," he commanded as the 2 tried to approach. "What is it?" James asked. "Whatever it is, it's not friendly," Harry warned. "There's something familiar about it." "Who the bloody hell is this whispering witch anyway?" Sirius questioned worriedly. "I looked into it, and there wasn't much to find. According to what I've read, she was a witch that lived close to here in 11th century. Apparently, she could charm any man she met just by whispering in their ears. She liked wealthy men, and when she had gotten what she wanted, she would kill them and eat their hearts." "Bloody hell, what have you gotten us into?" Sirius yelped as he drew his wand. "The danger isn't here," Harry continued. "I've found the thread, all we have to do is follow it." "You're mad," Sirius declared. "Oh, come off it, Padfoot. It's probably just an old folk tale," James sighed, shooting a questioning look towards Harry, who merely shrugged. "Maybe, but the magic here is dark. Just keep your eyes and ears open," he advised as he began following the trail, being careful not to offer any resistance to the frail thread of magic. With a look of disbelief, Sirius reluctantly joined the excitable pair, not wanting to be left behind and lost in the woods. "Don't worry, Pads. I'll protect you from the evil, dead witch," James cooed. "Shut up," the young man muttered in return. As far as he was concerned, these 2 Potters were lacking in any common sense. He much preferred the day-to-day excitement that being a hit wizard brought. At least then he didn't have to deal with creepy local legends and heart-eating women. "We're getting close," Harry announced, pulling him from his morose thoughts. "The magic is getting stronger." "Oh, good," Sirius replied sarcastically. Against his better judgment, he continued to follow, ignoring the sense of dread that threatened to overcome him. He didn't understand how James and Harry could be so calm about being in such a perilous place. If Harry said something was dark, it was likely to be on what Sirius would consider the darkest. He had a way of downplaying things, and it was times like this that such a trait irked him. He was brought to a halt as he walked into the back of James. So lost in his thoughts he was that he didn't notice the pair coming to a stop. "What is it, Harry?" James asked. Harry gestured for the 2 to be quiet as he took a knee and began carefully wiping away dirt over a specific area. After a few moments of doing this, he stood and gave a triumphant grin. "It's here," he declared. "Where?" Sirius asked confusedly. All he could see was a rather inane patch of dirt that had been pushed around by the man. "Come take a look," Harry encouraged. Both James and Sirius approached and peered closer at the area Harry had been working, each frowning as they tried to spot just what he seemed so elated to see. "I don't see anything," James huffed. With a sigh, Harry approached and pointed at a minute hole barely big enough for the tip of a needle to fit in. The others could not see it until their noses were almost pressed against the ground. "Well, congratulations," Sirius snarked. "You've finally lost your bloody mind. How the hell do we get in there?" Harry cuffed him on the back of the head playfully as he drew his wand and pointed it at the boy. "Give me your hand." "What for?" Sirius demanded. "It needs blood and your family is older and wealthier than ours," Harry explained. "It won't open for just anyone." "Bugger off, you've got the same blood as me." "But yours is purer. We only get one chance at this, and I don't want to make a mistake." "Just give him the blood, Padfoot," James sighed. "The quicker we do this, the quicker we can get out of here." "Fine," Sirius relented, wincing as Harry drew but a drop of it from a finger. He watched curiously as it was placed on the hole, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet as the opening grew. When it was large enough to admit them one at a time, the woods once again fell silent and unmoving around them. "You first," he insisted, giving a nod towards Harry. He shrugged and lit the tip of his wand before entering the descending tunnel, James and Sirius trailing in his wake. Immediately, it was clear that no one had been here in some time. Whoever it was that had carved into this piece of land had used rocks likely found in the woodland around them to form makeshift walls, some with odd carvings etched into them, others covered in moss. A dank smell wafted from below them, and the skeletons of rodents and other small animals littered the floor, crunching as they were crushed beneath the feet of the trio. "What is that smell?" James asked, wrinkling his nose. "Smells like something died in here," Sirius answered. Harry remained silent, his attention firmly set on navigating the winding path they found themselves on. The smell, though distracting, was the least of their worries if what he had read proved not to be fictional. The tunnel stretched on, deeper underground, and the smell only worsened the further they traipsed. "I can't bear this much longer," Sirius declared, pinching his nostrils together. "It can't be much further," Harry comforted. "I think I can see an opening ahead." True to his word, they arrived in a large cavern only a few moments later, though the disappointment ruined any elation they may have felt in this moment. "There's nothing here," Sirius huffed angrily, kicking an errant stone across the floor. The sound echoed off the wall, and Harry held up his hands for silence as he listened. He frowned as he felt around for any trace of magic or anything that could have been missed. "This isn't it," he whispered. "It goes deeper." "So what is this place?" James asked. "Maybe an antechamber of some kind," Harry answered, as he removed the book from his back pocket and began perusing it for anything he had missed. "Onwards to hell you must go. The guardians of the gate will allow your entrance, though not your leave. Bloodgiver, be warned. She will know you approach. Her sweet nothings are enticing, are they not? Sirius, pass me that stone and no casting of spells." Sirius muttered under his breath as he went to retrieve what Harry had asked for. "Be ready to stun him if needed," Harry whispered to James when they were out of earshot. James frowned, but nodded. Harry wouldn't ask such a thing if it wasn't important. "Here's your bloody stone," Sirius growled as he handed it over, a frown forming when Harry pocketed it. "Come on," he urged. "It's over here." With a shake of his head, he followed Harry to a section of wall that looked no different to the others. He watched as he used his wand and began mumbling incoherently with his eyes closed. He never could understand Harry's relationship with magic. It was as confusing as it was awe-inspiring. It felt almost as though there was a connection between the two that no other could hope to understand or share. Time and time again, he had proven his brilliance, and as baffling and frustrating as it was, he could think of no other he would trust more with such. "There," Harry declared after a few minutes of work. Sirius looked to see that a large, metal handle that looked out of place was now visible on the surface of the stone. "How did you do that?" he questioned. "I asked for it," Harry answered cryptically. "You spend too much time around Dumbledore," James replied on Sirius' behalf, he too unimpressed with the answer. Harry merely shrugged as he seized the handle and gave it a pull. The stone made an almighty racket as it slowly but surely came away, revealing another cavern on the other side. "It's just like this one," Sirius moaned. Harry shook his head. "No, this one is the entrance. The magic here is much stronger." As they crossed the threshold into the adjoining room, Sirius released a girlish scream and fell to the ground, his hands pressed to his posterior. "It bit me, it bloody bit me," he panicked. "What did?" James asked as he came to his friend's aid. "That bloody snake. Quick, you need to suck the venom out," he whined. "You can bugger off," James replied forcefully. "I'm not my lips anywhere near your arse." "I helped you with your cream," Sirius pointed out. "There's a bit of a difference there, Padfoot. You won the toss to put that cream on my back. It's not the same as sucking venom out of your arse." "I lost the bloody toss," Sirius roared. "I won't say it again." "Oh, shut up," Harry broke in with a chuckle. Whilst the two had been arguing, he had retrieved the offending animal that had attacked his friend. "It's a common adder. You'll be fine. Merlin, you're such a drama queen." "An adder?" Sirius asked for clarity. "Yes," Harry sighed. "The bite isn't fatal to wizards, and even muggles rarely die from it." "Oh," Sirius responded as he stood. "It still bloody hurt." Harry chuckled as hissed gently at the creature. It was still young and must have somehow found its way in. "Don't worry, I'll get you out of here," he assured the snake. It hissed its appreciation as it wrapped itself around his wrist, hissing contentedly at the warmth. "You know, that still creeps me out," Sirius announced. "Just keep a lookout for any more deadly snakes whilst I get the next door open," Harry returned with a smirk. Sirius muttered incoherently under his breath as he turned away, annoyed that such a trivial thing had elicited such a response out of him. He should be used to snakes by now. Harry more often than not had one with him in some capacity. He smirked to himself at the quip he wouldn't make aloud. Harry was more protective over his wife than anything else, and even Sirius wouldn't get away with insulting her twice in one day. "It's open, Padfoot," James called. Sirius returned to the pair to find them both staring at a staircase that had materialized in the wall. It was made of the same rough-hewn stone the rest of the cavern was made from, though by Harry's reaction, there was something different about it. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I'm not sure. There's a lot of magical activity here and it's difficult to isolate any of it," Harry answered. "Shouldn't we just leave it?" Harry shook his head. "There's no immediate danger. Just stay alert. We don't want to be taken surprise by anything." Sirius nodded as he tightened his grip on his wand and followed James and Harry. To his surprise, the stairs did not descend as deeply as expected, and when they rounded the corner, they found themselves before a chamber, the torches adorning the walls bursting into life. "Unbelievable," James whispered. Within the room was pile upon pile of coins of various currencies, trinkets crafted of valuable metals, and even weapons and statues that would make the wealthiest of people green with envy. "I can't believe it is still here," Harry chuckled as he stepped into the room. "Merlin, these are Spanish," he added, pointing to a rather large pile of gold. "How many men did this woman murder?" James asked as he joined the other Potter, overwhelmed by the unexpected amount of wealth on display. "Quite a few, I imagine," Harry shrugged. Sirius left the two to fawn over the gold, that he had more than enough of to last several lifetimes. His eyes had been drawn to a rack of weapons of which he had never seen the like. "Who's there?" he questioned, turning sharply as a gentle breeze caressed his ear. His gaze shifted over to Harry and James, who seemingly had felt nothing. With a shrug, he continued his inspection of the weapons. There were spears, swords, and even a few hammers that were in pristine condition. He'd never been interested much in Muggle weaponry, but he felt drawn to these in almost the same way he had been to his wand at the age of 11. "Beautiful, aren't they?" an alluring voice questioned. "They are," Sirius agreed, his attention firmly on a sword crafted from gold. "That one belonged to one of my late husbands. For finding my home, it is yours. You need only take it," the voice whispered again. It was almost seductive, and Sirius was intoxicated by the way it sounded in his ear. Tentatively, and so not to displease the woman, he reached out and took it in his grasp. It was warm to the touch, a warmth that flooded through him. "Such a good man," the voice cooed. "However, I do not share my treasures with just anyone. If you wish to keep it, the others must go." Sirius frowned at the request. "They are my friends," he mumbled. "Are they? Why would they leave you alone with such dangerous objects? Why, the sword you are holding will claim your life if I so wish it." "You're lying," Sirius denied. "I tell you no lies, young man. However, one as charming as yourself can be spared. All of this could be yours if the others are gone. You could spend the rest of your days with me. You would have all the comforts you could ever want." The final words were spoken in the most seductive tone, yet, and Sirius visibly shuddered as he felt the hot breath against his neck. "Are you all right, Pads?" James called. "He wants your sword," the voice warned. "He wants all of this to himself. He wants me to himself. Kill him, kill him." Mechanically, Sirius turned towards his friend, with the hand clutching the sword raised to strike him down where he stood whilst his mind screamed against the actions of his body. "What the bloody hell are you doing?" James questioned as he avoided the strike. "Harry!" The other Potter stormed over to them, a look of concern marring his features as he watched his friend attempting to decapitate his father. He fired a stunner towards the man only for him to deflect it with the strange sword he held. "You have to fight her, Padfoot," he urged. "Kill them both," the voice countered. "I can't," Sirius choked. "Worry not, there are others to help you." An ominous wind blew through the room, and the torches on the wall barely managed to stay illuminated under the pressure. When the breeze subsided, there was a rather jarring, grinding sound as the statues came to life. Though they were no ordinary statues, they were not statues at all. At least a few dozen men ambled towards him, their movements labored but their intention clear. It was not often that Harry was surprised by anything in the magical world, but the sight of almost 40 inferi attempting to rip him limb from limb was not something he would forget in a hurry. Fortunately, he knew just how to deal with the animated corpses, and a controlled stream of fire burst from his wand, reducing them to ash one after the other before they could get close to himself or James. With the dead dealt with, the only issue remaining was the friend still hacking away at James, who was reluctant to cast anything at the boy. At a loss on what to do, Harry turned his wand towards Sirius. "Legilimens," he muttered. The mind he entered was awash with conflict, the two presences he felt fighting for control. Sirius, however, was panicking, and it would do little to help seize control from the dominant force. In an effort to help his friend, Harry felt his way through the muddle of emotions and memories that had been left in disarray as he drifted towards the foreign magic. What he did notice immediately was the strength behind it. Were he to combat it alone, he doubted his ability to subdue it. It was a strange magic, warm, welcoming, and seemingly of no threat. That is what made it so dangerous. The magic of the victim would welcome the warmth as though it were an embrace of a loved one and be overwhelmed before they stood a chance. The need for blood to enter now made sense. Whatever magic it was that resided here, feel it, learn of its weaknesses, and manipulate it to do its bidding. It was not something Harry had ever heard of and was pleased that such a thing was no common. Finally, after several moments of carefully following the trail, he felt the presence stronger than he had prior, and that of his friend attempting to wrest back control. Sirius was doing remarkably well. The magic had gotten the better of his physical being, but the mind was offering resistance. With a strong mental probe, Harry joined the fray and felt the magic of his friend double the efforts with renewed vigor. "Come on, Sirius," Harry urged. The foreign magic began to buckle under the combined onslaught of the two, and with a mental shriek, it was expelled. Harry, too, was forced from the mind by the release of pressure. Pulling himself to his feet where he had unwittingly fell to the ground, he looked across the room to find Sirius sat against the wall. "Why the bloody hell did I agree to come with you?" he groaned, resting his head in his palms. "What the fuck was that?" "I have no idea," Harry answered truthfully. "I've never heard of anything like it." "Well, can we get this shit together and leave? I don't fancy that happening ever again." James chuckled as he pulled the other animagus to his feet. Sorry, prongs, Sirius offered. I never thought I'd actually try to kill you. I mean, I felt like it a few times, but to actually do it. I probably had it coming, James replied with a wink. After all the pranks, I think we're even now. The trio laughed as they spent the next several hours filling up a chest that Harry had brought with the gold and valuables within the room. I think this is yours, Harry called, offering Sirius the sword he had tried to decapitate James with. You can bloody well keep that away from me, Sirius replied, backing away from the blade with a look of horror. I think we should keep all the sharp objects away from him for a while, James broke in, just in case the urge to kill comes back. Keep taking the piss as you are. It might well do. James snorted as he slammed the lid shut on the chest. Well, that could have been worse, he sighed. Worse, Sirius yelped. I was attacked by a damned snake and got mind-raped by a witch that has been dead for hundreds of years. It couldn't have been any worse. Well, we could always tell Marlene that you tagged along with us, James offered. Or that you are under the spell of another witch. I bet that would be worse, Harry added. Sirius shook his head irritably. Bugger off, you prats, he growled as he stormed from the room, leaving a pair of laughing Potters in his wake. Harry shrunk the trunk and pocketed it, pleased with the newfound wealth he had acquired. When he had time, he would sort through the lot and ensure James and Sirius got their fair share. For now, however, he had sated his need for an adventure and wanted nothing Corey than to head home. He caught up with James and Sirius, and the trio pushed their way through the long tunnel towards the exit, the eventual sight of the setting sun eliciting a sigh of relief from all. So, how was your first adventure? Harry questioned the others. I thought I told both of you to bugger off, Sirius huffed. I enjoyed it, James declared with a grin. Come on, Pads, admit it, you had fun, didn't you? Sirius fought the grin for only a few seconds before nodding. All right, I bloody had fun. Where to next then? Harry asked. We could always do Egypt, James suggested. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. You'll be there, Harry chuckled with certainty. I'll bloody well have to be, won't I? You two would get yourselves killed if I wasn't. Explain to me again how this turned into a group holiday, Harry whispered to James whilst they waited for their portkey to be ready. Blame this idiot, James muttered, jerking his head in the direction Sirius. All you had to do was say you had a lead on a hit and you would be gone for a few days. But no, you had to open your trap, and now we have 2 heavily pregnant women to look forward to in the blistering heat. It wasn't my fault, Sirius defended. She didn't believe me. I'm telling you, she's a master in the mind arts. Oh, shut up, Harry sighed. You know as well as I do that she's never studied legilimency in her life. She gave you that look, and you crumbled. Sirius looked affronted by the accusation, and then livid at the sound of a whip-cracking courtesy of James' wand. Bugger the pair of you, he bit back. Just because you're both getting a hard time, that'll teach you for getting them up the duff, he finished smugly. Before either Harry or James could offer a rebuttal, the trio were interrupted by the arrival of the 3 women, 2 swollen with the child and the other smiling sweetly at the black air. I swear, if this kid keeps leaning on my bladder, I will end up wetting myself, Lily grumbled. Both James and Harry grimaced as Sirius guffawed. Ah, the joys of pregnancy, he mocked, wiping away a faux tear. Laugh it up, you shit. You've got all of this to look forward to one day. You won't find it so funny then, James returned with a grin. That's even if he's capable, Harry added. Either that or Marlene knows how disgusting he is and won't let him near her. Marlene cut off any heated response from Sirius, who had flushed red with either rage, embarrassment, or a combination of the two. I'll have you know, we have a very healthy and active relationship, thank you very much. I really didn't want to hear that, Harry groaned. You can shut up, Sirius growled. I don't even want to know what the hell you two get up to in your spare time, but I doubt it would be considered legal, he fired back, gesturing between Harry and Bellatrix. The latter of the two raised a delicate brow in his direction. Oh, Sirius, Didn't Mummy warn you not to provoke a pregnant woman? She asked innocently as she drew her wand. Our hormones can be quite unpredictable. The anger of the man subsided as he paled under the threat. Fortunately for him, they were called forward to take their portkey before the situation could escalate. He breathed a sigh of relief as he turned towards Harry. I don't know how you haven't had a heart attack, mate. You're bloody mad for getting involved with one of us. Harry chuckled good-humoredly, patting his friend on the back in comfort. You just have a unique talent for riling her up. The difference between us, Sirius, is that I know when to stop. Sirius shook his head in reply, as they were instructed to take hold of the portkey. Is it even safe for you to be traveling like that? He asked Lily. It's fine, she assured the man. The bobbies are strong enough for portkey travel but not apparition. Sirius merely shrugged as he felt the familiar jerking sensation grip him around the navel. Thankfully, the spinning didn't last long, and the group was deposited into another landing area, the heat of the new land they found themselves in stifling. Merlin, it's hotter than I thought, Bellatrix huffed, rubbing a hand across her protruding stomach. Well, the resort isn't far from here, so we can go and get you settled in, Harry offered as he massaged her back. She offered him a grateful smile as they began the checking-in procedure, by which they had to have their wands checked and registered. The wizard in charge of this gave Harry a curious look whilst he scrutinized his, merely shrugging after a few moments before handing it back. What was that all about? Marlene questioned. I don't suppose he's seen a wand like it before, Harry answered with a shrug. True to his word, the resort they had chosen to stay in was only a short walk away from where they had arrived. It was a wizarding resort, so they wouldn't have to be careful about using magic, and Harry was certain that he was unlikely to be recognized unless others from Britain were here. He breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. He didn't mind the pointing and being accosted for photos. He had dealt with that his whole life after all, but sometimes he wished he could simply walk through Diagon Alley without being inhibited. You can relax, Harry, Bellatrix soothed. It's quite empty here, she added, gesturing around them. Harry gave her a genuine smile. If any understood his need for privacy, it was her. She had borne witness to what he was subject to, day in and day out. She handled it with all the grace that would be expected of her, even if she couldn't help but think of those that harassed him as vultures looking to curry favor. She would smile politely, indulge their interest for a while, but would ultimately be the one to come to his rescue when she could see he was being overwhelmed. She was a rock, and he couldn't be more grateful for her presence in his life. Thank you, he returned, kissing her gently on the cheek. How is she doing? Bellatrix huffed irritably. She's going to be just like you. She's active at night time and causes me more problems than she should, she answered, her eyes narrowed. But she will be beautiful, strong, and smart. Just like her mother, Harry offered. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, Potter. Not when I'm like this. Harry chuckled at the woman. Her pregnancy had been somewhat difficult, mostly because the little one inside her made it so. She was barely getting much sleep, and a sleep-deprived Bellatrix was never a joy to be around. Harry, however, took it in his stride and did everything he could to make her more comfortable. Often, his gestures would fall flat, but he was learning, and she knew he was trying. It meant a lot to her, and the woman and babe meant everything to him. Do you want to go and have a rest? I can bring you some food if you like, he offered. Bellatrix nodded. I want olives and chocolate spread. Harry grimaced at the odd combination. One thing he had learnt well was that pregnancy cravings were strange things. Bellatrix would dip black olives into chocolate spread and devour both jars as though she was starving. He would watch in morbid curiosity, wondering how on earth she could stomach such a thing. With a chuckle of amusement, he bid the others farewell as he helped her to their room and settled her into a plush armchair. Is there anything else you'd like? Bellatrix shook her head. No, but remember to let Peter and Remus know we arrived safe. You know what those two are like, she sighed. You mean your sister, Harry corrected. She fawns over you more than I do. Sissy just worries, Bellatrix defended. It's nice having her around. Harry nodded. Although the young woman could irritate him with her incessant interfering, he was grateful she was there when he couldn't be. He knew his wife was in safe hands when he was away from home. "I'll be back in a minute," he assured her before leaving the room. He wandered back to where they had arrived to ask where he could get the required food for the woman. The portly man working on the reception assured him that he would have it sent to the room in due course, and Harry thanked him, relieved he would not have to traipse all over a city he did not know to find it. As he left the reception area, he came across James, seemingly wandering aimlessly in search of something. "Any idea where I can get beetroot around here?" he asked. Harry smirked knowingly. "Try the reception. The guy in there seems to be able to get anything." James released a deep breath as he nodded gratefully. "Tell Padfoot to meet us on the veranda over there in 20 minutes. We need to plan how we are going to pull this off," Harry instructed, pointing to a secluded spot a short distance away. "We'll be there," he assured the other man before he headed off towards the reception himself to acquire the food his own pregnant wife had become inclined towards. Harry returned to his own room to find Bellatrix napping in the chair. Quietly, so not to disturb the small amount of sleep the woman got, he took the seat a short distance away and began perusing the book that would explain what their next adventure would entail whilst he waited for the arrival of Bella's food. It was only a few moments later that a tap on the door pulled him from his reading, and he stood to answer. The man handed over what he had requested, and Harry gave him a generous tip for saving him what would likely to be considerable time and effort. Seeing that it was unlikely that his wife would wake soon, he placed the food where it would be seen easily and slipped out of the room to meet with 2 of his fellow Marauders, sending off a patroness each to Peter and Remus to inform them all was well. As expected, he found James and Sirius where had requested they meet him, both appearing tired from the stress of travel. Harry had never understood how tiring it could be until today. Though as a wizard it was simple enough to pack and travel, it was much harder to do so with 2 pregnant women and a man who could moan for England, were it an international competition. Sirius had proven yet again to be a poor travel companion. "So, how are we going to explain what the hell we are really doing here?" James asked. "Bella knows what I'm planning to do," Harry replied with a frown. "Well, Marlene doesn't, and I doubt she'll be happy after the last one," Sirius snorted, remembering their previous venture. "Only because another woman managed to seduce you," James chuckled. "I wasn't seduced," Sirius hissed. The other 2 had taken it upon themselves to mention the Whispering Witch whenever they got the chance. Marlene had not been amused when she had learnt of what had befallen him. "Anyway," Harry interjected, heading off any unpleasantness before it could begin, "I think we should leave early. It won't take us long to get there, but we need to set up the wards to keep the muggles away. This spot is quite popular with them." Both James and Sirius nodded their agreement. "So, what are we expecting this time? A hag who will give me the chop, or maybe a high priest that will set the 12 bloody plagues on us?" Sirius questioned irritably. Harry shrugged. "I have no idea, but be prepared. Maybe wear a cup if you're that worried." "He'd have to get them from Marlene's purse first," James added with a smirk. "One more out of you. Potter and I'll take yours from Evan's pocket," Sirius threatened. "All right, enough," Harry chastised. The 2 would go back and forth for hours if he didn't put a stop to it now. "Just be prepared as best you can. I have no idea what to expect. The book is a little vague on that." "Great," Sirius declared sarcastically as he stood. "Why do I have a horrible feeling that whatever is waiting for us, it will bloody well come for me?" With a shake of his head, he took his leave, muttering under his breath. "He's right," James agreed. "He attracts trouble the same way you attract weirdos in the street. Anyway, sleep well," he finished, patting the other man on the shoulder before he too left. Once more, Harry returned to his room to find his wife sleeping soundly in the bed, the food that had been brought evidently consumed with gusto. Quietly, he undressed and joined her, his mind focused on just what the next day would bring. He hoped Sirius's bad feeling was an omen for things to come, but the man had a nose for impending trouble. Harry just hoped it was a feeling, and that nothing would come from it, however. He had been honest when he said he couldn't be certain just what it was that they would find. Break. He woke the following morning well-rested, though to an empty bed. Bella had slept poorly since the start of her pregnancy, and last night had been no different. He found her eating breakfast at the table within their rooms, and he sat down to join her, a plate having been filled for him already. "How long do you think it will take you?" she asked as she helped herself to some of the fruit. "Not long, with a bit of luck," he replied as he poured himself some coffee. It wasn't something he had drunk until he had begun his apprenticeship under Dumbledore. The man had high expectations, and being awake at the crack of dawn appeared to be one of them. "Well, just be careful. I wouldn't want to have to explain to this one her father was killed on a foolish errand," she replied with a shake of her head. "I still don't get why you do it. It's not like we need the money." "I've spent most of my life in danger," he reminded the woman. "I suppose without it I feel lost." Bellatrix gave him a sympathetic smile. "I know, Harry, and I know you wouldn't put yourself in a situation you couldn't get out of. I just worry about you. That's what happens when someone cares." His heart warmed at the sentiment. It had been something he craved as a child and throughout his teenage years. Ron and Hermione had given him that to an extent, but not the way Bella had. The woman sat before him had given him everything he could ever want and so much more. "I know," he returned with a smile, "and don't think I don't appreciate it." "You'd better. There aren't many witches out there that could put up with the crap you've put me through," she warned. "Now go and explore your tomb or whatever it is. I'm spending the day in the spa." With a chuckle, he kissed her on the cheek and took a shower before bidding her farewell to go and fetch James and Sirius, that being if the latter had gotten permission. James, he was not worried about. Lily likely knew what the trio were up to. It was her that he had gotten the required knowledge from regarding the Muggle side of the site they planned to visit. "Are you ready?" he called after knocking on the door of the other Potter. Himself and the rest of the group knew not to walk in on the pair unannounced. Remus had found that out to his own detriment. "Yeah," the voice of James replied. "I'll be out in a minute." Harry waited for the man to emerge, which he did only a moment later, and the two headed to the room of Sirius and Marlene, stopping short of the door when they heard raised voices. "Should we leave them to it?" James asked. "Wimp," Harry muttered as he thumped his fist against the door. The shouting ceased, and it opened almost immediately. The two were faced with an irate Marlene, or sent a glare their way. "Can Sirius come out to play?" James quipped, causing Harry to shake his head in disbelief. Marlene's nostrils flared, but she did not reply. Instead, her gaze switched to Harry, who met it with a grin. Marlene could not intimidate him, and she knew it, but that didn't stop her trying from time to time. "You'll give one day," she sighed. "Sirius, your friends are here," she called through the open door behind her. "Do you two always argue?" James asked. Marlene shrugged. "Depends on how much of a git he's being." "All the time, then," Harry commented as the man himself stepped out of the room. "All the time what?" he questioned with a frown. "Nothing," Harry denied. "Now give Mummy a kiss, we have to go." "Bugger off," Sirius grumbled as he turned his attention to the woman waiting for him. "We shouldn't be long." Marlene just hummed in response. "Oh, come on, you can't be like that with me," he tried. With a sigh, the woman relented and pulled him into her arms. "Be careful, you bloody idiot. If anything happens to you, I will hold Potter personally responsible." "Oi, why me?" James asked, insulted by the proclamation. "She meant me, you prat," Harry answered. "Don't worry, Marlene, he will be home in time for tea, safe and well," he added with a mock salute. With a kiss and managing to avoid the fuss, Marlene tried to bestow upon him. Sirius managed to extricate himself from the woman, and the trio took their leave. "Where exactly are we going?" Sirius asked. "The Great Pyramid of Khufu," Harry announced. "It's the biggest one in Egypt." "What can we find there? Surely the Muggles would have taken the treasure by now." Harry shook his head. "The book mentions a room protected by magic. They wouldn't have found it, and we will be the first ones to enter it in over 4,000 years." Why do I get the feeling you aren't telling us everything? Because that is all I know, Harry replied. The author never went in. He said there was a special kind of magic he didn't understand. So what makes you think you will? James asked. Because I came a few weeks ago. I know exactly what magic it is, Harry revealed with a smirk. I didn't want us to come here and it be a dead end. Then why didn't you bloody well go in yourself? Sirius huffed. Why would I do that when I've got two idiots to share the experience with? Sirius fell silent as James shook his head in amusement. More like you didn't want to risk going in alone, he muttered. There is that, Harry agreed. Now hold on, I'll apparate us there. Reluctantly, the duo took hold of an arm each and braced themselves for the discomfort of side-along travel. Having been squeezed through the metaphorical tube, they arrived a short walk away from the pyramid and began journeying towards it. It's massive. How the hell did they build this place? A mixture of magic and slavery, Harry answered, as he set about the task of casting wards to divert the Muggles and any other nosy witch or wizard in the area. The ancient Egyptians were quite industrious when it wasn't them having to do the work. Must have taken a lot of them, Sirius commented as he eyed the enormous structure. Yeah, and a lot of deaths too, Harry replied. Let's not talk up another load of inferi coming for us, though. Sirius flinched. If so many had died building the pyramid, there must be thousands of corpses beneath their feet. No, we don't want that, he mumbled to himself as he waited for the other man to complete his work. Right, that should do it, Harry informed them a few moments later, content that the temporary protections would suffice. Let's head in. James and Sirius allowed him to take the lead and followed behind a few paces. With Harry having been here previously, it didn't take them long to navigate their way through the limestone building. It took around only a quarter of an hour to reach a rather bland wall that looked no different from any other. It's a wall, James pointed out disappointedly. It's what's behind it that we're after, Harry returned as he placed a hand against it. And what is in there? Sirius questioned. I have no idea, Harry answered with a grin, his curiosity and the impending discovery of the unknown lifting his spirits. That's what makes this one fun. We've got a very different perception of what fun is, Sirius returned dryly. Nevertheless, he fell silent whilst Harry closed his eyes, feeling for the magic in the wall. He stayed this way for some time before opening them and frowning in thought. What is it? James probed. I can get us in, but there doesn't seem to be a way out. We can't apparate when inside, and it's a sealed room with no doors or anything. Then let's go, Sirius urged. If there's nothing in there, then why bother? Harry shook his head, the frown still firmly in place. No, there's something in there. It's just hiding. I think it could be an old type of Fidelius that is failing. Whoever cast it is long dead along with the secret keeper. Bloody hell, James declared. It's either something really good or really bad to be hidden like that. And likely dangerous, Sirius added. There's only one way to find out, Harry sighed. James and Sirius looked on as he began hissing furiously at the wall. This went on for several minutes, the anger and volume in which he spoke growing considerably. Eventually, Harry seemingly won whatever conflict he was having, and he seized the pair by the arms and pulled them through the wall. Merlin, that was powerful, he panted once they had passed through it. Whoever cast that piece of magic really didn't want anyone in here. I don't see why, Sirius growled irritably. There's nothing here. Harry frowned as he took in the large room they found themselves in. It was almost identical to all the others they had crossed, from the limestone used to construct it and the unlit torches adorning the wall. With a flick of his wand, he attempted to light them, only for the spell to fizzle out before it could reach its target. Upon casting, a large stone from the ceiling fell, and it was only his quick instincts that prevented him from being crushed. He waved off the other two as he pondered the situation, coming to a realization shortly after. Trying again, this time using Parseltongue, the sconces lit without consequence, and he nodded satisfactorily. You were saying, he mocked as a plinth rose from the floor, displacing a considerable amount of sand. Wait, he advised as Sirius tried to press forward. For what? Don't you think it is a bit strange that there is sand in here? We're 2 floors above the ground outside. Well, it's not likely to be something alive. You said yourself that nothing has been in this room for so long. Harry conceded the point with a nod. He couldn't feel any changes within the room, but he couldn't shift the feeling that danger was lurking. Don't cast anything. I think a part of the protections here was to ensure even witches and wizards couldn't take whatever is here. I don't know how common Parseltongue was during the time, but I'm guessing it was quite rare. What makes you say that? James asked. Because whatever is here is big and precious enough that it was protected by likely the strongest of the period. The other Potter swallowed audibly, fighting the urge to draw his wand. You'll be all right, just keep your wands away, Harry warned as he slowly approached the small column of stone. They reached it unhindered, and both his companions let out a sigh of disappointment when they saw what rested upon it. Is that it? Sirius snarked, a bloody old whip. Harry shushed him as he felt the magic radiating off the item wash over him, causing him to shudder. There's some writing, James interrupted, pointing to a small plaque on the side. What does it say? It's in runes, Sirius observed, but none that I've ever seen. It's in Parseltongue, Harry informed them. You wouldn't be able to read it like most others. Well, what does it say? James repeated. Whomever shall liberate the whip from its rest shall have the power of 1,000 armies. Beware, such power corrupts and corrupt you it shall, Harry read aloud. What does that mean? Harry silenced Sirius with a shake of his head. I don't know, but there isn't a curse on it, he explained. Just give me a minute. Again, the two watched as Harry went to work, holding his hand but an inch away from the whip whilst he whispered inaudibly, trying to dissect the magic it held. Merlin, he sighed only a few moments later. It's a good thing old Tom never got hold of this. What does it do? James inquired. It's like an imperious curse, only much stronger. Anyone who is lashed with it will fall under the spell, and I doubt very few, if any, would be able to fight it off, let alone a muggle. It's extraordinary. So there's no treasure. This is a treasure. If anyone else were to get hold of this, they could potentially become the worst Dark Lord in history. Imagine trying to fight an enemy with an endless army of completely loyal and obeying soldiers. Remember how bad the Death Eaters were, and times it by millions. I don't really fancy that, James snorted. Sirius nodded his agreement. I'd better get rid of this, Harry sighed as he removed the whip from the plinth. As he did so, the sand beneath their feet began to tremble and positively came alive with a water-like rippling. What is that? Sirius panicked as he drew his wand. Stay calm, Harry cautioned. They won't hurt you if you let me handle it. The trembling continued until snake after snake emerged from within the sand and began heading towards the trio. Stop, Harry hissed. Much to his and the others' relief, they obeyed the order and stared at him expectantly. Look at the bloody size of them, Sirius whimpered. Harry couldn't help but appreciate the majesty of the snakes. They were, as Sirius pointed out, rather large for their breed. In all, there were at least 100 of them, frozen and with their hoods open, poised and ready to attack. I hate snakes, Sirius whined. Don't wet yourself yet, Padfoot. You'll be fine. Says the shit who can talk to them. Go back to where you came from. There is no danger here, Harry commanded. The snakes did just that, digging themselves back into the sand and leaving the floor as though so many serpents had not just disturbed it. Can we please leave now? Sirius pleaded. You've got a new whip you can add to your sex dungeon. Let's bloody well get out of here. Harry ignored the comment of the man as another sound could be heard coming from above them. He held up a hand for the others to be silent also and continued to listen. It stopped suddenly, and he sighed in relief, though what turned out to be too soon. Without warning, what could only be described as an avalanche of large armored insects fell through the gap the falling stone from earlier had left and barreled towards them. Incendio! Sirius screamed in panic, aiming a torrent of flame towards the horde. Shit! Harry cursed, as another large piece of stone dropped from the ceiling, followed by another, and then another. "We need to get out. I can't stop it," he shouted, his efforts to do so falling flat. Evidently, only one error could be made in the room before reaching a stage of utter unforgiveness. He sent a stream of fire of his own towards the wave of insects, not keen on learning just what they would do to a human body as he rolled away from another lump of stone. Instinctively, he grabbed hold of James and Sirius before creating a vortex of flame around the trio. The insects would have to be destroyed if they stood any chance of making it to the other side of the room without being crushed by the falling debris. After a few moments, the number of insects thinned out, and following his lead, they began to slowly move towards the entry, still having to dodge the stone that seemed intent on ending their lives prematurely. "Let's go to Egypt. I know a place that hasn't been seen before," Sirius mocked. Harry chose to ignore the sarcasm, and they reached the entryway despite the danger they faced. "Well, get us out," Sirius demanded, as he created a wall of fire to keep the remaining insects at bay. "I'm trying," Harry replied through gritted teeth. "In case you forgot, I couldn't find a way out." "Ah, this is great. Now we get to die in here and will likely never be found. Thanks, Harry, I owe you one." With a growl of annoyance at his friend and his own stupidity, Harry flicked the Elder Wand into his wand and leveled it at the wall that would not budge, no matter what he tried. With a flick, a sound resembling a detonating bomb was heard, and the wall exploded outwards with a rumbling crash. Seizing the others by the back of their robes, he pulled them clear and apparated them onto the sand outside. The trio simply laid on their backs, breathing heavily with none knowing what to say. "Well, I don't know if that was a success or a fucking shamble," James heaved after several minutes. "A bit of both, I'd say," Harry panted. "You're both nuts," Sirius sighed. "I don't know why I bloody put up with you Potters." "Well, look on the bright side," Harry groaned as he sat. "I will have you home by tea time as promised." James snorted as Sirius threw a handful of sand at the other boy. There had been no treasure to find, but they came away with another memory, one that none of their wives would find amusing when they learnt of it. "How long do you think he'll be grounded for?" Harry asked James after he had taken down the wards, nodding towards an unhappy Sirius. "A week at least," James muttered. "I can bloody hear you," Sirius shouted, eliciting a bout of laughter between the Potters. "Probably until the next one," Harry guessed. James nodded his agreement. "Where next?" Harry placed an arm around the man's shoulder and began leading the way back towards Sirius so they could apparate to the resort. "Well, have you ever been to America?" he asked with a conspiratorial wink. Merlin, what on earth is he wearing? James asked as grumpy Sirius approached with an amused-looking Remus. Harry could only shake his head in response from fear. He would laugh and anger the man. "So, Marlene believed you when you said you were going muggle fishing?" he questioned. "Piss off," Sirius bit back as Remus doubled over in mirth. Clearly, the man had been holding it in for some time. "No," the werewolf snorted. "As usual, he got caught out, but she insisted that is how he will be dressed for the duration of the trip. She's even used a sticking charm from her family grimoire to make sure he does," he added in a whisper. James chuckled as he comforted the red-faced Sirius with a pat on the shoulder. "The bloody itching powder isn't helping," he whined as he scratched furiously through the fabric. "She got him good," James observed with a hint of pride evident in his tone. The man was dressed in a tartan shirt complete with high-waisted rubber trousers that were held up by straps over his shoulder. The Wellington boots themselves were rather unflattering, but it was the hat he wore that gave it the final humiliation. It was of a bucket style, adorned with various types of fishing hooks and lures. Harry was about to offer a comment of his own when his attention was grabbed by something bright in his periphery. He turned only to be greeted by the sight of Albus Dumbledore, the final party of their group making his own way towards them across the dock. When Harry had told him of this particular venture, he had insisted on coming along. According to the man, he had enjoyed Muggle literature about pirates as a boy and would like to be included. Seeing the aged headmaster at full twinkle, he couldn't deny him the request. Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Sirius. I think Dumbledore has you beat in absurdity of outfit. Bloody hell, James cursed as he too bore witness to the clothing choice on display. The eccentricity of the man was in full swing with the bright orange Hawaiian shirt and matching shorts. This faux pas could be forgiven if it wasn't for the stereotypical pirate hat and eye patch the man had elected to wear along with some leather sandals and horrifically clashing purple socks. In lieu of a parrot, Fawkes stood proudly on his shoulder, his red and orange hues only making the image more surreal. "Ahoy there," he greeted as he arrived, faced with 4 bemused men. "I though at best I blend in. I wouldn't want to raise suspicion by wearing robes." Harry could only shake his head at the man, as he avoided staring at the knobbly knees on show. "Might I compliment you on your own outfit?" the headmaster continued, speaking to Sirius. "I too have a similar hat. I find that it is useful for storing my sherbet lemons in when I go for a hike." "Thanks, Professor," Sirius replied dryly, glaring at James and Remus who were snickering at the odd pair. "I believe we should prepare to set sail," Dumbledore announced. "It will take some hours to reach our destination." Professor, we won't need to sail. We have a boat with a modern engine," Remus explained. "I see," Dumbledore sighed disappointedly. "Perhaps we should board and be on our way." "Would you like to drive?" Harry asked, eliciting frantic headshakes from the other 3. The man immediately brightened, and with a spring in his step. He scrambled aboard the small boat Harry had hired for the occasion. "Are you mad?" Sirius questioned. "You're trusting him to drive," he added, pointing towards the man who seemed to be having a great time pretending to steer the vehicle. "I trusted you to be the godfather of my daughter," Harry returned before pulling himself onto the boat. "How is that the same thing?" Sirius grumbled as he followed the rest of them onto the boat. Harry did the final checks to make sure everything was as it should be. As far as he knew, none of them aboard had any boating experience, and that did not sit well with him. Despite this, he was keen to seek out this treasure. Even during his years of neglect at the hands of the Dursleys, he had heard of tales of wonder and intrigue about pirates. He was pulled from his thoughts by Dumbledore calling for his attention. "I don't seem to be able to get this to work," he sighed as he pushed and pulled at the various knobs and levers. "That's because you need this," Harry replied, removing the key from his pocket and inserting it into the ignition. With a twist, the engine fired into life. "Marvelous," Dumbledore declared, clapping his hands together. "Shall we proceed?" "Maybe I should get us out of the dock, Professor," Harry suggested warily. "We wouldn't want our excursion to be brought to an end before it has begun, would we?" "I suppose not," Dumbledore agreed reluctantly. "Go ahead, Harry." Carefully, he navigated his way through the docks at a sedate pace, having enjoyed his morning in North Carolina. It took some time to guide the large boat through, but when they were clear, he relinquished his seat to the older man who was positively trembling in anticipation. After watching him take the helm for a few moments, he joined the other 3. "What exactly are we looking for?" James asked. "The lost treasure of Blackbeard," Harry informed them excitedly. "What kind of name is Blackbeard?" Sirius interjected. "He was a pirate who was killed during the early 18th century, not too far from here. His treasure has never been found, so I thought we'd take a look," Harry explained. "There's more to it than that," Remus broke in, his skin sheening with sweat despite a full moon not being due for weeks. "From what the mutt has said, there's always more to it than that." "There may or may not be a pirate curse to deal with," Harry shrugged. "That is why we're going by boat. We don't want to disturb the magic if we can help it." "And what is a pirate curse?" James queried with a frown. "Probably just like any other curse," Harry replied dismissively. "See, this is why I get so annoyed," Sirius huffed. "You're so bloody calm about everything, and so far, it's been me that's been cursed and almost killed when we were in Egypt." "Then why did you come this time?" "Because you told me I had to." "I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was your mother and that you have to do as you're told," Harry returned with a grin. "No, that's Marlene," James added with a chuckle. That's it. If there isn't a damned pirate curse, you'll get one from me, Sirius declared, waving his wand around threateningly. The effect of the threat was lost on the others. It was hard to feel threatened by someone wearing rubber trousers and a bucket hat. Nonetheless, Sirius continued to scowl at them for some time, promising each of them suffering in the near future. Ignoring the man, Harry sat back and relaxed to enjoy his time of the sea, checking on Dumbledore occasionally to make sure the man was heading in the right direction. "How are you feeling, Moony?" he asked the man who had become quieter than usual. "I don't think the sea agrees with the wolf," he moaned in response. "It's making me feel quite sick." "Don't worry," Harry chuckled. "It shouldn't take us too long to get there." Remus nodded gratefully before putting his head in his hands. "Harry," Dumbledore called, "I do believe we may be in trouble." Harry frowned as the older man pointed to an oncoming storm, cloud only a mile or so away. "Turn around, you crazy sod," Sirius pleaded as the sound of rumbling thunder could be heard, followed by a bright flash of lighting. "Keep going, Captain Dumbledore," Harry urged, ignoring the yelping of the man coming from behind and enjoying the occasion. "That means we are on the right track." "You're just as barmy as he is," Sirius accused, gesturing towards the headmaster who was grinning from ear to ear. "No, it's what the book instructed," Harry replied loudly over the gathering wind. "If fortune favors you, a storm will take you to the treasure you seek." "I'm getting sick of that book," Sirius growled. "I'm getting sick of this boat," Remus added before leaning over the side to empty the contents of his stomach, the water now considerably less calm and the sky darkening rapidly. "If I die, Harry, I'll bloody well be taking you with me," Sirius warned, "or I'll come back as a ghost and haunt you." Harry braced himself against the wind as James and Sirius held on to each other. Remus clung to the railing as he continued to vomit, the motion of the boat worsening still as they entered the storm. Strangely, Dumbledore seemed to take it in his stride, whooping with the enthusiasm of a boy on a Muggle roller coaster, unfazed by the danger they faced. The turbulent ride continued for several minutes, the only source of light courtesy of the forks of lightning that would flash sporadically. Harry began to sympathize with the werewolf when his stomach began to churn along with the sea, and he fought the urge to vomit. "Hold on tight," the voice of Dumbledore sounded, barely over the din. The boat suddenly crested an enormous wave, and Harry caught a glimpse of the abyss below before he was surrounded by darkness. He woke beneath the beaming sun, a racking cough expelling the water from his lungs he had swallowed. Breathing heavily, he glanced around to find the others in a similar state, the only one who seemed remotely pleased with what they had endured being Dumbledore. The man was sodden wet, but the smile that adorned his face had not shifted. "Merlin, what the hell happened?" Harry groaned as he pulled himself to his feet. "I imagine that the storm acted as a gateway to where we find ourselves now," Dumbledore theorized, pointing to an island a short distance from the boat that had, against all odds, survived the ordeal it had been put through unscathed. "The storm will lead you to the treasure you seek," Harry muttered. "Well, it looks like we were beaten here." He nodded towards the large dock of the island that was filled with an array of different ships, none, however, having been constructed recently. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "Perhaps all is not lost, however." "Did we make it?" Sirius questioned, his sodden hair plastered to his face, though his hat remained firmly on his head. "Apparently," Harry answered with a frown. "How are you feeling, Moony?" The man simply shook his head, the tinge of green on his skin still prevalent. "Remind me to never accept another invitation to one of these," he moaned. "James." "I'm all right. It was fun apart from the almost dying part," he replied with a grin. "How did I never realize how crazy you Potters are?" Sirius sighed. "I should have known it. Charles married a bloody black and then you did the same," he added to Harry. "You married McKinnon," Harry returned. "Ah, you've come so far since that night in the common room when she tried to make you dance. That was some excellent spell work, by the way, Remus." "You," Sirius growled accusingly, his ire being turned towards the werewolf. "Oh, shut up, it was bloody years ago," Remus sighed. Maybe we should make for land. It seems our presence is attracting quite the attention, Dumbledore advised, breaking up the back and forth between the two. Harry turned his own gaze towards the land where a collection of oddly dressed people had gathered on the beach. From this far away, he couldn't be certain, but it appeared that they were dressed as pirates. This can't be good, he muttered as Dumbledore steered the boat towards the only land in sight. As they came closer, it was apparent that the men on the shore were indeed dressed as pirates, each with a large curved blade drawn, ready to attack. "Ahoy there," the headmaster greeted them cheerfully. "Who are ya?" one of the men demanded. "Just travelers looking for somewhere to take a rest," Dumbledore answered smoothly. "Are you stick carriers?" "Stick carriers?" Harry questioned. "Aye, the curse makers." "Do you mean wizards?" The man shrugged. "The names be different, but it's the same thing. Are you those that make the curses?" "We can cast spells," Harry confirmed. "Then you be welcome," the man offered before sheathing his cutlass, his companions following suit. "Mind keep the sticks away. The island gets upset if they're used." Harry nodded his agreement as he alighted, followed cautiously by the others. "Do you get many visitors here?" The man shook his head. "Last lot, you that came through was before I was born. My father told me the story when I were a lad." "What even is this place?" "Ah, you be on the final bastion of our kind. Our forebears were brought here when being on the sea became too dangerous. The English was killing us off quick and we needed somewhere safe. We've been here ever since." "Where even are we?" "Here be the Raiders' retreat. Those born here live and die here. We don't get outsiders much, but they're always stick carriers when they do come. I'll take ye to the tavern. Old Davy will be able to tell ye more." Harry nodded and followed the man, keeping an eye on the other pirates that had surrounded the small group, each with their hands on the handle of their blade. They walked in silence for a while until they came upon a rather large village. The buildings were of wood for the most part. It was as though they had stepped back in time 300 years into the past, though they weren't so modest. Each one was a few floors high and well-maintained, whitewashed and treated to protect them from the elements. "We live off the land and sea here. We don't have no use for gold or anything of the like. Our tavern is stocked, and we share what we have. The children be happy, and no one comes along to cause us no trouble." "So, how long has the island been here?" "Shanks," the man introduced himself with a smile, a few of his teeth missing. "We've been here a while, some few hundred years, I'd say. Best save them questions for old Davy, he'll tell ye right." "I will, thank you," Harry offered respectfully. Shanks led them to one of the larger buildings on the edge of the village. It was much the same as the others, but with the addition of a large sign sticking out of the wall just above the door. "Welcome to the Anchor," Shanks announced as he pushed open the door. Within was a large bar and a few dozen tables, all filled by mostly men. Some appeared to gambling, using dice, and others were conversing loudly above the raucous. What they all shared, however, was that they all appeared to be deep in their cups. When those within the room became aware of their presence, it quietened, and they were stared at as though they were an attraction in a circus. It was uncomfortable for a few moments until Shanks cleared his throat. "I found 'em drifting along the coast. I thought it best to bring them to old Davy," he explained. "Ah, you got it right, Shanks. Take 'em through to the table at the back. I'll be in soon," a hunched old man instructed. Harry couldn't be sure how old he was, but if he had to guess, he would say he was close to Dumbledore's age at least. Dozens of pairs of eyes watched them as they were led away, some whispering as they passed, curious about the strangers that had arrived out of the blue and on to their shore. "They'll warm up to ye when Davy sees ye all right," Shanks comforted. "Like I said, we don't get strangers much." "Shouldn't you be more worried about us?" Sirius questioned. The man laughed heartily as he directed them to an empty table and fetched a large pewter jug and several tankards from a sideboard. "We've got nothing worth stealin', and we aren't unprotected. There's things here that keep us safe," he finished knowingly as he began handing out drinks. Wards, Harry clarified. Very old wards, he added with a frown. Muggle-repelling and proximity ones. Keep your wands away. I imagine they'll be as unpleasant as those around Grimmauld Place if you were to provoke them. Sirius' eyes widened in horror at the thought. Well, we're not here to cause trouble, Harry assured the man. We were looking for something. We didn't expect to find this. What were you looking for? Blackbeard's treasure. Well, you found it, another voice interjected. Harry turned to find himself facing the old man that had instructed Shanks to bring them to this table. Though appearing to be ancient, his eyes were alight with intelligence and strength. This is Blackbeard's treasure. Aye, the man clarified. Old Teach paid a handsome price for this island and for a stick carrier to protect it. He wanted somewhere that our kind could live without fear of the British coming for us. So, what you see around you is Blackbeard's treasure. Harry snorted, in a mixture of amusement and confusion. Wasn't Teach a bloodthirsty monster? Old Davy chuckled. Aye, that he was, but one who looked after his own. If it weren't for him, none of us would be here. He finished raising a cup and toasting towards a portrait of a large man with a beard as dark as night. So there's no treasure, Sirius groaned. Not a single doubloon, old Davy answered. If you don't believe me, you could always ask him yourself. He's only over there. Harry turned towards where the man was pointing, surprised by a table occupied completely by a dozen or so ghosts that were watching them speculatively. One matched the man in the portrait, though his head was resting atop the table, the rest of his body in a chair a few feet away. Old Davy gave him a nod and the body stood, retrieved its head, and approached them whilst affixing it back in place. They're all right, Teach, the old man assured the ghost. They were looking for ye treasure. The pirate nodded. In life, he would have been quite the spectacle. He was strongly built and tall with it. The clothing he wore was reminiscent of the bloody baron back at the castle. Though it was transparent, the large quantities of blood that stained his clothing was still evident. I bet your death wasn't fun, Sirius commented. The pirate glared at the man but smirked. 5 bullets and almost 24 strikes with a blade, he said proudly, gesturing towards his torso. Even then, they had to take my head, else I would have gotten up for more. Old Maynard didn't expect that. Sorry, but if you had the island, how were you found? Remus broke in curiously. We were transporting more of us here when they caught us off guard. We acted as a distraction as the others got away. Took most of the swine with us, though, he shouted and attempted to bang a fist onto the table. It passed straight through and he frowned. So long as I'm here, the people will be safe. You bound yourself to the wards? Harry questioned, surprised by the sacrifice offered. Teach shook his head. Not me. The stick carrier did it, said it would be the best protection. Harry nodded his agreement. A life force to power wards was exceptional, but completely illegal. It had been outlawed almost everywhere the moment it had become public knowledge more than 1,000 years ago. What was his name? Harry probed, his own curiosity getting the better of him. Some chap that found me, Black, I think, Teach answered. James burst into laughter at the revelation, as he leaned on Sirius, who looked decidedly uncomfortable. We came hunting for a treasure you already have, James guffawed. Oh, this is great. You have my gold, Blackbeard asked. Sirius nodded. I guess so, he answered nervously. My family name is Black. Was he English? Teach answered with a nod. Orion, that was his name. Sirius swallowed deeply as the large ghost approached. It was all for naught, however, as the man removed his hat and offered him a deep bow. You are my guest of honor, he declared. If it wasn't for Black, I wouldn't have been able to save so many. Get this man a drink, he demanded. An uproarious cheer erupted within the room as Sirius was seized by a group of the living, held aloft and carried away with a look of shock. Don't worry, Teach called over to the rest of the group. He'll be treated better than the King of England. Harry could only shake his head in amusement. The treasure they had come for was not what they had found, but something better in his eyes. Not only did pirates still exist, but he had gotten to meet the most prolific of them all. He readily accepted a tankard of ale from a serving woman and took a sip, his throat quite parched from the trials of the day. He grimaced. He was never one for drinking much, and whatever was in the cup was potent. Still, this would likely be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he planned on taking advantage of it. "Just enjoy it, Remus," he urged. "Even Dumbledore is getting involved," he added with a nod towards the man. "So, how did you lose your eye?" a man questioned the headmaster. "Oh, no, I just put on the patch. It's a disguise," he explained, lifting the garment to show his fully intact organ. The man looked at him in confusion for a moment, before laughing loudly and slapping the table in mirth. "I like ye, old fella. What's your name?" "Albus," Dumbledore answered. "What kind of name is that?" The pirate asked disapprovingly. "Ye look like a Jack, I'll call ye Jack," he declared. "Very well," Dumbledore chuckled, seemingly happy with his new moniker. "To Jack," the pirate roared, raising his tankard and eliciting a resounding echo from those within the tavern. The merriment continued for some time and eventually began to wind down. Most were content to return to their groups and continue drinking, though Harry couldn't comprehend how many were still conscious. He sat at the bar with Remus and James whilst Dumbledore conversed with Blackbeard, the two seemingly getting along rather well. "I have a ghost within my school that would like to meet you. He too is headless, well almost," Dumbledore slurred. "How can one be nearly headless?" Teach demanded to know. "Alas, I fear it was a rather poor execution," Dumbledore lamented. "It rather taunts him so." Teach sighed thoughtfully. "Maybe I can finish the job for him." "He would like that," Dumbledore chuckled. "What did you call him, boy?" a loud voice questioned furiously. Harry peered over the other side of the bar to see Sirius engaged in a game of cards with a group of pirates, the atmosphere between them seemingly having deteriorated quite rapidly. "I said you're a bloody cheat," Sirius returned. "Oh dear," Teach muttered. "We may longer practice piracy here, but we live by the code. This isn't going to end well." The pirate, considerably larger than Sirius, flung the table they were sat at aside and stalked towards him. "Say it again," he hissed. Sirius puffed himself up to his full height and still stood shorter than the other man. This, however, did not deter him from the path he had chosen, and with all eyes on him, he became bolder. "I said you're a filthy cheater," he reiterated, poking the man in the chest with each word. In a split second, all hell broke loose as tables and tankards flew across the room, and a full-scale melee ensued. Even those that had seemingly been at peace were on their feet, throwing fists around. Old Davy simply shook his head at the chaos, as though it were a common occurrence. "It will all be forgotten about by tomorrow. Best get the lad out of here, though, whilst you can. Teach will take you to where you can leave the island." Harry nodded gratefully as he, along with James and Remus, waded into the fight, narrowly avoiding a chair that had been launched in their direction. "Bastard!" James roared as he was the recipient of a poorly aimed punch. He returned the gesture with one of his own, felling a nearby man that had not been the one to land the blow. Pulling him by the back of the shirt, Harry led him and Remus to where they had last seen Sirius. They found him squaring off with the same man that had started the brawl, both looking worse for wear. Sirius had a cut and swollen lip, and his opponent's nose was bent in the wrong direction and dripping blood. "Time to go, Padfoot," Harry announced as he pulled him towards the door. "Coward!" the pirate roared as Sirius gave him a two-fingered salute on his way out of the tavern. Teach and Dumbledore were both waiting for them, having apparently avoided the unpleasantness still occurring within the bar. "There's a back door," Teach explained. Harry could only shake his head in response. Twice, he himself had almost been punched, dragging the others out through the front. Dumbledore appeared to be completely unconcerned by the turn of events and was humming merrily as he bounced on the balls of his feet. "Come along, you can do that vanishing thing you do over here," Teach explained as he glided towards a large formation of rocks only a short walk away. "I wouldn't try to come back this way. The protections won't let you. The Carolina dock can be reached from here." Harry nodded as he took a final look at the island they had spent the best part of the day on. His time here hadn't ended as he'd have liked nor expected, but he certainly would relish the experience. With his final observations complete, he gave Blackbeard a final, respectful nod before disapparating and appearing on the dock they had departed from that very morning, not looking forward to having to explain to the boat owner that his vehicle had gone missing. "Well, at least you didn't get cursed," he said to Sirius as the others arrived. "No, that one was fun," Sirius replied with a grin, his lips still leaking blood. "Where are we going next?" Harry shrugged. "I have no idea. Maybe China, maybe somewhere else." He truly hadn't decided. When he had come across the section about Blackbeard's treasure, he had read no further. Wherever he decided, he had no doubt that another adventure would await them. The 3 they had completed thus far was proof of that. Chapter 24, A Song of Ice and Fiendfare. Harry casted another warming charm over himself, the magic doing little to relieve the coldness that had seeped into his very bones. He had been cold before, but not like this. This was a cold that could not be kept at bay, a coldness that seemed to freeze the very soul. Had he not been a wizard, he had no doubt that he would have perished long before he reached this place. For weeks, he had persevered through the snow, now no longer sure where he was. He had begun in the North Pole with little more than some basic camping equipment, his broom, the sword of Gryffindor, and food to complete this journey, one he did not expect to be so difficult. The sword was to harvest a few branches of the mythical wood for his growing collection of artifacts. It would not do to arrive, and it be impervious to magic. It had been lent to him by the Sorting Hat, who reluctantly agreed that he had once proven his worth to wield it, and could do so again with the promise that it be returned to him in due course. Harry had agreed and had set off, a decision he had started to regret. The little book that had been his guide had been rather lacking on information about this undertaking, a simple sentence being all that was given. Yggdrasil, the northernmost part of our world. That had been it, 8 words that had spurred him on what he now believed to be a foolish venture, all for a tree. He shook his head as he pushed on. He could apparate away and return home, but the others would be proven right. All had refused to join him on this one because of how vague the text had been, had even branded him an idiot. Harry was of a different thought. Thus far, the book had not let him down, and he wasn't going to start doubting it now, nor would he admit defeat. He had always been stubborn to a fault, and that was unlikely to change any time in the future. The warming charm became his most valued spell quickly. Any fire he conjured would be snuffed out, which only served to steel his resolve and urge him forward. There was magic here. He could feel it in the air even through the icy wind, and magic was exactly what he had been looking for. He pressed on, his legs tiring and his broom useless in these conditions. It was when he crested a large hill and was confronted with another that he saw it in the distance. Against all odds stood a tree as white as the snow around him, but adorned with leaves as red as blood. A wave of energy overcame him as he plodded through the snow, his breathing heavy as he fought to reach it. As he did, he released an uproarious laugh of victory, already planning to rub his success in the face of the doubters. It was unlikely they would regret joining him after what he'd had to endure to be here, but he didn't care. He had been right to trust the book. Running his hand along the bark, he frowned at the magic. It wasn't like anything he had ever felt before. This was old, even older than what he had come across in Egypt, though this wasn't as strong. Whatever this place had once been, the magic had faded considerably. "Harry," a voice whispered, whether it was in the wind or in his mind, he could not be certain. It mattered not. Nothing good had ever come from hearing voices. He was reminded of the Chamber of Secrets, the Whispering Witch, and the veil in the Ministry. He shuddered once more as he drew his wand. "Who's there?" he questioned. "The tree." Harry, "I'm inside the tree." A frown marred his features as the roots by his feet parted to form a large opening. "Oh, this isn't good," he muttered as he lit the tip of his wand and entered against his better judgment. He found himself in a large tunnel, reminiscent of the Whomping Willow on the Hogwarts grounds. He pushed aside the memories of Pettigrew escaping and being swarmed by a horde of Dementors as he made his way through the tunnel, his mouth falling agape as he came upon an ancient man with the roots of the tree growing through his limbs, seemingly assimilating him as part of it. "Merlin, that looks painful," he commented. The man laughed as he shook his head. "Quite the opposite. The tree sustains me and I it. I have been waiting for you, Harry Potter." "How do you know my name?" Harry questioned, tightening his grip around his wand. "I have been watching you, have seen the feats you have achieved. Even in the wondrous world that has come to be, you are extraordinary." The stare of the man unsettled him. From his oddly penetrating, blue eyes to the white hair, everything about him was unsettling. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "I am the Three-Eyed Raven," the man introduced himself. "I was once known as Brandon Stark in a time so long ago. And now you are a tree." "Much more than a tree," the man disagreed. "I am the eyes of the old gods. I can see all that has happened, what is happening as we speak, and even what is yet to come." "Great, a bloody seer," Harry grumbled. "Whatever it is you have to say, I'm not interested. The last time a seer interfered in my life, my parents were murdered. I ended up traveling back in time and had to kill a dark lord. I've had enough of your lot to last me a lifetime." "I know. I have seen the path you have walked, all that you sacrificed to survive. It is because of this that I called to you, visited you in your dreams." Harry narrowed his eyes at the man. "You're that bloody crow," he seethed. For months, his dreams had been plagued by the vision of a crow almost pleading with him to follow. Harry had ignored it as best he could. He hated those dreams. Without fail, he would wake up in a cold sweat. The man nodded. "I would perhaps have visited, but as you can see, that option is not viable for me. We must use what we have at our disposal." "So, what is it you want with me?" He sighed irritably. "Nothing more than what you have already achieved," the man assured him. "The land I call home was here once, many hundreds of years ago. Life as we knew it was brought to an end by the Long Night." "The Long Night." "The rising of a powerful enemy not so dissimilar to your kind now. He led an army numbering greater than any ever seen, bringing an end to humanity as it once was. Our king managed to vanquish him, but it was already too late. He died as the last of us, the enemy returning to whence they came and leaving the land as you see it now." It was quite the tale, something that the beetle and the bard would be proud of. "If any of that is true, then why haven't we ever heard of it?" "It is lost history," the man shrugged. "When none survive to tell the story, it dies with them. Perhaps there are things to be found out there, but very few have ever come so far north, those that are not seeking stories or treasures of old." "Except for me," Harry corrected. "Indeed, and you shall have much more should you agree to assist my people. We Northerners are proud men, and we stand by those that have helped us." Harry released a deep breath. Though his voice was bereft of emotion, it was easy to see how much the loss of his people had affected him. The words of Hermione rang in his ears as his saving people thing reared its head. "What exactly can I do to help you?" "As I said, nothing more than you have already done. I can take you there to my home. My younger self will be able to explain better. I find that in my advanced years, I tend to ramble." Harry snorted slightly as he was reminded of his mentor. He had often questioned if the man had always been such a human riddle. "How can you take me there? I time-traveled 20 years into the past, and that was enough for me," Harry huffed. "You said it was hundreds of years ago." "It was, but you have the benefit of my assistance. As I said, I can take you there." "And bring me home," Harry demanded. "Of course," the Three-Eyed Raven confirmed. "Bloody hell, why is it always me?" Harry moaned. "All right, I'll help you, but I want some of this tree when I get back." "It shall be yours," the man agreed. "Now, grab hold of one of the roots and I will take you to where and when you need to be." Harry did so, cursing himself for getting involved in the first place, and also that he could take some wood from a damned tree. Break. The singing of the steel as he dragged the whetstone up the length of his blade did little to calm his thoughts. The Night King was coming, winter was coming, and both would be here in only 2 days' time. Winterfell had been abuzz with activity in preparation for the past moon, and though he would never voice it, he believed that it would all be for naught. He had witnessed the power of the Night King firsthand when he had attacked Hardhome, and even more so when he had taken Viserion from the sky with a single spear. Jon Snow had little hope that they could win even with the dragons. They were outnumbered and faced a force they could not comprehend. When the dead came for them, it would be only to add to their numbers. They cared not for glory nor for gold. Their only aim was to end all that was living and bring eternal coldness. "He's coming, Jon," Bran repeated. Jon shook his head as he continued to sharpen Longclaw. It had been the same for the past days. Bran would spend much of his time by the weirwood tree, proclaiming that the help they needed was coming. At first, he had believed he meant the army of the South was honoring their word, that the forces of men would come together to battle a common enemy, but that notion had been pissed all over with arrival of a lone Jaime Lannister. It had taken all his control to not run the man through with his sword when he informed them of Cersei's treachery. He was pulled from his musings by Bran. "He's here," he announced, a ghost of a smile puling at his lips. Jon stood suddenly as the roots of the weirwood opened, and a man tumbled out of the gap, cursing under his breath. "Crazy old bastard," he grumbled as he pulled himself to his feet and brushed off the snow on his clothes. "Who are you?" Jon asked. "Who the bloody hell are you?" the man returned. He was taller than Jon, though he was no Sandor Clegane, and stood strong, his very strange garments, certainly not suited to the conditions, doing little to hide his muscular frame. The most noticeable feature about him, however, was the piercing green eyes that stared back at him. "My name is Jon Snow, King in the North," Jon answered. "Harry Potter," the man returned simply. "He is here to help Jon," Bran broke in. Jon raised an eyebrow at the man. He looked as though he could handle himself well enough, but he was no army. He was but one more sword. "I appreciate it. We need all the men we can get," he sighed as he placed Longclaw in its scabbard. "I'll put you with Beric's men. You're not opposed to fire, are you?" Harry shook his head. "Fire is fine, just so long as it keeps me warm," he replied, blowing into his cupped hands to warm them. "Jon," Bran called. "Harry is not just another man like us. He is something else. Show him, Harry." "Show him." Bran nodded. "He will need to see to believe." Harry released a deep breath as he flicked his wand into his and sent a stream of fire to the ground, clearing the snow around his feet. "What the fuck was that?" Jon questioned, drawing his sword once more. "Fire spell," Harry shrugged. "Harry has magic," Bran explained. "We don't have time for tricks, Bran," Jon chastised. "They're not tricks, Jon," Bran returned. "Show him something else." Jon looked on in amazement as the man muttered something, and a white dragon shot from the end of his wand and flew around them, warming the godswood considerably. "No tricks," Harry clarified as he changed his outfit to something more suitable with a wave of his wand. "Seven hells," Jon whispered in awe. "What else can you do?" "More than enough," Bran interjected. "I brought him here because he will be able to kill the Night King." "Truly?" "Yes, Jon. Harry can put an end to the war. You just worry about the army of the dead and let Harry handle him." "Dead?" Harry questioned with a frown. "You mean in Fairy? Dead bodies that walk around and try to rip you limb from limb." "The dead," Jon confirmed with a severe nod. "Bollocks," Harry huffed. "I hate in Fairy." "In Fairy?" Jon questioned. "That is what Harry calls whites," Bran answered. "And this Night King. He has magic too. He can raise the dead to fight for him." "A bloody necromancer," Harry moaned. "Merlin, what mess have you got me into? How many of the buggers are there?" "Around 100,000, Jon answered. "And how many men do you have?" "Around 80,000. Harry released a deep breath as he nodded. "It's doable, but you didn't mention an army of the dead," he grumbled. An accusing finger pointed at the boy in the wheelchair. "So you think you can help us?" Jon asked. "I can," Harry affirmed. The other man smiled at him, something that seemed to be an alien gesture, as he put an arm around his shoulder and began leading him towards a gate. "In that case, the Queen will want to meet you. She's a formidable woman but fair. Just don't insult her and you will be fine. My wife is a formidable woman. I doubt your queen has anything on her, mate, Harry returned. John doubted the words of the man. He had yet to meet a woman as tough as Daenerys Targaryen, and he had grown in the north. Tormund, he called, spotting the telltale red hair of the man as he walked towards the keep. His friend waited for them to approach. His eyes narrowed questioningly at the other with him. Crow, he greeted with a nod, his stare never leaving the stranger. Who's your pretty friend? This is Harry. He's going to help us against the Night King. Tormund nodded as his eyes roamed over Harry. Can you fight, boy? Harry nodded. Can you fuck? You'll need to be able to do both to survive the North. He will be more useful to us than you know. Just stay with him whilst I speak to the Queen. I'll take care of him. Tell me, lad, have you ever fucked in the snow? Snow so cold that your pecker will drop off if it isn't kept in a warm cunt. Tormund, John chided. I just want to know what he's made of, the redhead defended. Harry laughed the questions off. He had spent much of his life around Sirius Black. There was very little that could shock him. Just stay with him. I'll come and get you soon, John sighed as he entered the keep. Are you a Weasley? What the fuck is one of them? Was the last thing he heard when warmth washed over him. Break. Daenerys picked sullenly at one of the oranges she had brought north. She wasn't hungry, but she felt the need to keep her hands busy the closer the dead drew near. She had all the faith in the world in her children, but she had seen the enemy. She had seen just what was coming for them. One of her dragons had already been taken from her. She would not run, that wasn't who she was, but it was difficult to see how they could snatch victory against such an enemy. Her army was one of the summer, her Dothraki and Unsullied having never experienced the hardship of cold until now. They were struggling to adjust, but they too would fight. How effectively they could, she did not know. She watched with a soft smile as Jon Snow entered the hall, the Northerners within falling to their knees in deference. It was strange to see it. The people here were stubborn to a fault, and yet they bent the knee to him as though he were a god. She had heard of his prowess on the battlefield, his tenacity and insistence of leading his men into the fray. He was a leader she could respect, a man of strength as unyielding as the people that had chosen him to wear their crown. My queen, he greeted her with a slight bow. Someone has arrived that I believe you should meet. Someone, not the army that we were promised. John shook his head. No, but he may well prove to be better. Bran brought him here. I watched him arrive through the weirwood. Daenerys frowned skeptically. Had John been driven mad by the thought of what's coming? He's a magic user, he continued. Not like the ones we have here. I have no trust of those claiming to use magic, Daenerys seethed through gritted teeth. They are either charlatans or people who bring nothing but pain and misery. I know, but what choice do we have? He asked, his gray eyes boring into the violet of her own. You want to save these people as much as I. All I'm asking is that you meet him, and if you see fit, I will lock him in the dungeons. John had proven to her that he was not one for fanciful tales. She had made the mistake of not believing him about the approaching dead, and it had cost her Viserion. I will agree to meet with him. Where is he? With Tormund, John answered with a slight smirk. I will get him. Miss Sendel, we will be joined by a guest shortly. An introduction, if you will. The girl from Noth gestured for the guards to step forward, a dozen of the best Unsullied led by Grey Worm. She noticed the youngest Stark girl draw a dagger from where she sat at the table, and the Hound place a hand on the pommel of his great sword. The Queen would be well protected if this proved to be an assassination attempt. What is happening, Your Grace? Tyrion questioned from his place next to the Queen. We have a visitor, Lord Tyrion. Do we know whom? One that appeared from the tree in the Godswood, according to Jon Snow. Tyrion frowned, his scar twisting grotesquely across his face as those within the hall waited in anticipation. The room remained silent until the door opened admitting the king in the north, Tormund Giantsbane, and a man that was not familiar to them. He appeared to be relaxed as his roamed the walls of the hall. almost indifferent to the fact that there were dozens of armed people ready to cut him down, should he even take a step by the wrong direction as he approached the top table with Sandor Clegane following him closely. You stand in the presence of Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the first of her name, Queen of the Andals and the First Men, protector of the Seven Kingdoms, the mother of dragons, the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the Unburnt, the Breaker of Chains. Missandei spoke aloud. Harry frowned at the lengthy introduction. He wasn't certain if it was supposed to impress or intimidate him. It achieved neither of those things. I'm Harry Potter, he replied with a shrug. No other titles, a silver-haired woman questioned with a raised brow. He noticed the crown perched above her brow and offered a slight nod in recognition to her position. Not any you would be interested in hearing, he returned, fighting the urge to cringe as he realized he had just as many, if not more monikers than her. Your Grace, Clegane growled. You address her with her correct title. Harry looked up at the man and chuckled. Listen, mate, I know a guy with more scars than you could ever hope to match, and I'm not frightened of him. You have no chance, so why don't you bugger off? Clegane growled as he drew his sword. I bet that cunt couldn't cut you in half with one swing. Again, Harry laughed. No, but he wouldn't need a sword to try either. Clegane, John interjected. The large man flared his nostrils, but replaced his blade with a grunt. John breathed a sigh of relief and gave a nod to Daenerys to continue. I understand that you may be able to help us with the dead, she stated coolly. That's what the guy in the tree brought me here for. He said you were out of your depth and you needed help, so here I am. A man in a tree. Yeah, really old man, blue eyes, said something about being a raven named Stark or something. Harry shrugged. Do you mean Bran? John asked. Yeah, but he wasn't that young where I came from. Said he was hundreds of years old. And just where did you come from? Daenerys pressed. England, Harry answered. Daenerys frowned. It was clear that she had never heard of the place. And just how do you think you can help us, Warlock? I was sent here to kill some king that can raise the dead, Harry replied. You're going to go up against the Night King willingly, Daenerys followed up disbelievingly. What is in it for you? Some wood from that white tree, Harry answered. Look, I said I'll kill him. You either want my help or you don't. If you don't, I'll go home. I'm sick of the cold as it is. I mean no offense, but do you know exactly what it is you will be facing? Tyrion piped up. A necromancer. I'm not too worried about him. It's the bloody Inferi I hate. Inferi, Daenerys broke in once more. Whites, John confirmed. That's what Harry calls them. And you have fought them before. Harry nodded. More times than I'd like. A bit of fire usually sorts them out, but I've not taken out 100,000 of them. Fire is something we have much of, Tyrion explained. The Night King seems to be impervious to it. We are hoping that the few Valyrian steel weapons we have may give us a chance of killing him. I have no idea what that is, Harry huffed. I have a sword, but I'm not foolish enough to try to fight so many with it. Just how do you plan on fighting the Night King if not with a sword? Missandei asked the burning question. With this, Harry confirmed as he drew his wand. A stick, Daenerys questioned as she shot John a venomous look. You come here to mock me. I was a fool to entertain this. Guards. As one, the Unsullied stepped forwards with their spears lowered as they marched towards the strange man, the clattering of their armor drowning out the protestations of the king in the north. Before her soldiers could even get close, Harry gave his wand a furious wave, ripping the weapons from their hands, turning them and pressing their own blades against their necks. Daenerys could only look on in shock at the turn of events. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. Both Tyrion and Jaime paled at the look of fury the man wore. I come here to try to help you and you try to kill me, Harry hissed, his eyes alight with emerald flame, reminiscent of the wildfire burning on the Blackwater. The room could only look on helplessly, their breath held as this strange man held a dozen men at spear point. Ever the diplomat, Tyrion tried to intervene. Harry, you must understand that we thought you were mocking us in our hour of need. What you can do is not something we have ever seen. We have those that claim to be warlocks and other things, but none like you. Please, you have my apologies. Our emotions are rather high at the moment." Those within breathed a collective sigh of relief as the spears dropped to the ground. "If anyone else attempts to attack me, I will kill them. I'm here because I was asked to be. You can either take my help or I will go home," Harry offered. "We will take it," John answered. "We need him, Dany." Daenerys nodded unhappily. What she had witnessed was nothing short of incredible. "Fine," she agreed. "But if you harm any within these walls, I will feed you to my dragons." Harry smirked at the woman before bursting into laughter. "I am not frightened of dragons. I have dealt with them before." "So, you know my family." Harry shook his head. "Where I'm from, we have dragons, some wild and some kept in reserves. Mostly nice creatures when left alone by people." "They are my children," Daenerys defended. "I'm not judging. I'm just saying our dragons cannot be tamed." "A dragon is not a slave," Daenerys returned. "Wise words," Harry praised. "So, how long until this army of Inferi arrive?" "Break." "Allow me to make some introductions before we begin," John requested as the large group gathered around a table in the Hall of Winterfell. "You already know me, Bran, Tormund, and Her Grace Daenerys," he clarified. "Here we have Tyrion and Jaime Lannister," he continued, indicating the two. "Sandor Clegane, Beric Dondarrion, and Thoros of Myr. Grey Worm is the leader of the Unsullied and Rakaro, the Dothraki, Sir Davos Seaworth, and the two ladies are my sisters, Arya and Sansa Stark." "And your Snow?" Harry questioned. "It's complicated. My father was a Stark, but my mother not his wife," he explained, shooting a warning glance towards Daenerys. "So, you don't get his name because of that?" "He's a bastard," Tyrion sighed. "A child born out of wedlock." Harry chuckled as he shook his head at the absurdity. "That's a bit harsh," he commented. "Where I'm from, lots of kids are born out of wedlock. We don't call them bastards." "Aye, same with the free folk," Tormund said approvingly. "These bloody kneelers have to have a name for everything." Harry didn't even pretend to understand half of what the man referred to. "Anyway," John broke in, wanting to divert the conversation away from the circumstances of his birth. "We are expecting them to arrive within 2 days. They will approach from the north and will likely attack the front of the castle," he explained, pointing to the relevant parts on a map spread across the table. "Sorry, I don't mean to doubt you, but what exactly can you do for us?" "Tell me what you need, and I will tell you if it can be done," Harry replied. He was no great military leader, especially with this type of warfare. It was not something he'd ever had the need to study. "Could you help us with trenches? We have several, but a few more wouldn't hurt. The ground is frozen solid and has made digging near impossible." Harry nodded. "Just show me where you need them, and I can have it done in a few minutes." John nodded appreciatively. "What about fire? Do you have a fire strong enough to stay lit in this cold?" "I do, but it is one that I need to focus on to control. I can use it directly against him and his army, but not as a normal flame. It's alive in a way and will burn this castle down within minutes if I do not maintain control." "That sounds dangerous," Tyrion muttered. "Very," Harry agreed. "There are some other fires that may work. I will experiment with a few and see what I can come up with." "No, don't invest too much time in it. We have the dragons for that. It was just a thought," John advised. "Why don't you tell me your plan and I will work myself into it?" Harry suggested. John agreed and broke down their strategy for dealing with the dead. Harry nodded along thoughtfully, making a few suggestions here and there, and after the king in the north was finished, he gave Daenerys a shrug as she too nodded approvingly. "There is just one problem," John sighed. "He as a dragon, Daenerys and I will do what we can to bring it down. But I can't be certain on how successful we will be." Harry shook his head. "No, you will need them to deal with his army. I will bring the dragon down and him with it." "You truly believe you can bring a dragon down?" Tyrion questioned skeptically. "I've done it before," Harry replied, receiving looks of doubt from those gathered. It will be better that way. I don't need a dragon to fly. And just how do you plan on flying? Deaneries inquired. Harry removed his shrunken trunk from his pocket and resized it before taking out his firebolt. With this, he confirmed, earning a round of laughter. A broom, Tyrion snorted. Harry nodded as he mounted it and completed a few laps of the room. Well, I have seen it all now. Grumpkins and snarks and now a man who flies on a broom. Are we sure we haven't already had the battle and are already in the 7 hells? I used this very broom to outfly a dragon when I was 14, Harry informed them. I'm sure I can do it again. Very well, Deanery sighed. If you believe that you can, I will not try to stop you. Perhaps we should move on from talk of the battle, James suggested. It will be here soon enough, and I'd much rather not think about it until then. Tyrion nodded his agreement as he poured himself a goblet of wine. Indeed, tell us about your home, Harry, about yourself, he requested as he poured another goblet and handed it to him. He's in the north, Tormund buted in. He needs a proper northern drink, not that piss you southerners sip. Here, lad, this will be more to your liking. He smirked, offering Harry a horn filled with a milky liquid. Harry took a sip and grimaced. That tastes like piss, he muttered, surprising the wildling. When Snow had first drunk the fermented milk, he had damn near coughed his lungs out. I much prefer this, Harry announced as he removed a bottle of Ogden's finest. What is that? Tormund asked. Fire whiskey, Harry answered as he poured himself a generous measure and took a sip. Now that is a drink. Give me that, Tormund growled as he snatched the bottle. I wouldn't. Harry was cut off by the man choking on the alcohol, his face reddening as he struggled for breath from the large gulp he took. Hell, that is strong, he wheezed when he had recovered enough. Anyone else? Harry offered. Clegane accepted. Fucking cowards. His eyes widened as the burn of the liquor was felt, and he too succumbed to a coughing fit. You must be a mad cunt to drink that, he sputtered. Tyrion chuckled as he shook his head when the bottle was passed his way. I believe you were going to tell us of your home, he reminded Harry. There isn't much to say, Harry sighed. It is very different to here. We would miss the fight if I tried to tell you all of it. Then what of your family? Do you have others waiting for your return? Harry smiled as he removed his wallet from his pocket and took out the photo he kept with him at all times. My wife, Bellatrix, and daughter, Lyra, he explained as the photo was passed around. Is this some other kind of magic? Deaneries asked as Bellatrix waved at her from the picture. It is, Harry confirmed. Bloody hell, lad. You've got yourself quite the beauty there, Tormund commented as he passed the photo to Tyrion, who nodded his agreement. Very reminiscent of the Danes, he commented. One of the families that live in the south, he explained to Harry as he handed the photo back. Yeah, I'd be lost without them. We have our second child due soon. She'd bloody kill me if she knew what I was doing here, Harry snorted. We appreciate it, Harry, Tyrion assured him. More than you know. Harry nodded, his thoughts firmly on his wife and daughter. It had been weeks that he last saw them, and he missed both greatly. Break. He stared over the parapet of the castle as the dead approached, the horde stretching further than the eye could see. He hated Inferi, less so than Dementors, but still with a burning passion. These dead cunts are coming to fuck US, the voice of Clegane roared from below as he rallied his troops. Are you going to bend over and let them? A resounding cheer could be heard as the man drew his sword. Then let US fuck them instead. He led the charge towards the dead, his section of the army coming to a sudden halt and braced themselves for the impending coming together. Harry nodded approvingly as the dead ambled into one of the trenches he had dug, bursting into flame a moment later as his curse came into effect. The screeching was terrible, but was soon drowned out by the sound of clashing steel and battle cries of the Dothraki as they flanked the dead on both sides. Where is he? Harry growled, his eyes scanning the sky for any sign of a dragon not being ridden by Jon and Daenerys, who had begun raining fire down on the dead. Be patient, Harry. He will come, Tyrion assured him, adorned in his own plate armor wielding a small axe. Do you know how to use that? Tyrion shook his head. I have been in battle once, and I did not care for it. As you can see, I am much more suited to books, drink, and whores, he japed, running a finger down the length of his scar. Harry laughed heartily. He found the dwarf to be rather amusing. Well, with a bit of luck, you won't have any need for it. If I can take him out, then it will all be over with. I wish you good fortune in the fight to come, Tyrion offered with a nod as he held it a hand. Harry took it as he mounted his broom before taking off into the night sky. He couldn't wait around any longer. If the Night King wouldn't show himself, he would have to draw him out. Findfyre, he roared as he came upon the dead, the basilisk bursting from his wand and beginning to devour the enemy to sate its hunger. He continued his efforts along with John and Daenerys until he was caught short by a whistling sound. He managed to avoid the projectile in the nick of time, and it passed by his ear harmlessly. He turned in the direction of which it came and was greeted by the sight of a human-like creature, its skin pale blue and eyes of ice. It sat upon a dragon of similar coloring, its wings torn in places. The man looked at him with curiosity before the dragon opened its maw and spat a gout of blue flame his way. Harry dived to avoid it and circled round to attack from the side. The dragon was much quicker than he had anticipated, but was not as agile as himself. He fired of 2 blasting curses only to see them bounce off the hide of the creature, leaving no damage. Growling irritably, he turned his attention to the Night King only for the man to avoid them with some rather skillful flying. The creature began to flee, evidently reluctant to engage him further, and Harry gave chase, determined to put an end to this as quickly as possible. It was when the Night King aimed the dragon in the direction of the living army that he realized he was not fleeing. He wanted to add more numbers to his cause. Leaning forward, he urged his broom on as fast as it would go and began to gain on the dragon, catching up when it came to a sudden stop and hovered above the battle. Once more, it opened its mouth to release its flame only for Harry to appear in front and divert the fire with a wave of his wand. The creature atop the dragon glared at him balefully as it retrieved another projectile from its back and took aim. Again, Harry avoided it and roared as he summoned another stream of fiendfire that pursued the now fleeing dragon. This time, it was not quick enough nor resistant enough to escape unscathed. It screeched a deafening sound as his fire scolded its tail and quickly began reducing the rotten flesh to ash. The Night King, noticing his plight, gave a screech of his own as he steered the burning dragon towards the ground before deftly leaping off and landing amongst his army. Harry followed, directing his cursed basilisk towards the ground to create an area in which he could land also. He hit the snow with a slight thud and rolled to his feet as he shrunk and pocketed his broom. Immediately, he was set upon by scores of the Inferi, and he fought to keep them at bay, his wand a blur as he weaved a vortex of fire around him, immolating those that dared come too close. Without warning, his flame sputtered and died out. He turned to find himself face to face with an odd creature. It was no Inferi, nor was it the Night King, but something in between. He sent a stream of fire towards it, only for the flame to part either side of his new foe, leaving it unburnt. He growled as he aimed a blasting curse at it, causing it to step back with a grunt, but still intact. Shit, he sighed as he considered his options. He was reluctant to summon any more fiendfire. His allies were close by, and if he were to be distracted for but a second, it could prove to be disastrous. He did not want to be responsible for killing the people he had come to save. Any decision he may have made was taken from him as the creature swung a blade made of ice at him. Harry nimbly ducked under it, but could not ignore the cold rolling off the weapons. Were that to even touch his skin, it would have dire consequences. He rolled to avoid another blow as he drew the sword of Gryffindor and returned the attack with a slash of his own, the creature meeting it with a swift block. Much to Harry's surprise, the icy construct shattered on impact with his goblin-forged sword, and he rammed it into the chest of the oddly ethereal creature. With a scream, it exploded into dust, and by instinct, Harry turned away to avoid the debris. A resounding cheer erupted from the army of the living as hundreds of the wights seemingly fell also, but there was little time to celebrate. He felt it before he saw it, a scream of warning sounding as a wave of cold washed over him, another blade of ice barely hitting him as he threw himself to the side. He received no respite, however, as he had to roll again to avoid the follow-up, and once more for good measure before he managed to pull himself to his feet. The Night King continued his attack relentlessly, the speed in which he wielded his blade a sight to behold. Harry was no slouch when it came to speed, but this creature was something else entirely. There was no sign of fatigue, no sign that he would slow. Harry had his work cut out for him. With a wave of his wand, his impediment jinx hit the mark, slipping between the strikes coming his way. For a moment, he believed it had worked as the Night King struggled against the magic holding him. The spell hold, but for only a moment longer before his attack continued with the same vigor as it had prior. "Bloody hell!" Harry cursed as he fired a withering curse at the creature, only to see it knocked aside with the blade it held. Undeterred, Harry continued his own onslaught, firing a plethora of spells, with none showing the desired effect even when landing. Against his efforts, the Night King continued to close the gap between them, edging ever closer to being in striking range. "Contusio," Harry shouted in frustration. The pin-sized projectile careened from his wand, too small to be blocked by a blade. They flew past the guard of the creature and impacted against it, detonating with sound of a bomb exploding with each successful hit. The Night King screamed as he was blown backwards and sent sailing through the air. The battlefield around them fell motionless as both sides watched what had happened, the living in shock and the dead as emotionless as one would expect. Harry watched as the Night King rose from the ground, not a mark marring his body, nor any less energetic as before. "You're really pissing me off now," Harry growled as he leveled his wand at the creature once more. "Crucio." The Night King attempted to bat the spell aside with his blade, but to no avail. The unforgivable passed through it as though it didn't exist and sent the creature sprawling once more, this time with a scream of agony as it twitched upon the snow. Harry continued to fuel the spell, satisfied by the pained screeching he was hearing. The thing had come too close to killing him for his liking. "Fiendfire," he spat once more, happy that enough space had been created between himself and his allies. His basilisk struck out at the Night King, who held up both hands to block the incoming attack. A struggle ensued between the two, ice and fire clashing for dominance. The strain slowly but surely started to show on the face of the creature of ice, and he gave a final screech of protest before he was engulfed in the fire, the remainder of his army collapsing around Harry. With much more effort than it would usually take, he put an end to his spell and fell to one knee as the jubilant cheers rang out around him. Break. Although the cheers had been rowdy, none took to celebrating their victory through drink. Many a good man was lost during the course of the battle, and the night had been dedicated to mourning the fallen as the battlefield was cleared. The bodies were burnt as the sun rose, and many fell into their beds, exhausted from the efforts of the night. Harry assisted as best he could with the collecting of the dead and the building of pyres, he too falling into a fitful sleep once he was satisfied his work was done. He had awoken to the sun still being up, the warmth of it warming his face through the window of the room he had been given. He dressed and gathered his belongings so that he could take his leave from this place, a strange feeling of sadness coming over him. Winterfell had grown on him, as had the people here. There was something honest and wholesome about both, and he found he would miss them, his memories of his ordeal not fond, but those he had met redeeming them. "I take it you will be leaving us soon," Daenerys commented as he exited his room. She was walking past with her guards surrounding her, a silky purple dress wrapped around her pale, lithe frame. "I have to go home. My wife will be waiting, as will my friends and parents." Daenerys nodded her understanding as she stood on her toes and placed a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Harry. Without you, I don't know what would have happened. You undoubtedly saved a lot of lives with your actions. Now, we can head south and claim my throne. I wish you good fortune in the wars to come, you Grace, he offered sincerely. Daenerys smiled as she lopped her arm into his. Come, I will gather everyone in the courtyard to bid you farewell. They will not forget what you have done for them, and would even more dour if they were not given the chance to say their goodbyes. Harry agreed with a smile, as he left the keep and Daenerys went to fetch whom she would. She returned a few moments later with Jon, and what must have been most of those that remained at Winterfell. It was the man escorting her that approached him first, his arm extended in greeting. Thank you, Harry, Jon offered sincerely as he pulled him into a tight embrace. Any time, Snow, Harry replied, sighing at the forlorn look on the man's face. You're in love with her, he stated, nodding towards the silver-haired queen. It's complicated, Jon muttered shyly. Because you share the same blood, Harry questioned, surprising Jon. He held up a hand to prevent any denial that would come. There is magic about you both, family magic. I can feel it, he explained. I don't know the ins and outs, but you do share blood, though there is more to you, Stark father. Jon shook his head. Mother, he corrected. She is my aunt. Harry chuckled amusedly. My wife and I share blood, and our daughter is just fine, he assured the man. There is madness in ours. Generations of breeding within the bloodline, Jon lamented. As there is in ours, the black madness is something to behold, Harry returned. It is not my place, but you love one another. Do not squander it. We are the last of our kind, Jon shrugged. She is certain she cannot bear children. Then how is it that she is with child as we speak? Jon's eyes widened, but any response was cut off by Harry placing a hand on his shoulder. I have seen enough women with child to see the signs. If it is your family practice to marry, then honor thy blood, Snow, the words spoken coming to him easily. Jon nodded. I will not have my child be seen as a bastard, he declared. Thank you again. Harry embraced the man once more as he stepped back, cursing under his breath. How could I bloody forget? He groaned as he removed his trunk and returned it to its natural size with a tap of his wand. I promised my daughter I would take pictures of my adventures. Would you mind? He asked as he removed the camera he had been given for his birthday the previous year. Is that how your magic pictures are made? Jon questioned. It is, Harry confirmed with a nod. Why don't we get one of us all together? Can you do that? Yeah, get everyone who wants to be in it to gather round, and I can set it up. Jon walked away to carry out his task as Harry set the camera up. Turning, he saw that almost everyone wanted to be a part of it, so he moved it back as far as he could to squeeze them all in before taking his place at the front of the large crowd. Smile, he said as he flicked his wand, a blinding flash eliciting groans from those as it went off a moment later. He approached the camera, removed the image, and cast a few spells on it. After making several copies, he pocketed one for himself and passed them around. This is amazing, Daenerys commented. Can we have one of just us also? She asked, indicating to the group he had spent much of his time with here. Harry smiled as he went about preparing the camera once more and took his position amongst the much smaller group. This image was much clearer and showed them all perfectly. Again, he made several copies before pushing Jon and Daenerys together and taking a final picture. This is for the two of you, he explained, pressing a copy into each of their hands. Daenerys took in the image of her, and Jon with their arms wrapped around one another, the smiles adorning their faces more caring loving than either intended. Thank you, the woman whispered gratefully. Harry offered her a slight bow as he packed his camera away and shrunk his trunk. It is now time for me to leave, but I will remember each of you for the rest of my days, he assured them. Remember what I said, Jon. Good luck and congratulations. Jon nodded as Daenerys shot him, a look of suspicion that he pointedly ignored. It took much longer for Harry to make his way back to the Godswood than he had planned, his path blocked by many well-wishers and those wishing to give a goodbye of their own. Tormund was very insistent on this, as was Clegane, surprisingly. Tyrion, too, made sure he wasn't left out, and Jaime Lannister gave his own thanks, leaving Harry embarrassed as he reached to shake the man's golden hand. Jaime waved it off with good humor as he escorted him to the weirwood tree with Tyrion, Jon, and Daenerys, where Bran waited for him. With a nod to each, Harry approached the tree, the roots opening in welcome. "The North remembers, Harry," Jon called as he stepped through, the ominous words ringing in his ears as he tumbled out the other side, and found himself in the presence of the same old man that had taken him to Winterfell. "Did I make a difference?" he asked. "See for yourself," the three-eyed raven urged. "Seek out the resting place of the Kings of Winter." Harry frowned as he left the strange man behind and made his way out of the tree. He emerged from within, shivering against the ever-present cold of the land, though it didn't bite so deep as it had. Perhaps he was becoming used to the climate. He shook his head as he turned and helped himself to a branch of the tree, shrinking and pocketing it when he was done. It was then he came upon a sight that hadn't been here when he arrived. Even through the thick snow, he wouldn't have missed the large, gray, stone wall of Winterfell a short distance away. The gate he had used to enter the Godswood only a moment ago hanging limply from one hinge as it swung in the wind. He approached slowly and passed through the gate and into the courtyard that was bereft of people. The keep itself was in disrepair, much of the stone having crumbled away over the years that had passed. It saddened him to see it in such a state, a sadness that only increased when he entered the building and found it in much the same way. He swallowed a lump that had formed in his throat as he pushed open the door of the hall. The room being absent of the smell of ale and sound of northerners he had become familiar with. He was about to turn away when his eye was caught by a large painting spanning the length of the room that had not been there when he dined here. A melancholic smile pulled at his lips as he looked upon the battle scene. There was Jon and Daenerys on Dragonback, raining fire on the army of the dead below. Clegane and Tormund hacked away at them with their sword and axe, and even Tyrion could be seen. His small form stood on the castle wall as he held his axe aloft. What stood out to him the most, however, was the scene of himself and the Night King locked in combat, him with his wand and sword of Gryffindor in hand, and the creature with his blade of steel. Beneath the image was a small line of text that caused him to chuckle. "May Harry watch over us," he read aloud. He shook his head and turned away, the feeling of being here without the friends he made so very wrong. He stepped back into the courtyard, only to be taken aback by a familiar whispering. "In here, Harry." He headed towards where he had heard Bran's voice, and found himself at a large door with a wolf sigil adorning the front. "Come," the voice sounded again. Harry pushed it open to the sight of a descending staircase. With a frown, he lit the end of his wand and made his way into what was revealed to be a crypt. He walked past a line of statues on each side, the final resting place of many Starks, until he came to a name he recognized. The man older than he remembered, but undoubtedly him stood next to a woman equally familiar, seemingly not having aged a day from when he had met her to when this had been carved. In front of the pair was a large wolf and a dragon of equal size, stood either side of a plaque hewn from stone. "Jon and Daenerys Targaryen, King and Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the bringers of the dawn and the King and Queen of Winter, honor thy blood," he read, the words spoken by him only hours ago having survived here. 360 AC. He wiped away a tear at the loss of the man and woman. If the number he read beneath the man was the date he died, then over 1,600 years had passed since he spoke the words that had stuck with him throughout his life. "Rest easy, your graces," he whispered, as he grazed his hand across the base of their epitaph, only for his hand to disturb something beneath the layer of dust. He picked it up and stared at the photo he had taken of the two before he had taken his leave, the magic surviving the years against all odds. Already having his own copy, he replaced it with a warm smile. "I'll be seeing you, Jon, Daenerys," he offered as he ascended the stairs to return to his own family. The door of the crypts closed behind him with a bang, the resting place of his friends to be left to the cold they had chosen to live their lives in. Chapter 25. The kings soared to walk the lands where kings and gods roam. The gift of the lady must be returned to whence it had been gifted to the one true king. For months the words had haunted him, had left him in a state of contemplation that little could pull him from. Had he not witnessed the wonders he had thus far, he would have dismissed such folly out of hand. For centuries, muggles and wizards alike had sought the mythical blade wielded by Arthur as he fought to rid his lands of the Saxon invaders. None, neither magical nor not, had succeeded. Harry had no reason to believe his endeavors would be any more fruitful other than a strange sensation that overcame him when he spoke the words on the worn parchment aloud. There was magic in the script, an incantation, an enchantment. He knew not, but there's something that led him, like countless others before, on a seemingly endless pursuit to obtain the unobtainable. He shook his head. Believed by many muggles to be little more than myth, the deeds of Arthur and Merlin still enthralled many a child as their stories were told and retold with each passing generation. Though the essence remained the same, the tales had become obscured, the feats ever more fantastical and ultimately less believable to the pragmatic people. For those of magical blood, it was not so mythical. The saga had remained as it had been penned so many years prior by those that had witnessed the power of Merlin, the fall of Arthur at Camlan, and a nation in mourning for the one that had led them from the shadows into the light. However, accounts of the blade he wielded in his final throes of life differed. Some claimed he was bereft of the sword that had slain any who brought arms against him. Others, that it was unceremoniously taken from his lifeless body when the battle had concluded. To Harry, it mattered not. What mattered was that he was compelled to locate the sword, not to keep it for himself but return it to where it belonged. If his thoughts and feelings were correct, it did not belong here amongst the living. Never would he have believed his pursuit would lead him on such a journey, and as he looked upon the unassuming, unmarked grave, he could only shake his head, what he had sought so tirelessly now within touching distance. Flashback. For months he had ignored the urge to begin his search, had done all he could to silence the voice that seemed to whisper in the back of his mind, to no avail. The urge became more persistent as did the niggling voice, like an itch that could not be scratched. Eventually, when he knew there would be no reprieve, he began the arduous task. He slowly gathered all he could find on the writings of the fallen king, of Merlin and even the sword. Still, he found nothing that would lead him to what he sought, and he began delving into anything he could lay his hands on from around the period, and just after that King Arthur had walked the land. His latest venture had become something of an obsession. He would dream of pulling the sword from a stone, of voices that spoke to him in words he could not hear, and even two cloaked figures that watched him from afar, their faces hidden by the shadows that surrounded them. All he could remember of one was that he was missing an eye, and that both had ravens sat atop their shoulders. He would wake in a cold sweat, his short sleep disturbed, and a rather irritable wife who did not take kindly to her own slumber being intruded upon. He had told her of his undertaking. The woman had offered him a smirk before kissing him gently on the cheek. "If you say you will find it, then I believe you, but do it quickly, Harry. You're getting on my bloody nerves." He had chuckled, shrugging in the absence of an apology that she did not want to hear. She knew him better than any, knew of how easily he could be consumed by what many would deem to be impossible. She had seen him prove those who doubted him wrong at every turn. To her, he was still something of a hero, who would one day have his own deeds spoken of, in the same awe that those of Arthur and Merlin elicited. He found such a thought amusing. He was no man of myth nor wizened wizard. He was Harry Potter, a husband and father that only wished to live a life of peace. It wasn't until he had stumbled across a diary written by a druid that had not shared his name some centuries prior that he found a thread he could follow, and only a thread it was. Today, we make the ultimate sacrifice, our lives for the protection of our kingdom. The sword of the king shall be laid to rest a short distance from where we pray, in a place that only those touched by the gods themselves may hope to happen upon. The magic there is strong enough that our efforts should bear the desired fruit. 11 stones and 11 souls, for our king, and for the people he fought so valiantly to preserve. Should our work come undone, it will be only by the will of the gods. The words had given him pause. Were they to hold truth, then there was none that could hope to find the fabled blade. Still, even days after he had reached his conclusion, the odd whispering continued, as did the dreams that plagued him in the night. Again, he did all he could to ignore them, to push aside the compulsion he felt to persevere in his pursuit of what he could never claim. Once more, he found himself acting upon the urge, if only to prove that what he was being pushed to gather was unreachable. Perhaps, then, the voice would fall silent and he could sleep soundly. Such thoughts of a peaceful life remained merely that as he dived into the rabbit hole that had already swallowed many. It did not take him long to decipher the location that was mentioned in the diary. There was only one place known where men of this kind dwelled, prayed, and practiced their magic throughout history, though it was seldom seen now. He'd arrived at Stonehenge, expecting to find nothing but ambient magic of days gone by. What he had found had been more, a trail of sorts that held the same compulsion as the voice. Having followed it, he had arrived at a cave only a short distance away, hidden in a forest. The magic here was stronger, as welcoming as it was foreboding, though did not feel threatening. It allowed him to pass as though the protections in place did not exist, and he pondered the ease in which he had discovered it. His thoughts turned to the words that led him on this venture, and he frowned. He was no god. He stood merely a man, one that had achieved what some would consider to be extraordinary things, but a man nonetheless. He had defeated an exceedingly powerful Dark Lord, had even been greeted by death. His frown deepened as his mind wandered to that experience and the items he had in his possession. Was death considered a god? He knew not, but had little doubt that in some cultures across the world it would be seen as such. If the hallows meant he was the master of death, did that somehow grant him a status of sorts amongst the deities? He shook his head of those thoughts. No, there must be another reason he had been led here, had been granted access, though no other could he fathom. Again, not willing to be bogged down by ridiculous notions, he navigated his way through the cave, an underwater cavern, and emerged in the center where another path took him to a room larger than the Great Hall of Hogwarts. In the very center, surrounded by debris where time had ravaged what had once been an exceptional construct, stood 11 pillars, and his blood ran cold. Was it possible the text had spoken true, that the sword so many had spent their lives searching for rested here? He groaned in frustration when he reached the center of the semicircle the pillars formed. Undoubtedly, it had once been here, but no longer was. Someone had come before him and laid claim to the blade, someone that had gone to much work to do so. Each pillar contained a runestone, stones that he could not believe would have been hidden together if the person tasked with doing so had even a modicum of intelligence. No, it was likely they had been separated, and the person who liberated the blade had searched long and hard to reunite them. The stones themselves each carried a single etching, each different from the last. Much to his surprise, they illuminated as he ran a finger over the carving, the magic here having withstood much better than the crumbling and collapsed stone around him. He made a pass over each one, his eyes closed and in deep focus. All were connected by the same archaic magic that led to a steel fitting where the sword had been placed, locked and unable to be moved without all 11 stones to free it from its binds. This was old magic indeed, magic that reeked of sacrifice and was the work of many. It was not flawless, however, as proven by the one that had been its undoing. He paused as he reached the center and ran his hand over where the blade had been taken, his breath hitching as he felt the presence of another. It was not a familiar magical presence, but a presence nonetheless, one of a different nature. He frowned as he drew his wand, if no other had found this place other than him and whomever had initially. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and began muttering under his breath as he waved his wand, taking a step back as a shadowy figure materialized in front of him, one he somewhat recognized. Though he had not seen the faces of the 2 men that had plagued some of his dreams, this was undoubtedly one of them. He was mostly shrouded by a raised hood, but the skin that was visible on his left cheek was heavily scarred. He watched as the man went through the motions of placing the stones in the pillars, each illuminating as it found its home, before returning to where he had formed and releasing an enormous sword. It glowed brightly, almost blindingly, and the figure was brought to light with it for a moment before he faded along with the sword, his retrieval having been his final act here. Although the sword had been impressive, it was not what had drawn Harry's attention. It had been the man garbed in an assortment of armor with a Nordic symbol engraved into the breastplate, a raven. It had been a Viking that found this place and had done so centuries prior. He frowned at the thought. If Excalibur had been found by a foreign invader, why was it not documented? Had the man not boasted of his find? Had he not taken it into battle? The sword he had seen was not inconspicuous. Someone would have taken note of it, however. He was out of his depth. He understood Nordic runes, but little else of the Viking invasions. He needed knowledge. He needed to sate his curiosity, and then perhaps whatever was compelling him so would leave him be. Break. Once more he found himself frustrated. Having depleted the very limited offerings of the wizarding world in only a few weeks, he found himself having to branch further afield. As it happened, even during the upheaval caused by the arrival of the Vikings, the magical community had not involved themselves in the affairs of the Muggles. As such, there was very little interaction between magical Britain and the invaders. The few incidences that had been noted had ended poorly for the latter, with none being left alive after they had happened upon a magical settlement. Still, he had found no mention of the raven symbol and knew not how prolific it had been, if at all, but it was all he had to go on. Drawing a blank, and with only one other option left, he began exploring the alternative and delved into the Muggle archives, which he found to be much more exhaustive. There were books aplenty, museums dedicated to the period, and even television documentaries. Enough material that could take years to trawl through before he found even a mention of his only lade. He needed help, and for that he needed an expert. Hesitantly, he had begun another search for such, and came across perhaps the most likely place that would have someone with the knowledge he sought. He arrived at the JORVIK Viking Center in York, immediately questioning his decision to come here. There was a plethora of artifacts, but it seemed little more than a tourist attraction where the staff dressed in what appeared to be Viking outfits, carrying replica weapons and giving tour of the exhibitions. He was readying himself to take his leave when he was accosted by a woman carrying a tray filled with small goblets. "Can I interest you in a sample of our authentically brewed mead?" It was not often he would indulge in drinking, but he politely accepted one of the goblets and drained the small amount of liquid within. It was surprisingly refreshing, earthy, but with a hint of sweetness about it. "That's not bad," he commented. The woman smiled. "Myself and my husband make it. It takes a lot of work, but it's worth it." Harry nodded his agreement. It was much better than the mead that was on offer at the Three Broomsticks. "Sorry, I was just wondering if there was anyone here who could help me. I have some questions about Vikings that I'm having difficulty finding answers to." "Then you'll want to speak to Marion. She's the curator, and there's not much she won't be able to tell you. Ask for her at reception," she advised, pointing to a desk in the adjoining room. "Thank you," Harry replied before making his way to the appointed area and getting the attention of the man who was filling in some rather dull-looking paperwork. Good morning, sir. How can I help you?" he asked jovially. "I was hopping to speak to Marion. The lady with the mead said she would be able to answer some questions I have." Of course. I'm sure she will be happy to see you. She's always happy to speak to anyone that shows an interest in Vikings," he huffed good-naturedly. "Just give me a mo, and I'll see if I can get hold of her." He picked up the phone receiver next to him and pressed a single key. His call was answered shortly afterwards by a feminine voice on the other end. "Marion, I have a gentleman here who has some questions for you. Are you able to meet with him?" Harry could not hear the response of the woman, but the man nodded as she spoke. "Excellent. Cheers, Marion," he replied before hanging up. "She will be with you in a moment. You can take a seat if you like," he offered, gesturing towards a seating area. Harry nodded gratefully and sat. It was only a few minutes later that a woman entered the room, her blonde hair tied in a tight bun, and a pair of horn-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Were she a redhead, he would immediately think she was the female version of Percy, Weasley he had known so many years ago. "Hello, I'm Marion," she greeted him as she approached. "I understand that you have some questions for me." Harry nodded as he removed a piece of Muggle paper from his pocket and handed it to her. "I was wondering what you could tell me about this." Her eyes widened at the sketch of the raven symbol he had hastily drawn. "Where did you learn of this?" she asked, her countenance becoming guarded though he had evidently piqued her curiosity. "I really don't know, but it has been bothering me for some time." The woman looked at him disbelievingly, but probed no further. For a moment, she simply stared at him before deflating somewhat. "Are you here to mock me?" Harry frowned, taken aback by the question. "Why would I mock you?" "The others do. They think them to be nothing but stories, but I know there is more to it." "I'm sorry, I really don't know what you mean," Harry replied, confused. Marion looked at him speculatively, before coming to a decision. "You're really not one of them, one of the other scholars." Harry shook his head. "I can assure you I'm not. My knowledge on Vikings is very limited, that is why I came to you." She relaxed somewhat and gestured for him to follow. He did so, and she led him through the door from which she had emerged. "I'm sorry, but I thought, never mind. I am curious as to how you came across this symbol when there are so few who know of it, and those that do are not so flattering towards what it pertains to. Mythical, they call it, a fool's errand to waste time on such things." "I'm really not following." "Of course not," Marion huffed irritably. "Why would you?" "Sorry," she offered once more. "I have spent years being ridiculed for my work." "And your work involves this symbol." She nodded as she opened a door and led him inside a room that was filled with an assortment of artifacts that she was evidently working her way through. She ignored them and took a seat behind a desk that was full of papers stacked haphazardly. "You'll have to excuse the mess. I'm usually much more organized than this." Harry waved her off. Often, his own desk at home was in no better state, something that Bellatrix continuously chided him for. "What do you know about this?" she asked. "Not a thing," Harry answered honestly to the disappointment of the woman. "I see. Well, I will share what I know and see if any of it makes sense to you." Harry nodded and leaned forward in his chair in anticipation, hoping that what he learned would put the episode to rest. "This symbol is that of the Raven clan, a group of Vikings that, from what I can gather, arrived in England sometime in the mid to late 9th century. They were led by a fearsome warrior named Sigurd Styrbjornsson, their jarl, something akin to a lord at the time." "From what you can gather." Marion nodded reluctantly. "The only evidence that exists of them is this account written by a Saxon man claiming to have joined them," she explained as she withdrew a very old journal from the top drawer of her desk and handed it to him. Carefully he opened it, the already cracked leather protesting as he eased the cover away from the first page. "Hunwald of Lincolnshire," he muttered, reading the name of the author aloud. "According to Hunwald, he married a Norse woman and lived amongst them at their settlement, though he does not mention where that was. Within those pages, he documents the fantastical feats of the clan under Styrbjornsson, but it is not the Jarl at the center of his tales. It is another he speaks of, one he identifies as Ivar, or the wolf-kissed and sometimes even Ravenfeeder." "Who is this Ivar?" Marion shrugged. "It is something I have been unable to figure out," she said disappointedly. "According to Hunwald, he was a warrior of great renown across the land. He was equally feared and respected. He would raid towns and cities with hammer, bow, spear, and sword, but there seems to be little consistency in the tales. That is why they are not believed, not to mention what Hunwald claims Ivar accomplished. I suppose the others see him as we look upon Arthur, the great king that never was." "What does Hunwald say he did?" "What didn't he do would be more accurate," Marion snorted. "Hunwald wrote that he could slay an entire army, that it was he who was the deciding factor in many a battle, and that the lords of the land called on him in their hour of need. Eivor would come, and their problems would be solved. And you don't believe these stories. It is difficult too, Marian mused aloud, but I do believe such a man existed. That he was touched by the gods, as Hunwald claims, not so much. Harry coughed to cover the gasp that escaped him. Her words resonated with him, the cave and what he had seen there. Does Hunwald say what Eivor looked like? Marian nodded as she reached over the desk and turned a few pages of the book before pointing to a small section of writing. Tall he is not, but he has the strength of 100 men. The mere sight of the scar adorning his cheek where the wolves had bestowed their kiss is enough to send his enemies fleeing, for they know the Raven Feeder has come to deliver them to Helheim, where they will sup at Odin's table, if proven worthy. The scar, the man he saw in the cave, had to be this Eivor, the wolf-kissed. What happened to him? I do not know, Marian replied with a shrug. In Hunwald's final passage, he speaks of a battle to come. I can only assume he did not survive to share his account. What about Eivor? There is much obscurity about him. He allegedly came here from Norway and perhaps returned. Hunwald writes of tensions between Eivor and Sigurd, and he may have left. You are not convinced he did? No, I think he did leave, but not to Norway. There are accounts from Vinland of a scarred man who visited a tribe there. Etchings were found in a cave on the east coast where Leif Erikson was first rumored to have landed. They depict a man matching Eivor's description, slaying another and ridding the land of him, she explained. Hunwald also spoke of Eivor visiting there, who in turn spoke of his fondness. Vinland? Harry asked, enthralled by the story the woman was weaving. The east coast of Canada. That is where the cave is, inside a waterfall. It can be found quite easily. But nothing else remains. It doesn't make sense, he muttered. Just because he visited there, it doesn't mean he returned. It does if he had no other place to go, Marian countered. Hunwald wrote that Sigurd and Eivor left Norway in disgrace, having disagreed with Sigurd's father's decision to cede his title in favor of following another who named himself king. Eivor would not have been welcomed back, and if he no longer wished to be in England, Vinland would be the only other land he was familiar with. I didn't know that. Marian grinned smugly. That is why you came to me, is it not? He conceded the point with a nod. So, if he did leave, then it would have been to Vinland. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, Marian sighed. Why have you not looked into it further? He probed. Marian laughed and shook her head. Investigating these things requires funding. None of the societies here are willing to part with their money for this. To them, it is too big a risk with very little chance of reward. I can't say I don't blame them, even if I am certain I know where their settlement once was. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He didn't know how much he believed the tales of Hunwald, but he did believe the clan were once here, and that Hunwald was not merely a bard. You have given me much to think about, he said as he stood. Thank you, Marian. If I learn of anything else, you will be the first to know. I won't hold my breath, she replied, not unkindly. You will find very few willing to even entertain this, she added, gesturing to her stacks of notes. Well, for what it is worth, I believe you. She offered him a grateful smile. Thank you. Sorry I didn't catch your name. It's Harry Potter, he introduced himself. Maybe one day someone will see sense, Marian, and you will get your opportunity. I can always hope, Harry. Let me show you out. He nodded and gave a subtle flick of his wand, freezing her in place. He made a copy of the journal and undid his spell, the woman none the wise to what had happened. He returned Hunwald's diary to her before gesturing for her to lead the way. He hadn't gotten the answers he had sought, had gained more questions if nothing else, but he did have another lead to follow, one he hoped would bring him the closure he needed. End flashback. Much to his relief, the etching Marian had mentioned had been well documented, though little interest seemed to have been shown beyond recognition of it. However, according to one article he had read in a Muggle history magazine, there were plans for a team to investigate the area at an undisclosed time in the future. The revelation was a welcome one. At the very least, he would not have to have much, if any, involvement with Muggle archaeologists whilst he carried out his own work. The area he had found himself in may very well have once been a settlement of sorts. It made sense with the higher ground and unending supply of fresh water. There was also a feeling of ambient magic about the place, but whatever magic had been here was no longer so. Whoever had once resided here had taken it with them. The cave within the waterfall, on the other hand, was not so faint, and he knew immediately he was onto something. The very presence he had felt in England in the Chamber of Pillars was here, stronger and more distinct. Again, it did not feel like any magic he knew of, nor did it truly feel like magic at all, but something else entirely. It was almost as though Ever left an essence of himself wherever he went, a footprint that could not be seen. Harry knew of no mere man that could do such. The presence of others would fade over time, yet the wolf-kissed remained. He may not have been a wizard, but he had been more than a Muggle, of that he had no doubt. Had he not felt him here, the image of him slaying an unknown enemy would have proven to be rather anticlimactic. He knew not who had carved the design, but it had not been done by an expert. The lines were jagged, uneven, and barely intelligible in places. What he did note, however, was the scar that Hunwald had mentioned, and that he too had seen when the figure had removed the sword from where it had been placed. Along with this was a crude carving of the raven symbol on his chest plate, the very same he was now familiar with. It gave him hope that his own venture was coming to an end. Having found nothing else within the cave, he had taken his leave in favor of seeking the presence elsewhere. If Ever had indeed returned here when he left England, it would not have been to spend the remainder of his days within the hollow of a waterfall. He had left the settlement behind him when he found more traces of the man leading away, growing in strength once more and trailing up a hill on the opposite side of the river. Slowly but surely, it grew still until it became almost overwhelming in a clearing where little seemed to grow. Where the trees were thick in the surrounding area, here life was scant, the ground beneath his feet bereft of plants. Only a few dead leaves marred the soil, yet it was here he felt it stronger than anywhere else. That essence that had been his latest obsession had haunted him until he had followed it. Carefully, he began removing sections of dirt, questioning as to why one with such a legacy found himself in an unmarked grave so far from home, a world away from where he had forged his path. He paused momentarily as he spotted the tip of a golden spear protruding from the ground before setting back to work, until he looked upon not only what he came for, but what had been left of the man. He had been buried in his full set of armor, the symbol of his clan displayed proudly on his chest with his weapons of choice laid around him: a spear, a shield, a bow, and the large sword. In his right hand, he held an intricate short axe carved with several Norse runes engraved into the head and handle. Harry was no expert, but it appeared that Ever had not been a young man when he died, and had gone on to live a long life when he had departed from England. To him, it was fitting that such a man would do so. After all he had done, had achieved, he had earned his years of peace. "You've been a bloody pain in my arse for months," he muttered amusedly, the sense of relief he felt drowning out the presence of the fallen man. "I will leave you to your rest, I just need this." As his hand closed around the hilt of the sword, it burst into life, almost blinding him with the light it exuded. For a moment, he thought that it had destroyed his vision. The world around him had darkened considerably, swallowing him within a cold shadow, his only light source being the sword he still held. He flicked his wand into his hand, his ability as a swordsman equating to nothing more than a few swings and a not-so-fortunate thrust at a giant snake when he was 12. He was much more comfortable with the former. "A Drenger's right to rest peacefully is sacrosanct. Why have you disturbed this place?" an accented voice asked, garnering his undivided attention. "I came to retrieve a sword that does not belong here," Harry answered, his eyes searching for the source of where it had come from. Saxon, it has been some time since I have heard such a lilt. You are far from home. Come, explain to me the importance of the sword that you would come all this way to retrieve it." In front of him, a large table materialized. Seated at the head was one of the cloaked figures he had seen in his dreams, this one with both eyes intact. "Ever?" he questioned. The man smiled and offered him a nod, gesturing for him to take a seat. "So, you know of me, but I do not find you familiar." "He is a Drenger, a warrior, the same as you and one that shares many similarities," another voice broke in. The second cloaked figure emerged from the shadows and stood at the far end of the table, his one eye staring at him speculatively. He too witnessed the murder of his parents at the hands of a tyrant, and he too avenged their death. His name is whispered across England as yours once was, with respect and awe in equal measure. Harry frowned at the odd man, but did not interrupt. He was curious to see what else he had to say. "As you have been blessed with my gifts, he has been gifted his own by Hell herself. His Galdor is strong. I have killed many who claim such." "Not of his kind," the one-eyed man interrupted. "No, this one is not like any you have met, Ever. This one is different. You share more than you would believe, two Drengers of two eras in this place together. It is a momentous occasion." Ever frowned but nodded. "I will defer to your expertise, Odin." Harry balked at the given name. "Odin as in the Viking god," he blurted. The one-eyed man merely nodded. "You have convened with Hell and now me." "You mean death." "She is one and the same, known by many a moniker." "To you she is death, to us Hell." Harry nodded his understanding. "I believe that you were going to tell Ever here of your interest in the blade." "Well, it belonged to Arthur, a king that lived long before you invaded Britain, and it is to be returned to where it was gifted to him. One of his knights had been tasked with doing so, but never did, and the druids of the time sealed it in the cave where you took it from." "My sword once belonged to a king." "It did," Harry confirmed. "Did you know of this?" Ever asked his companion. "I did, but you never asked of its origins. Arthur was a beacon to the Britons when the Saxons invaded, and his sword is just as famous as he. It stands still as a symbol of hope to many, a legend in its own right." Ever shook his head. "I knew it was a special blade. The way it sung, the way it cleaved through even the thickest of armor as a knife would butter, never once losing its edge," he muttered. "Then it should be returned to its people, Saxon. You may leave here with my blessing." "Did you really not know what it was? You went to a lot of effort to get it," Harry pointed out. Ever shrugged. "I suppose it could be considered a series of events that led me to it. I found each of those strange tablets as I journeyed across the kingdoms, 8 in obscure caves, and 3 in the possession of zealots I killed." "Zealots?" "Godly fanatics of an ancient order tasked to protect them, strong men and able warriors," Ever explained. "You could say that it was a fortunate accident I had all 11 when I discovered the cave that housed the sword." Harry snorted. "That is quite the coincidence. Perhaps you were destined to carry it for a while. A path already forged that we as men may merely bear witness to. Satyr," he spat. "Our friend here would know of such Galdor. He too once walked a path not of his making. He overcame it and now controls his own destiny." "Then he has done better than I," Ever acknowledged. "You are fortunate your gods are not so incessant. All that remains of me is the legacy I left behind. Tell me, how has my reputation fared?" "There are very few that believe you existed," Harry answered honestly. "Your deeds, as great as they are, were forgotten long ago. Only one account of them remain, and they read as a story of a fictional hero. Hunwald of Lincolnshire was very flattering." He had read the offerings many times, each time the disbelief he felt at the mentioned deeds growing considerably. Ever sighed disappointedly. "Hunwald was a good man, a fool in many ways, but was kind and gentle. I mourned his loss when he died," he mumbled. "So all I fought for was for nothing. Not even a whisper is uttered on the lips." Harry shook his head, feeling sorry for the man. "There is one lady who believes firmly in you and has spent much of her life trying to prove your existence to the naysayers. She is the reason I was able to find where you were buried." A smile tugged at the corner of Ever's lips. "Then she should be rewarded," he declared. I would have you gift her my spear in gratitude. She would like that, even more so if she knew where your settlement in England once was. Through her, your legacy could be reborn, and you could gain the recognition you deserve for your deeds. Iver laughed openly as he shook his head. Never did I believe the day would come that a Saxon would wish to help a pagan so much. If it can be done, my gratitude would span eternity. From what I have read, you lived quite the eventful life. It would be a shame for you to be forgotten. Iver nodded appreciatively. Ravensthorpe can be found in the south of Leicestershire, on the bank of the river Avon. I do not know what happened to my people there. They stayed whilst I left. Why did you leave? Iver released a deep breath. It is a very long story, one that still pains me even here. Harry nodded his understanding. He would not press the man to speak of things he did not wish to. How do I get out of here? Where even are we? You are within my hall, Odin answered. It is here that fallen warriors come to feast and drink their fill, the battles they fought, won and lost, granting them a place among us. Perhaps one day you will deign us with your presence, Drenger. Now, however, is not the time. You have many years ahead of you yet. I hope so. My wife would probably dig me up just to kill me again if I didn't come home, Harry chuckled. She has suffered me these past months as I looked for you. Then you should go and do so with our gratitude and blessing. It has been an honor to make you acquaintance, Harry Potter. And for me, Harry returned sincerely. My spear, Drenger, Iver reminded him. I hope that your remaining years are kind, and that it is not too soon that we share a horn of mead. I look forward to it, when the time is right. With his parting words spoken, the shadows faded, and he once more found himself standing over what remained of the man in this world. As promised, he retrieved the spear also and buried the body once more, adding a few charms to keep any other from stumbling upon this place. The wolf-kissed had earned his rest, had been very much like him in many ways, and Harry would not appreciate his own burial site being disturbed. With a final look and nod, he disapparated with no intention of ever returning here. His work was all but done. Break. It had been a busy day, and she had spent most of it poring over requisition requests from other museums who wished to display some of the wares she had accumulated over the years. She didn't mind much. It was better for them to be enjoyed by others than gathering dust in her archives. With a flourish, she signed the last of the forms and leaned back in her rickety chair. Her office was a mess, and she would need to do something about that soon. She was pulled from her observations by a knock on the door. Come in, she instructed with a frown, having not expected anyone to remain almost 2 hours after they had closed to the public. Her eyes widened in surprise as the man entered, one she had not expected to see nor hear from again. It had been months without word, and she believed, like those before him, he had thought her a fool. Harry, what brings you here? She asked, attempting to straighten the paperwork strewn across her desk. He seemed to pay no attention to her efforts, as he simply held out a long package to her. What's this? Open it and find out. She took the offering, the weight of it surprising her, and she placed it on the desk before removing the wrappings. Her breath hitched in her chest as she took in the beauty of the spear, the engraved raven on the handle almost causing her to collapse from shock. Why you found him? Harry nodded. Thanks to you, I did, he confirmed, his smile wide. But how? That doesn't matter, he said dismissively. Just know that it would not have been possible without your help. You were right all along, Iver was real. Marion shook her head in disbelief. I think I need a drink, she mumbled as she returned to her seat on shaking legs. She proceeded to pour herself a generous measure from a bottle of vodka she removed from one of her drawers and drained the glass, her eyes never leaving the spear he had presented her with. I can't accept this. You found him, it should be yours. Harry waved off her words easily. You have spent years working on this. You have earned it. I never would have found him without you. She stared at him for a moment, not knowing what to say. If you're sure. I am, he insisted. There is something else, too. You have already given me too much. she replied with a shake of her head. No, I haven't, he countered as he slid a piece of paper towards her. She opened it and frowned at the modern map of Leicestershire, where a red X had been marked in the south. That is where you will be able to find Ravensthorpe. Marian nodded. It is exactly where I thought, the only place that made sense from Hunwald's journal, she sighed. Then you should find it and prove everyone else wrong. After everything you have done, you deserve it. I appreciate the sentiment, Harry, truly I do, but it is not so simple. Excavations are expensive, and the museum does not have the funding for it. I certainly do not either. I know, Harry replied, holding up a hand to silence her protests. I'm not an expert in this kind of thing, but how much does it cost? Marian chuckled as she shrugged. It could be hundreds of thousands. Then I would like to fund it. You, she asked, surprised by the bold declaration. Harry nodded resolutely. I am not short on money. I have made more than I or several generations of my family will ever spend. I am making a serious offer to you that I would like you to accept. Marian swallowed audibly. I don't know what to say. Just say yes and get one with it. Of course, I will accept, but why? Harry deflated slightly. Because you deserve the success it will bring you. I too had a dream that even I didn't believe in until it came true. I would like nothing more than for you to prove everyone wrong and reap the rewards of your hard work. You deserve it, Marian, and Ever deserves to be remembered by all for what he achieved. His legacy should live on, as should yours. Marian was lost for words. Never had any shown such belief in her work, nor had they supported her endeavors. She poured and drained another measure from the bottle. You're serious, aren't you? He fought both the smirk and urge to make the very same joke his godfather would have as he nodded. Completely, he assured her. All I ask is that you allow me to visit the site and see what you uncover. Everything there is yours to display as you see fit. Well, I already have my main attraction, she said, nodding towards the spear. I'm sure Ever would approve, he replied knowingly as he stood. I would lay off the vodka. You have a lot of work to do. I will return in a week to check your progress and we can work out the financial side of things. I will begin immediately. Harry snorted. I didn't expect anything less, he muttered as he took his leave, pleased by what he had done and excited for what yet was. He still had a sword to return, after all. It had been a little over a year since he had convened with the man known as the Wolf-Kissed and the figure that claimed to be Odin. Still, it was a surreal experience for Harry, who prided himself at not being shocked by the turns of events that life could offer. He himself had traveled through time further than thought possible, had found a hidden pirate island, and even a world under threat by the living dead. Discovering the blade known as Excalibur wielded by King Arthur himself, and the journey it had taken him on, was perhaps the strangest thing to befall him yet. Having found the lake in which the sword was to be returned, he could not help but feel things would only become even stranger. For the past year, he had held on to the blade, studying the magic within, but his efforts yielded few results. The magic was old, not as old as what dwelled within the Elder Wand, but older than almost anything else he had come across. Other than that, little had been gleaned about the sword. In truth, he could not even deduce what it was made from. With little reason to keep it in his possession, he had begun to deduce the lake in which those such as Monmouth and Mallory spoke of within their tales of the once-thought fabled king. Magical interpretations focused much of their attention on Merlin, and it was not the celebrated wizard Harry sought. As such, he had turned to the Muggle stories, and though they sometimes differed with the location of the lake in which the spirit Nimue had appeared, most agreed that the Dosmery Pool was whence she came. Having arrived here, Harry found himself concurring with this trail of thought. There was magic here. It was subtle, but its presence undeniable. Knowing he had found the place the Tales spoke of, he drew the sword from the scabbard he had created for it and stared at the blade fondly. Not only had it led him on one of his greatest adventures, it had spurred one of the more profitable investments he had made. In the year between claiming the sword and arriving to return it, Marian's work had begun and was ongoing. Already the quirky woman was making waves in the historical and archaeological communities with her discoveries at the site of Ravensthorpe, with many groups now wanting to invest. With Harry's funding, she had turned them away and had undertaken the project herself with the help of those she trusted. Every few months or so, Harry would stop by and marvel at the progress being made. Although it was unlikely he would see any financial gain from it, he was content to know he was securing the legacy of Ever and verifying the work of the one woman who had believed in him. Now, however, he had his own task to undertake, and his focus shifted to this gratifying moment. Bracing himself, he hurled the blade towards the depths, though the expected splashing sound did not follow. Instead, a feminine arm caught the sword in midair by the handle before an ethereal figure emerged and stared longingly at what she now held. Harry merely watched, almost frozen in place. He had read of this woman, the mother of Merlin, the Lady of the Lake or Nimue. "You have completed the task set to Sir Bedivere by the one true king," she spoke, her gaze shifting towards him. "I would have your name." "It's Harry Potter," Harry replied. The woman nodded thoughtfully as she walked across the water to meet him, her eyes closing as she took a deep breath. "You are a warlock, Harry Potter. Like my own son, the essence of what created this world flows through you." "Magic. Some would call it that," she agreed. "Now, for your deed in returning the lost sword of Avalon, I shall take you there so you may present it to the king. He will be most pleased to receive from one such as yourself." Harry felt himself plagued by a sinking feeling, the smile the woman gave somewhat forced. "Why should I go?" he asked, drawing his wand. "I do not like being misled." Nimue eyed him amusedly and offered him a bow. "You are a wise man, Harry Potter," she praised, "and you are right to think that my motive is not as true as it would seem to most others. You see, Avalon has been at war these past centuries with Arthur unable to defeat the army of the Lefay. With Excalibur back in his hand, he may yet emerge victorious. And where do I come into this? You are a warlock just as she is a witch. A sword, even one as exceptional as this, cannot hope to ensure victory. With my son as her prisoner, Avalon will fall as his protections fail. That must not be allowed to happen. Or, let me guess, she will not be content with ruling Avalon but will find her way here." The Lady of the Lake frowned at him. "You do not strike me as a reader of the stars, Harry Potter." "I'm not," Harry groaned, "but isn't that what you were going to say?" "Though my way would have been much more informative. Yes, the Lefay would come here as she did once before." Harry released a deep breath. "So, I am to accompany you there, kill this Lefay and free your son." The woman gave him a look of irritation. "You make it sound so dull and unimportant." "Well, this isn't my first foray into affairs that are no concern of mine. Forgive me if I seem a little fed up or churlish regarding your problems. Problems that will become yours in the future." Harry huffed as he shook his head. "Fine, I'll help, but my wife is expecting me home in the next few days. It is our anniversary, and if I miss it, I'll spend the next year sleeping on the couch." He would too. Bellatrix had grown used to his little adventures, as she called them, but would not be so forgiving if he missed their anniversary, and Harry did not fancy sleeping on the sofa. His wife would make sure it was an uncomfortable experience for him. "I am grateful for your assistance, as the others will be. Now, take my hand and I will lead the way, Harry Potter." Once again finding himself thrown into the throes of something he shouldn't be involved with, he took the proffered limb and found himself pulled into the depths of the lake. Only a few moments later, the two of them surfaced, but not to where they had just been. The land here was different, the forest next to the lake thick and lush, with an enormous castle a few miles away towards a hilly landscape. "This is Avalon?" Harry asked. The woman nodded as she drew a shawl about her shoulders, concealing her long silver hair. "It is, but these are dangerous times, Harry Potter," she warned. "If the Lefay was to learn of your presence before we reach the castle, then our efforts could be for nothing." "That castle?" Harry questioned, nodding at the only building to be seen. "Yes, the final place of safety in these lands." With a frown, Harry took the woman's hand and apparated them to the entrance, her already pale skin paling further as she looked around them in surprise. "The essence is strong within you," she whispered. "Not really," Harry denied. "Almost everyone I know can do that." "Then your world has changed much from what it was when the king and my son roamed it." Harry nodded, but was prevented from responding by a voice sounding from above. "Who goes there?" a man demanded. He was dressed in thick armor and surrounded by others with the bows drawn and nocked, ready to rain down arrows on them. "I have come to see our king," the woman spoke calmly. "Ah, my lady," the man greeted her. "It has been some time since you graced us with your presence. Our liege will of course be pleased to meet with you, but I must ask, who is your guest?" "A man that the king will be even more eager to greet than myself," Nimue answered. The man nodded. "Any weapons?" "Only one, and it is already in my possession," the woman explained. "Open the gates," the knight commanded. At his word, the portcullis began to lift, the chains clinking as the crank systems were worked by unseen men on the other side. And by the time it was raised, the knight who had addressed them from above had descended the battlement to welcome them. "Have you been keeping well, my lady?" he asked. "Our liege has been most concerned with your insistence to continue leaving outside the walls." "I am well, Sir Ector," the woman insisted. "Please lead the way." The dubbed Sir Ector offered the lady a respectful bow and began leading the way through the streets and to the main keep where they were watched by the curious citizens. The king opened the gates to all of those that lived outside of the walls when the Lefay began her attacks. He deemed it the best course of action, the Lady of the Lake explained. "And why not you?" Harry pressed. "They already have my son. I am of no consequence to them." Harry frowned, but said nothing else as they approached the keep, their steps halted by another two men clad in armor. "Sir Ector," one of them greeted their escort, "you're not one to abandon your post without cause." "Indeed." "I am not," the man agreed. "I have brought the lady to see the king." The other knight's eyes widened as he and his fellow guard bowed. "Then she and her guest will be made welcome. I shall inform Lancelot, and he will have the king ready to greet them." The man took his leave, and Harry found himself kept in the company of Sir Ector, of whom he had seen mentioned in the Tales of Arthur, as he had with Lancelot, though in a much less flattering light. "The castles, do they still stand in your homeland, Harry Potter?" the lady asked. "They do," he confirmed, "but they are not used as they once were. We no longer have need of hiding behind stone walls. They are all but useless against the weaponry we face now." The woman gave him a look of confusion, but did not press the matter, turning her attention to her long silver hair that she began to plait. Here they remained for a considerable time until the knight returned with another in tow, this one's armor intricately decorated, and his white cape bright and gleaming. "My lady," he greeted the woman with a winning smile as he grasped her hand and pressed his lips the back of it. She remained unmoved by the gesture. "Your charm wanes, Lancelot," she said dryly. Lancelot chuckled. "My charm never could warm your heart." "No, but this young man has," she countered, gesturing towards Harry. "He brings the most welcome of tidings." Lancelot looked irritably towards Harry. "He is but a man," he commented. Nimue shook her head. "He is the man that has returned the king's sword," she corrected. "He is one of my son's kind." Lancelot's gaze turned skeptical. That remains to be seen, but if he has indeed returned the sword, Arthur will welcome him. Should he be proven a liar, I will take his head." "Do you believe that a mortal could fool me?" the lady questioned. "The sword was my gift. I know it better than the king himself who wielded it." "I merely do not wish to get my hopes up," Lancelot sighed. "There have been many a trier that has come before this one. Let the king make his judgment, my lady. He will see the truth of the matter." With his words given, he turned and headed inside. Sir Ector shook his head. "You will have to excuse Lancelot. He has little between his ears, but is perhaps the most talented swordsman in the king's court. Unfortunately, he lacks little else of worth." Harry snorted and waved the man off dismissively. He had met men like Lancelot throughout his years, and had taken no little joy in proving them wrong time and time again. He is of no concern to me. I accompanied the lady at her request, will return the sword to the king and be on my way. Sir Ector nodded. Then let us not stand on ceremony. Our liege awaits your presence. Harry followed the knight into the keep, the stone walls thick, sturdy and awash with old magic akin to what he had felt in the cave Excalibur had been put to rest in. The magic here, however, was not as strong, as though something was slowly draining the power away from the castle. The likelihood that was happening was high given what the lady in the lake had said to him. With such protections in place, there would be none that could breach these walls, but whomever was seeking to do so had found a way to nullify the magic here. It was only a matter of time before they collapsed, and it did not take much thought to deduce just who was behind it. Draining wards this way was a slow process, but one that would yield results if someone had the patience to pursue. Evidently, the LeFay he had heard spoken of was of such a disposition. He was pulled from his thoughts as he was led into a large room similar to that of the Great Hall of Hogwarts. There was, however, no long house tables stretching from near the door to the dais, but a large round table situated in the middle of the room that was half full of people eyeing him and the lady speculatively. "My lady, it warms me to see you back within these walls," a bearded man with a crown perched upon his brow spoke. He carried himself with confidence, his posture straight and shoulders broad. This was no idle king of old that got fat off the lands he ruled. This was a warrior like many other that Harry had made the acquaintance of. This was undoubtedly the mythical king that many a scholar and storyteller had written of. "My king," the woman said courteously, "I am pleased to see it once again and with such good tidings to share." Arthur nodded, his gaze flickering to Harry. "Lancelot tells me that you are a warlock, like Méodin himself. I would not compare myself one like him, but yes, I am of his kind." "Balls," a gruff voice denied. The man that spoke was enormous, not quite the size of Hagrid, but much larger than his peers. His arms were thick with muscle, his trimmed neatly and his head bereft of hair. "Boars," Arthur chastised. "Well, look at him. He has no stave nor sword to bear." "We do not use staves anymore," Harry explained as he drew his wand. Most of the gathered men laughed uproariously at it, irking him. "I bet his pecker is thinner than that," Bors guffawed. "What are you going to do with that stick, little man? Scratch my arse." The only one that was not amused by the gaffe was Arthur, but he said nothing as Lancelot drew his sword. "I warned you I would take your head." "Lancelot," Arthur warned. His words fell on deaf ears, and the man approached, only for the sword to be torn from his grip before he could raise his blade. He looked around confusedly, and then at the levitating sword as the pommel was smashed into the side of his head, sending him sprawling. With another flick of his wand, there was a groan as the weapon was spent in two, and Harry banished it to the side of the room where it clattered to the floor. None of those gathered around the table were laughing now, and even less so as Harry summoned his would-be attacker to him and seized the man by the throat. "I came here in good faith to return his sword, not be mocked and ridiculed by sniveling, egotistical shits like you," he ground out. "I have done what I came to do and will take my leave now. If you attempt to stop me, I will not hesitate in killing you." "Well, there's no denying that he's one of them," Lancelot wheezed. The men gathered around the table cheered and began banging their fists atop the hard wood approvingly, leaving Harry taken aback. "You have my apologies, good sir," Arthur called through his mirth. "Not a moon passes without someone arriving and claiming to be one of your kind. Please, release the fool and be welcome." Harry did so, and Lancelot coughed before retrieving his bent sword and staring at it, evidently surprised by the shape it was in. "I was fond of this blade," he lamented. With a shake of his head, Harry returned it to what it was, and the knight gave him an appreciative nod. "Impressive," he praised before sheathing it and taking a seat next to Arthur. "And speaking of swords," Arthur interjected. "Is it true that you have somehow found my own?" "He has, my king," the lady answered. "I have it here." She proceeded to draw the blade from the scabbard Harry had made, and it sung as it always did when wielded, the light emanating from the brilliant finish as blinding as ever. As it was presented, Arthur stood, a look of disbelief adorning his features. If he was surprised that Harry was indeed a wizard as claimed, the shock he felt now eclipsed that. Slowly, he approached the lady, his hand tentatively reaching for the pommel of the sword he had wielded so many centuries past. As his hand grasped it, it shined ever brighter, and the singing became louder as though the sword itself was jubilant to be returned to the one it had been forged for. Even to Harry, it was undeniable that Excalibur belonged to the king before him, the weapon fitting the man as perfectly as his own wand suited him. "How?" Arthur asked, awestruck. The sword had been sealed away from the world by the druids who took it upon themselves to protect it. Only those touched by the gods could liberate. "And that was you." Harry shook his head. "A Dane by the name of Ever found Excalibur and wielded it himself until his death. If not you, I can think of no one worthier than him. He used it to protect his people and even Britain from invaders, just as you did." Arthur nodded appreciatively. "And how did you happen upon it?" "I went in search of the sword and found it where Ever rests. He gave me his blessing to return it to you." Arthur offered him a smile. "Do you know what this means, good sir?" "That Excalibur has returned to where it belongs." Arthur chuckled. "Not only that, it means that we can finally rid these lands of the LaFay and her ilk. We can finally return Myrddin to his rightful place." "Does this mean we ride into battle, my liege?" Bors questioned. "It does," Arthur confirmed. "Begin the preparations. We ride tomorrow at noon, but first, we celebrate and feast in honor of the man that has given us hope at last." The cheer that followed the declaration was uproarious, and the men moved immediately to prepare. Harry, however, did not cheer and could not help but feel that he would somehow be dragged into the coming conflict. "Break. My lady, there is movement at the castle. The false king feasts with his men." Morgan stared at the pockmarked man that brought her the news, her nostrils flaring in distaste at his appearance. "And what reason have they for celebration?" she asked. "I do not know, but those within have busied themselves." Morgan nodded, her attention shifting to simmering cauldron to her right. She crushed up a few dry leaves and added them to the elixir, giving the concoction a stir before inhaling the fumes. "They prepare for battle," she murmured. "They believe they can emerge victorious." "Fools," the man snorted, eliciting a look of irritation from the woman. "Arthur may be many things, but he is no fool. Have the prisoner brought to me. He may be of some use." With a nod, the man left to fetch the warlock and returned a few moments later with him in tow. "Your stay is comfortable?" she asked. The old man looked upon her with disdain. "I am fed, watered, and allowed to read. I expected worse." "There is still time for that, Myrddin," Morgan warned. "If you help me, however, I may grant you more freedom yet." "Help you?" "Arthur is plotting. I would know what it is he plans." "Impossible," Myrddin denied. "Without me, he has no weapon that can defeat you. He would not risk the safety of those within his walls." "Then why does he make preparations?" Myrddin frowned curiously. "I would not pretend to know his mind. It has been decades that I last laid eyes upon him. Perhaps he has gone mad." "No, his mind was always strong. I would have you look in on him and your honesty. Your life could become considerably less pleasant should you not be forthcoming." Myrddin nodded thoughtfully. An enchantress she may be, but she was no weakened wench. She was as strong as he had once been, his own power waning in the years he had been without his stave. "I will look," he conceded. If there was any hope that he may be free and the woman defeated, he wished to know about it. If Arthur proved to be losing his mind, then he could prepare for the inevitable end. He accepted the cup of the brew offered to him and drained the contents, grimacing at the unpleasant taste of the herbs and other things mixed into it. Handing the empty vessel back to the woman, he closed his eyes and waited for the visions to begin. This was a magic the enchantress could not practice, her own essence skewed and spoiled by the acts she had carried out during her years. Myrddin watched as a man came into view, dark of hair and green of eyes. He did not hold a stave nor cast his essence the way he or Morgan did, but used an odd stick. He looked on as the feats of this man were played out in front of his eyes, the destruction of a large serpentine, the power of his essence as he repelled the feasters of souls, and his victory over another of darkness, a sorcerer of which the gods themselves would balk at. But not this man. He himself was touched by the god most feared. The reaper that would claim for his own, when your mortal life had been lived. The thought brought a smile to his lips, and then a humorless laugh. "What has tickled you so, Warlock?" Morgan asked, pulling him from his vision. "Nothing so amusing as it is frightening, Enchantress. Arthur does indeed prepare for battle, and sups with one of our kind." "One of our kind," she whispered dangerously. Myrddin nodded. "A warlock, much like me, but one with the blessing of those above even us. He has the favor of the Reaper of Souls." "You lie," Morgan hissed. "What am I to gain from such a venture?" Myrddin returned with a shrug. "He has returned Excalibur to the rightful king who comes for you with death in his wake. It gladdens me to know that your life is forfeit." Morgan's jaw tightened as the warlock grinned, his shabby robe and unkempt hair only accentuating the decay of his teeth. "Get him out of here," she seethed. The pockmarked man did so, but the laughter of the warlock rung in her ears until the sound of his cell door slamming shut reverberated around the home. Another warlock could be a dangerous foe, and she would need to prepare accordingly for such. She would not allow her hard work to go to waste, not when she was so close in seizing control of Avalon for herself. Break. The Hall of Arthur was alive with merriment, as the men and women within the castle walls drank, danced, and indulged themselves in the feast that had been hastily put together by the kitchens. A band compiled of men playing lutes and other strange instruments struck a jaunty tune for the entertainment of the guests. Harry found himself seated with Arthur, Lancelot, and another man he had read of, Gawain. His feat with the Green Knight was perhaps the most celebrated of Arthur's knight besides those of the king himself. "So he only gave me a little nick," he finished his tale, showing the scar on the back of his neck. "Your story is still told today back home," Harry informed him. "Really?" Gawain asked proudly. Harry nodded. "There are many that still write of your deed." "Well, it wasn't quite the accomplishment of some of the others," Gawain said sheepishly. "Nonsense, Gawain," Lancelot countered. "The fact that you lived and kept your cock is quite the achievement. Had I been in the knight's position, you would have left my land with neither." "That is why we are grateful you have no lands of which to speak," Gawain returned. "Not that any would live there with you. There would be too much perfume and oil wrestling." Lancelot nodded at the quip appreciatively. "Whereas yours would be full of horseshit and mediocre ale." "Too true," Gawain chuckled. "Are they always like this?" Harry asked Arthur. "I'm afraid so, but they love one another as though they were brothers. We all do, have been through too much together for it to be any other way," he explained. "What about you, Harry Potter? Do you have any brothers?" Harry shook his head. "My parents were murdered when I was a baby, but a series of events saw me return to them. But no, I have no siblings. I do have a wife and children." Arthur offered him a smile. "Fatherhood is perhaps the most noble thing you can do in life." "It is," Harry agreed, grimacing at the bitterness of the ale he was sipping on. "I would ask a last favor of you, Harry Potter," Arthur sighed. "Is this where you ask me to go into battle with you?" "It is." Harry released a deep breath. "I would not ask if the need was not great. I would not have your children grow without you, but the Lefay, she is a powerful enchantress. She commands the trees themselves, and I would need someone to hold her off whilst our armies clash. Could you do that?" Could he? Harry did not know the prowess of Morgan Le Fay. She was as revered as Merlin in some circles, but little was known of the magic she wielded. Some accounts claim that she was excellent with charms and potions, others that she was a master with curses. Harry was as well versed in them as any he had met other than potions, and they were not so useful in a fight. "I can try," he offered. Arthur gave him a grateful squeeze of the shoulder. "You will have the gratitude of me and my people, Harry Potter. If we are to ride into battle, then we should rest. I will have my personal handmaiden show you to suitable rooms." Harry nodded and placed his cup on the table, pleased to be relieved of drinking the swill these men called ale. It couldn't compare to Rosmerta's mulled mead or even a measure of Ogden's finest, but it had served to loosen him enough to be willing to fight for these people. How could he turn down the request from King Arthur himself? Break. Having finally fallen asleep close to dawn, it was only a few hours later that Harry was gently shaken awake by a beaming Arthur. The man was evidently eager to return his lands to peace, and his countenance spoke of his excitement for the impending battle. "There is some armor that should fit you well," he explained, pointing to a rather impressive chest plate, gauntlets and helmet that had been placed in the corner. "I would not see you felled by an arrow." "No, that doesn't sound fun," Harry agreed. Arthur smirked, losing himself in his own thoughts for a moment before speaking once more. "It has been many years that I have felt this way," he explained as he stared out the window, across the fields outside the castle walls. "For too long this conflict has hung over us, and we have been powerless to do anything about it. Without Míoden, Avalon is not the same." "Was he captured?" Harry asked curiously, not having been told of what led to his imprisonment. Arthur shook his head. "Nothing of the sort. The fool handed himself over to be held captive as part of a truce we knew the LeFay would never uphold. She did for some years, but her greed for power soon returned. Míoden's essence has kept her out of these walls, but it is not what it once was. Soon, she will enter the castle, and only he would have been able to stop her." "That's why you need me." Arthur nodded. "Only one of your kind can hope to combat her power. I am no reader of the stars, Harry Potter, but I have a good feeling about you, the very same that Míoden fills me with." "I will do what I can," Harry assured the man. Arthur offered him a grateful smile. "Do you have skill with a blade, Harry Potter?" he asked. Harry snorted. "No, swordsmanship is not something I have much practice of, but I have all I need." "Ah, your stick," Arthur teased. "You saw how useless Lancelot's sword was against me." "That is true," Arthur conceded. "Míoden has also proven time and again that the strength of the earth is superior to any that man can create, but not all of us have been blessed with the ability to use it. You have your weapons, Harry Potter, and us without make do. I have met many warriors, and would not think so low of any of them to dispute your words." Arthur gave him another winning smile. "Míoden would say that you have achieved great wisdom for one so young. I would not disagree," he said sincerely. "When you have readied yourself, we will wait for you in the courtyard. Today, Harry Potter, Avalon shall be freed of her tyranny," he declared as he took his leave from the room. Harry could only shake his head. Over the past couple of years, he had read of the man, had learned of his humble demeanor, his wisdom and kindness. As with other tales of old intended to flatter those of which they speak, Harry had taken them with a pinch of salt, but Arthur was perhaps the truest to the words of those that had written of him. Pushing those thoughts aside, he cast a few cleaning charms on himself and dressed before heading towards the courtyard. There, he was greeted to the sight of the amassed army that the king commanded, with the man himself at the head of it, ready to lead them into battle. "A horse, Harry Potter," Arthur said, offering him the reins of a dappled courser. "She is a swift rider and will serve you well." Harry had not ridden a horse, but it certainly could not be any harder than flying a broom, or even being atop of the straal or buckbeak. When he was settled in the saddle, Arthur gave the gesture for the gates to be opened, and the column of soldiers led by their king left the safety of the castle amongst the cheers of women, children and elderly that were not fit to fight. "Break." She glared balefully at the figure of the king as he approached with his entourage, his armor gleaming in the afternoon sun and his flag-bearer holding his coat of arms aloft, the fabric rippling in the gentle breeze. "So, you finally decided to crawl from your hole," she commented, as they came to a stop before her and her own chosen representatives. "I would say that we finally decided to put an end to you, but let us not argue frivolities," Lancelot replied. "I had hoped that you would be long dead," Morgan commented, ignoring the smug grin that adorned the man's features. "Now, what other fools do I have the pleasure of greeting? Yes, Gawain and Tristan, I must be one of import to garner your attention. And you must be the warlock," she added, taking in the appearance of the youngest of the group, his green eyes similar to her own, though his locks were dark and hers red. "If you like," he replied with a shrug. "Yet you wear the armor of mortals and carry no stave. What kind of warlock are you?" she pressed, her own weapon of choice grasped in her right hand. "Where I'm from, our kind has evolved beyond the need of using something so archaic," the man responded. "We have means less cumbersome than what you carry." Morgan snorted, turning her attention away from him and back to Arthur. "I suppose there is small chance that you will admit defeat and vanish into the woods like the days of old," he asked. "I have your greatest weapon," Morgan pointed out. "The advantage is mine today. Me and mine will meet you in battle." "Very well, where is Marauders?" he questioned, peering over her shoulder. "Do you think me the fool to bring him here?" Morgan giggled. "He will remain my prisoner." "Then I will take him back, Enchantress," Arthur declared, digging his heels into the side of his destrier and urging it back towards his own lines. Morgan watched him and his entourage leave, the confidence of the warlock with him admittedly unnerving. "Prepare," she commanded. "Today we fight." "Break." Harry found himself riding with Arthur to where the soldiers awaited their instructions, his thoughts occupied by the woman he had made the acquaintance of. She was strange, her long red hair as wild and unkempt as the magic he felt emanating from her. Morgan's eyes were a similar color to his own, but not without a spark of insanity about them. Despite her calm countenance, she was anything but, her magic an untamable whirlwind waiting to be unleashed. She would be unpredictable, dangerous, but would also make mistakes, and Harry had mastered the art of capitalizing on them. "Has she always been unhinged?" he asked. Arthur shook his head. "No, she was once a fine healer of the land, but delved into things that ought to be left alone. Marauders believes the essences she practiced skewed her mind, and what you see now is the result of that." Harry nodded. He had seen what happened to those that delved into magic they did not comprehend. They were the Tom Riddles of the world, but this Morgan was not him. She was likely a gifted witch in her own right, but the magic she knew of was old, dangerous enough, but unlikely to cause him many issues. He was from a time and place where magic had grown and developed beyond what she knew, and in this case, knowledge would truly be the power to call upon. Her arcane ways would not be enough to see her to victory. "If you are ready, Harry Potter, I will sound the horn and we will ride into battle," Arthur said, pulling him from his thoughts. He nodded. The man was keen to fight, and Harry was keen to be done with it and return home. "Then allow us the fight we desire and keep your focus on the Enchantress. This has been a long time coming." With his final instruction given, he removed a horn from his belt and gave the signal for his army to charge. Harry found himself amongst the sounds of clattering armor, the battle cries of the men, and the sound of pounding hooves as they charged to engage to opposing and bigger army. Bigger it may have been, but they were not so well equipped as the Knights of Arthur, and when they came together, there began a symphony of pained screams, clashing steel and whinnying horses. Harry looked on in morbid curiosity as the men hacked away at one another, slashed with their swords, and even bludgeoned their foes with blunt objects. For any who said that war was a glorious thing, they surely could not have meant this. At best, it was a desperate fracas for survival, those quickest with their blades and sharpest of wits being those that would survive. Dragging his gaze from the melee, he sought out the figure of the red-headed woman, but could see her nowhere. and his attention was grabbed by a man charging towards him, swinging a bloody axe above his head. Flicking his wand into his hand, Harry merely cast a severing curse, removing the man's legs from the knee down. He roared as he collapsed to the ground, with blood pouring from his stumps. What kind of fool would attack a wizard in such a crude way? Harry knew not, but without the presence of Morgan Le Fay, he decided he would attempt to lure her out. When she saw she was losing the battle, she would be unable to continue hiding. Keeping enough of a distance so that he could not be taken by surprise by any other would-be attackers, he began circling the battle, taking aim and felling those he could get a clear shot at. "Cheers, Stickman," Bors called as Harry assisted him when he was being slashed at by more than one opponent. "Now, who else wants some of Bors?" he challenged. Harry shook his head. The man was quite unhinged himself, his sword and mail covered liberally in the blood of his enemies. Soon, the battle devolved into a disorganized frenzy of violence, with any and all tactics being abandoned. The men had lost themselves in the bloodlust of the moment, and that was when the Le Fay struck. At first, Harry did not see her observing the fighting on the edge of the trees, but the unmistakable sound of whistling projectiles garnered his attention, and he found himself hard-pressed to divert them, managing to do so at the very last second. The dozen or so roughly hewn spears veered away from Arthur's knights with a wave of his wand, but the enchantress was not done. She began rhythmically tapping the end of her staff on the ground, an ominous tremble rumbling through the ground with each pass. "Watch her, Harry Potter, she's a trickster," Arthur warned. Unwilling to allow Le Fay to carry out her work unopposed, Harry spurred his horse towards her, his mount struggling to navigate the large fissures that were tearing through the ground between the woman and the fighting men, so much so, he had to abandon the creature to continue towards her. At first, he tried to apparate, but found that he could not. Morgan must have erected a ward to prevent that, evidently wishing to keep him at a distance. If what he was seeing was her combat style, it made sense to keep him at bay, though he too could fight like this when needed. Diverting a large fireball she had sent his way, he whipped his wand upwards, using her own work against her as he sent an enormous wave of displaced dirt and stones towards the woman. She, however, merely tapped the ground once more, parting the wave and allowing 2 piles of debris to settle either side of her. With a gesture of the staff she wielded, they careened back towards Harry, interlacing in and out of one another. Thinking quickly, he transfigured the incoming manipulation into 2 Thestrals and returned them to Le Fay. She nodded appreciatively as the creatures dived towards her from the sky and displaced them with a tap of her staff. "I find myself impressed, Warlock," she commented, calling to Harry from 20 or so feet away she had engaged him from, "but let us see how stand against my full might." "And we will see how you stand against mine," Harry replied, sending a trio of spells that caught the woman off guard. She managed to dodge them, but the trees behind her groaned in protest under the attack, and one of them was cleaved cleanly in 2 and slammed into the ground. The Le Fay eyed him warily, her stare questioning. She spoke no words, but continued with her onslaught, her archaic magic attuned to manipulating the environment and the elements. Harry, of course, could not be certain, but he doubted she had studied much magical theory or learnt spells that required incantations. Her magic was purely based on her intent, which, when mastered, could be a very powerful tool as she had proven, but it was indeed slow, cumbersome, and less effective than other means. As such, she struggled to match him spell for spell when he began unleashing his repertoire. She fell into a frustrating pattern of only being able to defend herself, proving that magic had come a long way in the last 1,000 or so years she had been here. Try as she might, when pressed by Harry, there was little offense she could muster, and eventually, she succumbed to his overwhelming attack, her staff being reduced to splinters by a blasting curse she could not block. Evidently, the battle taking place between Arthur, his knights, and the Le Fay's army had also reached its conclusion, and the woman nodded her defeat. "It appears that you have bested me, Warlock," she conceded, But I will not be surrendering myself to you today." Before Harry could do anything, she dematerialized into a smattering of leaves that were carried away on a sudden breeze. "Bloody hell," he grumbled. "Worry not, Harry Potter," Arthur comforted as he reached him. "Victory was ours today, and by the time she gathers herself and returns, Avalon will be safe once more." Harry nodded uncertainly, his wand snapping towards a figure that emerged from the tree line. He was old, his long white hair as scraggy as the threadbare robes he wore. "Míoden," Arthur whispered, all but knocking Harry aside in his haste to greet the shabby man. "Are you well? Are you hurt?" The old man waved him off with a chuckle. "I am in need of a wash, but little else," he replied. "Now do stop your fussing, I am not so frail." Arthur had the decency to look sheepish as he escorted the man to his horse and helped him atop. "Begin the cleanup," he instructed to Lancelot. "I will see him home, and we will feast this evening in honor of our victory." A resounding cheer sounded from those that had fought bravely, and Arthur turned his attention to Harry. "I would have you join us, Harry Potter. Your assistance was invaluable." Harry nodded as he made his way back to his own horse that was patiently awaiting his return. Having climbed atop, he rode next to Arthur and Míoden, watching the older of the two curiously. He was of wizarding legend, his legacy having survived all that had come after him, his name and deeds spoken of with reverence to this day, and undoubtedly beyond. If meeting Arthur had been exhilarating, meeting the famed Merlin could only be described as a life-affirming moment, and something that Harry would never forget. "Break." "He came through the old way," Míoden questioned. "He did, and returned Excalibur to me," Arthur replied. Míoden hummed. "He is indeed an impressive young man," he murmured. "Finding the sword is one thing, but being granted entry here is another matter entirely, but I don't suppose it will serve to dwell on it. The powers of mine and his kind work in mysterious ways." Arthur nodded. "I am going to knight him for his deeds." "And it would be well deserved," Míoden agreed. "Then let us not delay our celebration any longer," Arthur suggested. "That is if you feel well enough." Míoden shot him a chiding look. "As I have said to you many times already, I am well. Let Avalon see that I have returned to them and that we may once again prosper." "For the time being," Arthur sighed, "she will try again." "But that day is not today." "No, it isn't," Arthur replied with a smile. "Break." Once again, Harry found himself in the hall of the keep, seated at the table with a gathering of Arthur's knights. To his right, Lancelot sat, nursing a goblet of wine as he hummed along to the music being played. On his left was Bors, who was recounting his own skirmishes during the battle to a serving girl who was fawning over the behemoth. "You're a strange one, Stickman," he slurred. "We've seen the old man and the wench do what you do, but you're different." Harry nodded. "Well, 1,000 or more years have passed since you were in my world. It is a very different place to what you would remember, nothing like Avalon." Bors nodded thoughtfully and drained his cup. "I won't even pretend to know what you mean," he mumbled. "This is the life we know here, and none of us would change it for anything. We fight, we eat, and the wenches are plenty. We don't care much for change." Harry found himself taken aback by the considered words of the man, and he could not fault what he had heard. Wizarding Britain was far removed from what it had once been, something that had only been to his benefit on this day. "Watch out, here comes the old one," Bors murmured. "He'll fill your ears with nonsense. It's best not to overthink anything he says, it will only make your head pound." Lancelot snorted and nodded his agreement as Míoden and Arthur reached them, the latter taking his as the former stood and stared at Harry. "I imagine there is much we could learn from each other," he mused aloud. "I don't doubt that," Harry replied. "But we are both already far into our journeys of discovery. I fear that each of our words would be lost on the other. That is not a bad thing, young man. You have your ways and I have mine." Harry looked towards Bors, who shook his head confusedly. "Then perhaps we should take this moment for what it is and merely appreciate the other for what we are," Harry offered. Míoden smiled. A keen mind, he praised, and a sentiment I wholeheartedly support. Now I believe the king wishes to address you. At his words, Arthur stood, and the music stopped playing as he held up his hands. Harry Potter, please come forward, he requested. Harry did so, leaving his seat to the sounds of whispering and gazes of respect. What had happened between him and Morgan Le Fay had spread to the masses quickly, and they had been grateful for his intervention, his actions having saved many lives. You came to us only yesterday, have returned Excalibur to me, and helped save my people from an impending threat. Not only that, you returned one of our most revered to us, and for that, you have our gratitude. The gathered citizens cheered and gave him a round of applause before falling silent once more. I know that you are eager to return home to your own family, and I shall not keep you any longer, but would express my own gratitude through a gesture that may mean little to you, but is the highest honor in Avalon. Please, take a knee, he instructed as he drew his blade from its scabbard. Harry did, as he was asked, and felt the weight of the sword as it was brought to rest on his shoulder. For your deeds here in Avalon, I grant you a chair at my table amongst me and mine, and when you rise, you will do so as a knight of Avalon, a protector whose name will be spoken with the highest regard. So rise, Harry Potter, a knight of my court. I am honored, Harry replied as he stood, the experience only becoming more surreal than he could have imagined. He had expected to simply return the sword to the lake, and yet, here he was having go into battle with the fabled king and now being rewarded. Arthur offered him a nod. Then feel free to leave, Harry Potter, with my thanks and an open invitation to return whenever you wish. We would be glad with your company. I will take him, the Lady of the Lake volunteered. He will need my assistance to pass through. Then I will accompany you also, Míoden insisted. Bidding farewell to those he had come to know in the short time he was here, Harry followed the duo from the room and out of the castle, where they proceeded towards the lake. He likes you, Míoden commented. Arthur, he clarified. He is not one to trust easily, but you left an impression on him, and he will not forget you. No one here will. You make it sound as though he will not return, my son, the lady commented. He will not, Míoden said confidently. Harry Potter is not a man of this world. He has his own, and this was but a brief encounter for him as he walks his path. Perhaps he will return when his journey comes to an end, but not before then. Then this is a fond farewell, the lady asked. It is, and I would gift you one more thing, Míoden said, turning his attention to Harry. He opened his palm and produced a single white feather. What is it? Harry asked. My boy, it is whatever you wish it to be, the aged man offered cryptically. But if nothing else, it is a piece of Avalon that you can carry with you. Harry chuckled as he accepted the feather, the old man reminding him much of Dumbledore and his own irritatingly mysterious ways. Then I will treasure it, he vowed. As we will you, Míoden assured him. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Harry offered the man and woman a bow before the feeling of being submerged overwhelmed him, and he found himself sopping wet on the edge of the lake he had arrived at the day before. Now there was no lady, there was no castle in the distance, and no sounds of merriment to be heard. Wizarding Britain may have forgotten what this place once was, but Harry would not, and he stared at the gifted feather for a moment before pocketing it. With a snort, he pondered just how he would explain what happened here to his wife. Even Bellatrix would struggle to believe the tale he had to tell, but more than anything, she would be relieved that this 2-year journey was finally at an end. Not Harry, however. He would simply consult his book in search of the next.